Whew, so let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to rate every single stinking card in the Cowboy set. Partner, let's go, yeehaw. Time starts. Whoops. Bumping the mic. Time starts now. All right, so another round is our first card. We start with an interesting card. This is the big blink effect for 2 a white and then double X. It's a sorcery. Exile any number of the dudes that you control, and then they come back. You can repeat this process X times, depending on how much you spend on X. Neat little card right here, but I'm not sure how standard bound it actually is. And honestly, I'm not sure how great it is in limited if you don't have a bunch of preloaded, enter the battlefield triggers or anything like that. It's sorcery speed, so you can't do weird stuff in combat. Altogether, though, it does kind of remind me of Sky Noodle, the Yorion. So if we have any fun tricks in standard on turn freaking 7 with the thing, maybe, but it's an awful lot of setup. Even for just, an eerie interlude or whatever, it's 5 mana. So I'm not really seeing it. It's also creatures and not permanents the way Noodle was, but still, I'm going to start this card off with a solid 2.5 because I think it's got an awful lot of, potential. And it could break through the 3 ceiling, especially in formats like Commander where it's going to do a lot of disgusting stuff. So I should probably go up to 2.75. It's a good place to start tonight. Archangel of Ties. Well, we know this card. This is 4 mana for a 3/5 angel with flying because it's an angel. As long as it's untapped, creatures that can't attack you or planeswalkers you control unless their opponent pays 1, so a little propaganda effect. And as long as it's attacking, creatures can't block unless their controller pays 1 for each of them boys. So this has always been a decent card, always slightly over or underrated depending on who you're talking to. So I'm going to give Archangel a 3. I think this is a pretty good baseline for what, a playable mythic should be doing, but it ain't that playable. It's mostly a sideboard card against aggro decks and stuff, depending on what you're playing. So I can't give it the highest score in the world, but I will acknowledge Archangel is at least a 3 Magic card. Armored Armadillo. This is a single mana for a 0/4 Dillo with Ward 1, and you can pump 4 mana into it to give it +X/+O till end of turn, where that's its toughness. This card is actually kind of fine. This is just a common. It's a 1 mana 0/4, which I kind of don't hate. I really like the Ward 1. I think it's a good representation flavor-wise of what an Armadillo would do, you know what I mean? And honestly, there's a threat of activation on this thing later in the game. So if you're looking for a 1-drop for your Pride of Whole-Clade, whatever the dinosaur is or whatever it is that gives you the turtle, maybe it's a turtle that makes all your creatures hit for toughness. This is a decent 1-drop for that deck, but I can't really give this thing more than a 1.75 all around. Even Interruptor, pretty hot card right here. 3 mana, 1 and 2 white for a 2/2 bird rogue. Flash flying. When it ETBs, exile a spell. That spell becomes plotted. Spells your opponents cast from graveyards or exile cost 2 more to cast. So this can hit more than just the spell you hit. I think that's something people aren't saying enough, but altogether just a very solid, almost spell queller, but not really spell queller kind of thing for standard. Great for tempo decks in particular. So I'm going to give this thing a 3.5. I think it's one of the stronger cards in the set, and that's probably one of the higher ratings you'll see tonight. Bounding Felidar, 6 mana for a 4/7 Cat Beast Mountain. When it attacks while saddled, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control, and then you gain 1 life for each of them boys. You can also saddle this for 2 mana. This is a limited card, 1.5 altogether. Bud is big, though. Bud is big, and honestly, if it attacks more than once or twice in a limited game, it might win you the game if you have enough other dudes out. So I actually like this for busting through in limited, and I think it might be a really good uncommon there, but 1.5-ish, 1.75. If we're talking just limited, though, 3-ish. It costs a lot of mana to get on the table, but again, if it's not removed quickly, it could snowball. Bovine Interruption, little removal spell here, 2 mana for an instant, destroy an artifact or creature. The controller gets a 2/2 white ox. It's okay. Kind of a commandery card more than anything. I think in standard we just have better options that are white removal spells that leave behind stuff for the opponent. Get Lost is a million times better than this. So I still have to give it a 2, though, because it's a fine removal spell. Bridled Bighorn, 4 mana for a 3/4 sheep mount with vigilance. When it attacks while saddled, you get a 1/1 white sheep, and it has saddle too. So if it gets mounted, it gives birth to a sheep. That's really funny. Not a great card, limited only, 1.25. Claim Jumper the Bunny, 3 mana for a 3/3 rabbit mercenary with Vig. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent controls more lands than you search your library for a plains, not a basic plains, a plains, put it on the battlefield tapped. If an opponent controls more lands than you, still repeat the process once. then shuffle. So this card is pretty good and does catch you back up from bad like land starts, but you have to get to at least 3 mana. I wish this was a 2 mana guy. But I guess they've done that card a bunch of times. Knight of the White Orchid and like 3 other cards like it. So a 3 mana guy that can put 2 lands into play, and maybe on the commander table, someone's much more likely to have 2 more lands in play than you. But there's also kind of using this as a catch up against the domain ramp decks in standard, right? So there's an argument for it there. Altogether, I'm going to give this card a 2.75, and I think that might be a quarter point too low. I do like this guy, but I have a hard time believing he sees that much standard play, right? But he could. Solid body, Wandering Emperor proof, catch you up at least 1 lands. Does not, again, he can go get Triomes and stuff because he can go get Surveil lands, and they have an ETB trigger. So a lot of cool stuff about this card, and I really want to bump him up to a 3, but I'm not going to do it yet. Dust Animus, kind of a sleepery card, but I can't really say that. Both Power Dragon the other day and Jim Davis have called this out as one of the better looking cards in the set. I do still, there's a part of me that thinks this might be a trap though. It's 2 mana for a 2/3 flying spirit. If you control 5 or more untapped lands, it enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters and a lifelink counter. You can plot this for 2 mana. So the idea is you plot it, you wait till you have 5 or more untapped lands, and you throw it out for free, and it's huge. Lifelink guy. So I actually kind of like this in ramp decks, which is something that I haven't seen that many people talk about. I've seen people talk about it in control, myself included. And just like, white-based mid-range decks and stuff like that. But I think this actually looks really neat in ramp, where you'll get to 5 untapped lands much, much faster, like a turn earlier at the very least. So I don't know. I think this is pretty cool in like 3 or 4 different decks right now. And if nothing else, it's a 2 mana 2/3 flyer. And there are decks I've built for like dailies recently, like, attack with a bunch of guys. And I'm like, okay, flyers. We're like, I would have put this guy in an aggro deck if you happen to get him late. He's really, really good. So he's also good against aggro, obviously, if you get to the 5 landmarks. So I like a lot about this card, but at the end of the day, he's just a normal guy. He's either a normal creature, 2 mana 2/3 flyer, or he's just a big guy, a 4/5 flyer. And you can make the argument that he's free, but okay, it's turn 5 or 6 or whatever. So, you can still blow it away or ley line it or just sunfall at the next turn, or you know what I mean? So I have my doubts about this card, but I'm still going to label it like a solid 2.5 and acknowledge it has a lot of room to move up. 2.5 is a decent score. Aret's Lullaboy, Aret's Lullaboy, there mate, is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a sorcery. Destroy target tapped creature, you gain 2 life. So Wandering Emperor's ability on a sorcery, which makes it way, way worse, but still solid piece of limited removal, 1.75. Final Showdown, banana, single mana for an instant with Spree. You pay an extra mana, all the creatures lose all the abilities till end of turn. Pay an extra mana, choose a creature you control, it gains indestructible till end of turn. And then extra 5 mana, destroy all the creatures. So you see how it goes, give a guy indestructible, destroy everything else. So in that case, you'd be paying 7 mana for a sort of pseudo one-sided wrath, but obviously could be worth it in control. All these modes could be worth it in control, but probably not as more than like a 1 of, to be honest. Because you're already playing Sunfall's, definite 4 of, maybe to populate, almost certainly temporary lockdown. How many sweepers do you need? Some people run White Sun's Twilight, which could make the argument it's kind of a better card than this some of the time, but this is an instant, and the ability to wipe your opponent's board during your their combat step is very stupid. You also have to remember that even if you just play this for 2 mana, all creatures lose all abilities till end of turn, that could be a busted mode in certain, game states. That could be a really tricky mode. So I do like this card a lot. I'm going to give it a 3.25, but I don't think you're going to see it in standard as much as you might expect. But even then, Silver Bullet and Control is something, if you know it's in the list, it's something you're going to have to be worrying about every time you swing into 6 open mana. Fortune Loyal Steed up next, 3 mana for a 2/4 legendary beast mount. When ETB's scryed 2, if it attacks while saddled at end of combat, exile it and up to 1 target creature that's saddled at this turn. And then you return those cards to the battlefield under their owner's control. You saddle for 1. So a little blinky mount here. I'm actually not like that impressed by this unless I'm missing something super crazy. I know you get extra scry triggers whenever it comes back into play, but also it's kind of got pseudo vigilance, so I should point that out too. Saddle it up, it attacks, it'll come back able to block. So I guess that's good. Saddle cost is relatively low. You might just saddle it with a dog, Spirited Companion, and draw a card. So I guess like part of me wants to say this card's okay, but we have so many good 3-drops in standard, even especially in white, that I'm just not really seeing it. There is a mount deck like cooking up, but and this is probably one of the better mounts, all things considered, but even then I don't think the mount deck is good enough outside of limited to justify this card being like a 4, right? So I'm just going to give it like a 2.25. Frontier Seeker, I think that might even be too high. Frontier Seeker is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/1 human scout when it ETBs. Look at the top 5 of your library. You may reveal a mount creature card or a plains, again, not basic, just a plains card from among them, put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. I just like this more than Ambitious Farmhand for the most part. I think that in decks that are 2 colors, Farmhand is just better, but usually doesn't see play in 2-color decks. So if you're going to be playing Farmhand anyway, I think this is just better. It's a bigger threat in combat. It will trade with far more creatures in combat. You don't often actually transform Ambitious Farmhand. This can get a Triome off the top of your library, or again, a Surveil land or something. So this is actually a pretty strong Magic card that I'm going to give a 2.75 to. I think it's destined to see some amount of play somewhere, even if it's just like mono white mid-range or white splash X, you know, something like that. It's a pretty strong Magic card, actually. Getaway Glamer is a single mana for an instant with Spree. You can pay 1 and exile a non-token creature, return to the battlefield under its owner's control beginning the next end step, or you can pay 2 mana to destroy target creature if no other creature has greater power. A very weird wording of that, but it does target the creature, interestingly. I like, what is it, Soul Shatter and effects like that in black that effectively make them sacrifice the biggest creature. This doesn't do that. It still targets and destroys. So that kind of sucks a little bit. But, but still, I do kind of like this card all in all because it's an instant. I think it can wreck combat too, like block your guy, exile my dude and blink him so I don't take any combat damage, maybe get an ETB trigger, and also destroy your biggest attacking guy. All for 4 mana. So I don't think this card is that bad at all. And I'm going to give it a 2.25. I think if you've got the right things, going on at the time, you can definitely do some work with it. You could also just wreck combat by blinking their guy, like blink that guy, destroy that guy, it's not bad either. So 2.5. High Noon, everybody. Meet me at the saloon. It's High Noon. It's 2 mana, 1 and a white for an enchantment. Each player can't cast more than 1 spell each turn. 5 mana, 1 of it's red. You can sacrifice High Noon. It deals 5 to any target. Little lava axe action there. I really like this, but I think I might be getting trapped by it. I'm not actually sure this is amazing. But we know that Rule of Law is a good Magic card. What would you score Rule of Law? 2.5? Something like that? This is Rule of Law, which is also its own win condition. You don't have to find all 4 in a game either. Like, you can just return this to your graveyard to your hand from your graveyard after you sacrifice it. You can return it to play with like various cards in standard right now after you sacrifice it. So I actually really like this with various loops, repair and recharge and campus renovation and blah, blah, blah. Does that work? Campus renovation? I know Brilliant Restoration works. There are some things, even if you just like use the green virtue or whatever to put a card back from your graveyard to your hand, you can do this. So like, hey, I have joked about like Ancient Cornucopia Lightning Helix. Now you gain 5 life off your Helix, but are you going to play Naya Control? Maybe you are going to play Naya Control. Maybe you absolutely are. Who knows? But I like this card a lot. I think if nothing else, it's another copy of Rule of Law in Commander if you want it. It's another sort of way to stop storm decks if that's what you're looking for in certain formats. So I'm going to give this card a 3.25. I think it's quite strong, but I'm not sure how often you actually see it. But just the potential, the reason it gets an extra, 3/4 of a point over a card like Rule of Law is just because of its potential to be a win condition. And Rule of Law ain't got that. So I'm giving it big points for that. Holy cow, 3 mana, 2 and a white for 2/2 Archangel Flash Flying Meme. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life and scry 1. That actually isn't the worst card in the world. I think I'd rather play the Angel. It's pretty similar to this. 3 mana, 2/1 flying, gain a life, draw a card. I would almost always rather draw a card than do these things. But Flash is pretty good. That said, I'm not going to give the card more than like a 2. 2.25 maybe, but I really don't want to go too far. I could really milk the score on this thing, but I think 2 is probably where it goes. Inventive Wingsmith, 3 mana for a 2/4 Dwarf Artificer at the beginning of your end step. If you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn and Wingsmith doesn't have a flying counter on it, it gets a flying counter. Limited card, 1.25. Lassoed by the Law, 4 mana for an enchantment. When it ETBs, exile a non-land permanent an opponent controls until this thing leaves the battlefield. And when this thing enters the battlefield, you get one of them 1/1 red mercenary creature tokens with tap target creature you control gets +1/+0 till end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. I will read that exactly once. Henceforth, that will be referred to as a 1/1 red merc token or something like that. This is, fine. It's 1 mana more than an O-ring, but it gives you a guy. And that guy can actually be pretty good value in multiple decks right now. And in Limited, I really like this. It pulls you up on board presence, pulls them down. So great removal spell for that format. I'm going to give this a solid 2. Mystical Tether, 3 mana for an enchantment. You can cast it as though it had flash if you pay 2 more. And when it ETBs, you exile an artifact or creature. So another, until this leaves the battlefield, another O-ring kind of effect. This one hits fewer targets. But you can turn it into a Leyline Binding for 2 more mana, so 5 whole mana for a Leyline Binding. This, again, is mostly a limited card, I'm pretty sure, but that said, it's a pretty decent piece of removal there, so 1.75. Nurturing Pixie, another little sleeper that I haven't talked enough about yet. A single mana for a 1/1 fairy rogue with flying. When it ETBs, return up to 1 target non-fairy, non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand. If a permanent was returned this way, put a +1/+1 counter on Nurturing Pixie. There are an awful lot of things you can return to your hand with this card that I really, really need. Everything from stupid crap like Experimental Synthesizer, Hopeless Nightmare. You can return your Spyglass Siren to your hand to get another map token. If you, hit a token with Brutal Cathar or a card like it, right, you can return that to your hand. If you hit a token with Duskrose Reliquary, you can return that to your hand. And that's in the same color combination. Return your dog to your hand to draw another card. There's all kinds of garbage this can do at like a relatively low cost too, and sort of a tempo deck. And if you do those fun things like return the Hopeless Nightmare to your hand and play it again next turn, you get a 2/2 flyer for 1 mana. That's an excellent rate. So I actually think this card is quite good, but I can't really score it more than like a 2.5. It's going to have to prove itself, but just the fact that it's not creature, it's non-land permanent, non-fairy, but non-land permanent is actually kind of amazing depending on what you're bouncing. So kind of like it. Yeah, I wish it had flash too. That would be very sick. Omenport Vigilante, 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/2 human merc. When it has double strike, as long as you've committed a crime this turn, solid limited card. Usually don't see 2 mana 2/2 double strikers. They're almost always 1/1s. So easy as it is to commit a crime, I could see this seeing some play, but I think Virtuoso is just the better double striker. I think Jawbone Duelist is probably the better double striker, even though those are 1/1s. So I don't think it's going to see any play in standard, but good 2-drop in limited. Actually, not a busted 2-drop, but one of the better sort of lower rarity 2-drops for white and limited, if you can support it. It shouldn't be too hard. So, like this card, just sorry to like dwell on it, but just like going first, dropping this on 2, they drop a creature on there too. You drop that like 3 mana thing we just looked at that's an O-ring, You've committed a crime, you get their guy off the table, you swing in, hit him for 4. Like, life is pretty good at the beginning of that limited game for you. Could fall apart, but still. I like this dude, and I'm going to give lady, I guess. I'm going to give it, well, it's a cowboy set. Everybody's a dude. I'm a dude. She's a dude. 1.2. We'll give it a 2. We'll give it a 2. One last job is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a source, so you can spree. For an extra 2 mana, return a creature card from the graveyard to the battlefield. For an extra 1, return target mount or vehicle card from your graveyard to the battlefield. And for an extra 1, return an aura or equipment card from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to a creature you control. So this is actually a pretty good card. I've seen a lot of people like poo-poo it, but I actually like it a lot. First of all, for 5 mana, the just reanimation mode, the zombify mode, is decent in white right now, right? Because like Campus Renovation doesn't hit creatures. Repair and Recharge doesn't hit creatures. Invoke Justice hits creatures, but it costs 4 white mana, so like super spec'd into white. This will actually make it to where like you only have to pay 1 white mana. So if you're like not playing black and you need a reanimator spell to hit a creature, this is one of the better ones that can do it. And for just 4 mana, it's a straight up zombify, like at the proper rate for vehicles, mounts, auras, equipments. You can spend 5 mana and get a vehicle and an equipment, so that's kind of neat. Just all together, I think it's actually a pretty good little versatile reanimator piece that I like a good bit. And white needed a card just like this because it didn't really have this, surprisingly enough. There's not a lot of good reanimator stuff. in white for creatures specifically. I know Invoke is good, but this can go in like a 3-color deck much easier than Invoke. So I like this card, and I'm going to give it a 2.25. 2.5. Outlaw Medic is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 1/3 human rogue with lifelink. When it dies, draw yourself a card. I'm going to give this a 2. This is a fine Magic card. I really want to give it a 2.25. Can I do that? Yeah, 2 1/4. Sure. It blocks aggro for a second at least. You know, it has the lifelink. When it does block something and die, you draw the card. Okay, like you could do so much worse than this. I honestly don't know if this is better or worse than like a Spirited Companion, but I'd probably much rather draw the card up front. That said, that lifelink is like super real. This is pretty good, like 2 1/4 at least, and like the potential for slightly more. It's a fine card. Prairie Dog. Well, I like this thing, man. 2 mana for a 2/2 Squirrel with lifelink. Squirrel, at the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, you get a 1/1 counter on the dog. And then you can pay 5 mana, and until end of turn, if you would put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on a dude you control, put that many +1/+1/+1 counters on it instead. It's a lot of +1. So you get a little hardened scales if you pump 5 mana into it. It's an awful lot. But honestly, 2 mana for a 2/2 lifelink isn't embarrassing, like by itself. And then if you do start skipping turns, +1/+1 counter every turn. So my thought is to play Prairie Dog Control. You know, you play Prairie Dog on turn 4, shields up, something like that. Maybe you play Prairie Dog the turn after the Sunfall, and then you wait. And then you just wait, baby. And you just eventually chew them apart with a Prairie Dog or two. It's like playing Callblade. Gnawblade in Standard, everybody. That's what we're going to do. We probably won't. I don't think this card's actually that great, but there's so much on this 2 mana 2/2 lifelink, which is already a fine rate. So I'll give this card a 2 with, again, like definite room to grow. But Prosperity Tycoon is 4 mana for a 4/2 human noble. When it ETBs, you get a 1/1 Merc, and you can pay 2 and sack a token to have Tycoon gain indestructible till no turn, and you tap it. So it's one of these, but boy, does it cost so much upfront and to activate it. So much. Altogether, I don't love this dude, but maybe like a solid limited guy, 1.5. Requisition Raid, a single mana for a sorcery you can spree. An extra mana destroys an artifact, another extra mana destroys an enchantment, or still yet another mana destroys or put a +1/+1 counter on each creature target player controls. This is a solid card, man. I know it's a sorcery. Kind of sucks. But there are going to be times where, like, destroy that enchantment, put a +1/+1 counter on all my guys. I'm sorry. Put a +1/+1 counter on all my guys is actually a really, really good mode. So I just, again, love the versatility on these spree cards. I'm always going to like these cards more or less. And even at sorcery speed, the ability to like 3 mana blow up 2 things is pretty freaking good. I also like that we're racing chocobos, it appears. So I'm going to give this card a 2.25. Maybe even could be a 2.5 very easily. Rustler Rampage, a single mana for an instant with spree. For a mana, you untap all creatures player controls. And for another mana, target creature gains double strike till end of turn. A fine card. 2 mana for a team or battle rage, sort of. And then 2 mana for like a vitalize. And those are really good spells. Those are so good spells. This is yet another kind of vitalize effect you can stick up under an Isochron Scepter, and that's kind of cute. So just for sort of commander use, I have to rate this card like a 2.5. I don't think it does much in standard, but believe it or not, this is a very, very good Magic card for very specific decks. And honestly, again, just the sort of aggro double strike mode is quite good too. So I think people are sort of underrating this card. Shepherd of the Clouds is 5 mana. 4/3 Pegasus with flying and Vig. When it enters the battlefield, return a permanent card with mana value 3 or less from the graveyard to your hand. Return that card to the battlefield instead. If you control a mount. Why aren't you a mount? Can I not ride a Pegasus? Hercules does it. I am not Hercules. It says it catches those who are not ready to fall. So like, what I can ride you per the flavor text. Why doesn't this have saddle? Because then it wouldn't, you know what I'm saying. This is actually better than it looks, but it costs 5 mana, so it's more or less priced out of standard, probably. This does say permanent. This doesn't say creature. You return a permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield if you have a mount. And even if you don't have a mount to your hand, is actually not the worst thing in the world. But, you know, I still can't give it really more than a 2. The casting cost is extremely high on this, but, I mean, I gotta say, I really, before I move on, I do have to acknowledge that, like, you did pay 5 mana, but you got a 4-power flyer that they can't Wandering Emperor, and they absolutely must deal with, or it might kill them. And then you also got some more free value. You know, you got a card drawn or a card straight onto the battlefield they also have to deal with, you know, maybe an important enchantment. So, I don't know, maybe there's something to this card, but I'm not going to rate it more than like a 2. Sheriff of Safe Passage is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 0/0 human knight. When it ETBs, it gets a +1/+1 counter, plus an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each other creature you control. That's not confusing. You can also plot this for 1 and a white. They could have just made this a 1/1 and not had to worry about this weird wording. I actually kind of like this card too. I think it's kind of solid. Because, you know, it's just as big as how many dudes you have, and that could be really good in you know, tokens decks. And you get it for free the turn you play it. So, like, again, there could be something there, but I'm not going to give this more than a 2 either. I think this is a very, very good limited card, if nothing else. But a little bit too much for standard. It could be free, but there is that. But your opponent will also see it coming. Imagine that you have a board full of tokens and you plot this. The opponent, okay, I should probably Sunfall now. So, you know, I'm not too sure about it in standard, but I do kind of like the card. I'm not going to lie. Stagecoach Security is 5 mana, 4 and a white for a 4/5 human soldier. When it ETBs, creatures you control get +1/+1, gain vigilance till end of turn. You can plot this for 4 mana. Again, not terrible, but limited common if nothing else. It's pretty decent for the aggro decks to help bust them through, but nothing in standard whatsoever, obviously. 1.5. Steer Clear, what a joke, is a single white mana for an instant that deals 2 damage to an attacker or blocker, but it deals 4 damage instead if you control a mount as you cast it. A little mount removal spell that's actually pretty good. Just a single mana, ain't bad, you know? So I'm going to give this card like a 1.75. Sterling Keykeeper is 2 mana for a 2/2 Merc. It's a human. You can pay 2 and tap it to tap target non-mount creature. Bad. Even as far as limited tappers go, it's not great, but it is a 2 mana 2/2 that's not super embarrassing, so it might be your 23rd card. I'm not saying don't play in limited because tappers can be good, but it is somewhat mana intensive for your tapper in this case, but I'm still going to give it like a 1.25. Sterling Supplier is 5 mana, 4 and a white for a 3/4 bird soldier with flying. When it ETBs, put a +1/+1 counter on another dude you control. Not super great. I'll give this a 1, even though it's a flyer and limited. I still think that you could just do better. Even at the common slot, you could probably do better than this most of the time. Take Up the Shield is 2 mana, 1 and a white for an insto. Put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. It gains lifelink and indestructible till end of turn. Solid magic card, too, right? Thunder Lasso, 3 mana, 2 and a white for an artifact, which is an equipment. When it ETBs, attach it to a guy you control. Always like to see that. Otherwise, it costs 2 to equip. The equipped creature gets +1/+1, little short sword. And equipped creature attacks, you tap a creature defending player controls. I'm not really sure about this either. You know, it's just a short sword, but it does attach automatically. And it does proc automatically when the guy attacks. So it's not terrible, but I'm still just going to give this a 1 1/4. Trained Arynx is 2 mana for a 3/1 cat beast mount when it attacks while saddled, which costs 2 to saddle it. It gains first strike till end of turn, and you scry 1. 1.25. 2 mana 3/1s just aren't what they used to be, but attacking with first strike makes them a lot better. It really does make them a lot better, but still, like 1.25. Vengeful Townsfolk is 3 mana for a 3/3 human citizen. Whenever one or more other creatures you control die, this gets a +1/+1 counter. So you got an unruly mob that costs more mana and starts with more power. Altogether, kind of neat, but not amazing. 1.5. Wanted Griffin is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 3/2 Griffin with flying. When it dies, you get a Merc token. Snapping Drake plus a Merc token. Let's give it a 1.25. Archmage's Newt is blue. It's a blue card, everybody. We did it. 28 minutes for the white cards. That's too slow. Thanks for the Prime sub, Red Squatch. Thank you very much. Archmage's Newt. It's 2 mana for a 2/2 Salamander mount. When it deals combat damage to a player, target instant or sorcery in your card gains the flashback till end of turn. That flashback is equal to its mana cost, but if Archmage's Newt was saddled, that thing costs 0 to flashback, but it costs 3 to saddle this. That's an awful lot, but not too much. I still think this card is a bit of a trap, to be honest, and I'm going to give it a 1.75. Yes, that low. Canyon Crab is 2 mana for a 0/5 curb, and it's got 1 and a blue. It gets +2, -2 till end of turn. And at the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, draw a card, then discard a card. Clawblade. That's what we're going to do. Not Gnawblade. Claw Blade, because all we have to do is stick this on like turn 4, shields up, and then we get to draw an extra card every turn. That seems pretty good. And then it can be our win condition because it gets in for 4 on certain turns. We're making this work, baby. Claw Blade, 1.75. Daring Thunder Thief, 4 mana for a 4/4 turtle rogue with flash. Look at him go, too. Moving fast for a turtle. He enters the battlefield tapped, though. Get it? He has flash, so he is fast for a turtle, but also he needs to be staffed because he's a turtle. Love the Joke, 1.75. Deep Muck. Honestly, I just want to. I know this is going to hurt my time here, but in like 1998, if I saw this card, I'd be like, "Holy crap! 4 mana, 4/4 flash. That's worth it." You know what I mean? And honestly, it is almost worth it. Just play the COT and untap with a 4/4. Okay, you know, it's a threat. It's like 1.5, really. You know, Deep Muck Desperado is a Homerid. 5 stars. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 2/4 Homerid Mercenary. I was going to call it a human. Homerid Mercenary. Whenever you commit a crime, each opponent mills 3 cards, but you only trigger once each turn because screw you. That's why. We're not going to make you afraid of this card like you were like Ruined Crab and stuff like that. We're not going to do it. So let's give this like a 1.5. It's just not a great Magic card. Thankfully for, I think, a lot of people's minds. Djinn of Fool's Fall is 5 mana for a 4/3 Djinn with flying. You can plot it for 4. Normal Magic card, 1.5. 1.25, really. Double Down is 4 mana for an enchantment. Whenever you cast an outlaw, copy the spell. So, yeah, what is a Necro Duality or something like that? For outlaws, which is a lot more creature types. So, I really like this. If we're just talking about Commander, I got to give it like a 3, right? Like, it's just ridiculous. 3.5 in Commander, but we're not. That said, you know, who knows? This could be a definitive sleeper. Definitive sleeper. I gotta calm down. I'm trying to go fast while also telling stories. That's a bad combo. But yeah, I do think that like every creature that comes out from now until this card rotates, you're gonna have to be like, is this an outlaw? And like, is it good to copy with Double Down? Because you never know. Like if this card just takes off. So right now I'm gonna give this a 2.25. I don't think it's that great currently. I've looked through all the outlaws. But hopefully I'm wrong. But the ceiling on this is like a 3.5 or something. This card could be monstrous. You just never know. Duelist of the Mind is 2 mana, 1 in the blue for a star 3 human advisor with flying and vigilance. It is the world champion Nathan Stour. It also has power equal to the number of cards you've drawn this turn, and whenever you commit a crime, you can draw a card. If you do, discard a card, but you can only do this once a turn for some weenie reason. I'm not really sure. I should be able to do that more. But yeah, this is a solid Magic card, isn't it? Always going to be a 1/3 on your turn. The Wandering Emperor proof, that's pretty cool. Stays up to block and all that. So I'm not sure if it's better than the... Oh my god. The guy that connives whenever you cast your second spell every turn. It costs 2 mana for a 1/3. Any other day of the week, I'd be able to tell you his name. But is it better than Fairy Mastermind is another good question too. Probably not. That card has flash. You know, Ledger Shredder. Thank you. Very good card. Not sure it's better than Ledger Shredder. But I do think this is a good Magic card, and I'm just going to give it a 2.5. I know that sounds like kind of high compared to what I've given other stuff so far, but I do think this has a relatively high ceiling, and obviously on turns where you draw like 4 cards, it's just a freaking boss, you know what I mean? So this plus like Brainstorm and older formats is going to be pretty good by itself. So kind of like it. Yeah, it goes in the same deck as Shredder. Yeah, Jason, my actual real-life cousin. Hi, all the time, monkey. You're correct. Emergent Haunting, 2 mana. I wish this card had kept its Scryfall name, which originally was Real Estate. It's a great name. It's 2 mana, 1 in a blue for an enchant. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn and Emergent Haunting isn't a creature, it becomes a 3/3 spirit creature with flying in addition to its other types for the rest of the game. You can also pay 2 in a blue to surveil 1. So, okay. It's kind of a 2 mana 3/3 flyer. You know, let's do this. Let's resolve this on turn 4 with shields up, and then we'll just get in with our 3/3 flyer every turn for the rest of the game, and we'll win that way. I don't know what to call this one. We come up with Gnawblade, Clawblade, Sawblade. The actual thing that the original deck's named off of, because Saw is a horror movie. This is obviously like a haunted house reference. It's not worth it. We'll figure out what the good name is for this card eventually. Or at least that strategy, you know. But all the 2 mana cards in the set we're going to make some sort of Callblade control deck out of. But yeah, I have to score this eventually, so I'll give it a 1.75. It's not bad. Failed Fording is up next. The Oregon Trail reference we all wanted in the set. 2 mana for an instant. Return a non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If you got a desert, surveil 1. It's just one of these. You know, like, what do you give one of these? A 1.5, you know, something like that. It's tempo, you know, it's not bad. Fibblethip, yeah, it is kind of like Riddle form. Haunted House card. And Riddle form was playable. Fibblethip, Lost on the Range, is 3 mana, 1 and 2 blue for a 1/1 legendary homunculus with ward 2. You may look at the top card of your Libo anytime. Top card of your Libo has plot. Plot cost is equal to the mana cost. You may plot non-land cards from the top of your Libo. This is not actually a great card, I don't think. I'm pretty sure this isn't. Am I wrong? Because I keep, every time, this is the 5th time I've read this card at least, and every time I read it, I'm like, no. So I'm just going to give Fibs like a 2 this time around. Maybe it's better. Yeah, the Ward 2 might make it great. I always talk about how people underestimate Ward. So like it probably stays out for a turn, but like, so I don't know. I want it to be better. You can't really play it in decks with counter spells. I mean, you can. You absolutely can, but you know, if the top card of your library is a counterspell, this is effectively just a 1/1, 3 mana 1/1. I'm afraid this is a 3 mana 1/1 way too often. Or land on top or something like that. So, can you plot a land? Why can't you? You may plot non-land cards. Okay, you can't. It straight up says you can't do that. So, I don't know, dog. I'm just gonna give this. I'm sticking with 2. I'm just not really seeing it, dude. It might be. I will acknowledge it might be better than it looks. Fleeting Reflection, 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an instant. Target creature you control gains hexproof till end of turn. Untap it. Till end of turn, it becomes a copy of up to 1 other target creature. Really neat little thing right here, you know? I think it's kind of cool. Maybe you turn your Ivy into a copy of your Illuminator Virtuoso, or maybe until end of turn you turn your Ivy into a copy of your freaking Venerated Rod Priest, and then your opponent scoops. So this actually has a chance. It really does, man. That poison deck is very serious and could use a piece like this, perhaps. I don't know if they want to use pieces that aren't 1 mana. You know, most of their pieces are 1 mana. So they might not want this, but the blowout potential is definitely there. You know, turn my Jawbone Duelist into a Venerated Rot Priest till end of turn. You lose. So, you know, maybe it's just good enough. I'm not too sure, but I'm just going to give it like a baseline 2, something like that. 1.75 in there. It is a cool card. Giralf the Flesh Right. Don't say the card. Don't say the card too fast, or you might be embarrassed by what comes out. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 2/3 legendary human warlock. Whenever you cast a spell during your turn other than your first spell that turn, create a 2/2 blue-black zombie rogue creature token. Whenever a zombie enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each other zombie that entered the battlefield under your control this turn. So this is actually kind of sick, but probably not super standard playable. Neat little commander guy. Sucks that he's mono blue, but in a deck like this, you probably just want to be like, card draw, like cheap card draw spell and a cheap card draw spell, right? So kind of don't mind being mono blue and just filling the board with increasingly large zombies over the course of 1 giant turn. So that'll be fun, but I'm not really seeing that happen in standard. If you do untap with this card on the table in standard, like maybe you get some value, but have fun walking into Sunfall. It's probably not a very standard playable card. As cool as it looks, as cool as it does look, but altogether, I'm still going to give this like a 2.5 just because of like commander playability, if nothing else. And then this is a bomb in limited. This is an absolute bomb in limited. I'll say that much. Is it? Is it a bomb in limited? You still have to untap with it. And then you have to cast like 3 spells to get 2 zombies. You still have to cast 2 spells a turn to get 1 zombie a turn. Otherwise, it's just a 3 mana 2/3. Is it even the bomb in limited that I want it to be? Probably. It probably is. So long as you have enough card draw in your deck, but still. 2.5 mostly for commander playability. It does work with Fibblethip. That is true. Yeah, it works with plot in general. Geyser Drake is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 2/3 Drac with flying, and as long as it's not your turn, spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Actually kind of neat, you know. It facilitates kind of a limited control-y deck or flash deck, but probably not really worth playing in standard, although it is very, very tempting. At 2 mana, you know, like a 2 mana 2/2 flyer or a 2 mana 1/4, 1/3 flyer, like maybe we'd be talking, but probably not even then, to be honest. So I'm a little bit more realistic about cards like this nowadays. So it's as pretentious as that sounded. There was a point where I would have given this card like a 2.5, but I don't think it's any more than a 1.75 in today's Magic the Gathering. Harrier Strix is a single blue mana for a 1/1 Void with flying, and when it enters the battlefield, you tap a thing. You can also pay 2 and a blue to draw a card and discard a card. Nice little activated ability for the late game on your flying, man. I actually don't mind this. I've had Network Disruptor just body me and body people when I play with it before. It's actually a neat little tempo piece in your flying men deck, you know, so I kind of like cards like this all in all, but I'm not going to give it more than a 1.75. It's not actually a great Magic card. But as far as flying men go, they're getting better by the day. Jailbreak Scream. Tonight, there's gonna be a jailbreak. Single blue mana for a sorcery with Spree. You can pay an extra 3 to put a +1/+1 counter on a creature that can't be blocked this turn now. Or you can pay extra 2, or pay an extra 2, target artifact or creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of a Libo. So this is fine. 3 mana sorcery that time ebbs. That's just time ebb. And then also you could also make a guy unblockable and kind of win the game. So it's not terrible, but it's not necessarily worth playing, to be honest. So I'm just going to give this like a 1.5, 1.75 because it's decent limited removal. It's removable. I'll give it to it. Key to the Vault, 2 mana, 1 and a blue for a legendary artifact equipment. You can equip it for 3 mana. Whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may exile a non-land card from among them, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may cast the exile card without paying its mana cost, but you have to get 3 for combat damage. Also, pay a total of 5 mana to play and equip this, and still get a creature through for the combat damage. You also have to get through with a sizable creature to get enough cards to make sure you don't hit like a land or something like that, because it says non-land cards. The least this could have done is let us hit lands, but it doesn't. Massive trap, extreme trap. Unless I'm missing something, yeah, you can put on a Surge Protector and get in, but if you're already getting in with Unblockable Surge Protector, you're probably already winning the game, but I guess this could put you farther ahead. You're spending way too much mana. You already spent mana to make the Surge Protector unblockable, like put it in that mode. You're spending 5 mana for this. I'm sorry, I don't see it. I know some people out there do, but trap. I'm pretty sure Admiral Akbar is correct. And so I'm going to give this like a 2 for potential sake. Lone Shark, 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 3/4 Shark Rogue. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast 2 or more spells this turn, draw a card. You can also plot it for 4. So kind of neat because, you play a spell. If it's plotted, you play a spell, then you play it. You get a 3/4 and a card, pretty much guaranteed. And that's good. It's good for limited, I guess. But the joke, I guess, is mostly the name. The card exists to be a joke. So I kind of like it, but I can't really give it more than like a 1.5. Marauding Sphinx is 5 mana for a 3/5 Sphinx Rogue with flying and vigilance and ward 2. Whenever you commit a crime, surveil 2. This ability triggers only once each turn, so not quite Sarah Angel, but it's got the same total power and toughness as a Sarah Angel plus the vigilance and flying. Ward 2 is always better than you think. Committing a crime, Surveil 2 is also pretty good. So in limited, I actually kind of like this a good bit. Stat line is there, abilities are there, ward is great. It's got a trigger on it. I don't know, dude. All that seems pretty good to me. I play one of those dual lands that hits them for a point and I get to Surveil. Let's go. So I'm going to give this a 1.75, but that's all limited score right there. Metamorphic Blast is a blue mana for an instant with Spree until end of turn for an extra mana. Till end of turn, target creature becomes a white rabbit with base power and toughness 0/1. Or for an extra 3 mana, target player draws 2 cards. You can do the whole kit and caboodle for a total of 5 mana. I like this as kind of the 4 mana instant speed draw 2 of the set. We almost always get one of those, you know what I mean? So I think that I hate that it doesn't lose all abilities. I messed that up during the preview video for this and thought that it is one of those things where the thing also loses all abilities when you turn into a rabbit, but it doesn't, and that screws everything up. I wish this turned off their Shieldred when you drew the cards, but it doesn't do that. It's stupid. So dumb, bad, but points off for that. But I'm still going to give this a sneaky 1.75 when I think it looks like a 1.25 to a lot of people. You could actually do weird, not blow your opponent out in combat, but potentially do so. At the very least, fog their biggest creature in combat while still drawing 2 to make sure you hit the sweeper. There's some good stuff about the card. It's not bad. Nimble Brigand is up next. This is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 1/3 human rogue. Can't be blocked if you've committed a crime this turn, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. How good do you have to make Ophidian to be good in 2024? This is one of the better Ophidians I've ever seen, and I still can't give it more than a 1.75. It's a very solid limited card, but not great outside of that. But if you can reliably commit crimes, drawing an extra card every turn and being unblockable is pretty phenomenal. I'm not going to take that away from the card, but 1.75, again, mostly for limited playability. Ophidian is not what it used to be. Outlaw Stitcher is 4 mana for a 1/4 human warlock. When it ETBs, you get a 2/2 blue-black zombie rogue creature token, and then that creature gets two +1/+1 counters for each spell you've cast this turn other than the first, and this plots for 5 mana. So you can make this like an 8/8. If you cast enough spells, then the zombie can be enormous, but that's really, really hard to engineer, to be honest, and very mana intensive as well. Even if you plotted this. So I'm not going to give this more than a 1.75 either. But again, that is mostly limited playability because this could really put a lot of power on the table for just 4 mana, right? So I don't hate this card either, but it's mostly a limited bodybuilder, Peerless Rope Master up next, 5 mana for a 4/4 human rogue. When it ETBs, return up to 1 target tapped creature to its owner's hand. It's a mana war for 5 mana with a double the body of a mana war, but not quite double the cost. Altogether in limited, this is actually kind of a fine card for getting you on board with a decently sized creature and, generating some tempo or whatever. So I don't hate this either, but I'll give it a 1.5. Phantom Interference, a single blue mana for an instant with Spree. 3 mana, create a 2/2 white spirit creature token with flying. Plus 1 mana, counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. So for 2 mana, it's just one of these, It's the this of the set, but if you want to pay 4 mana for a 2/2 flash flyer, you can do that. If you want to pay 5 total mana for counter a guy and give me a 2/2 flash flyer, like that actually seems okay. Like a little solid, a little solid to have both these options on the same card. So I'm going to actually give this like a 2.25. I think it's very close to there, but a similar card later on, honestly, coming up very soon, is probably just better than this. Plan the Heist is 4 mana, 2 and 2 blue for a source. Surveil 3 if you have no cards in hand, then draw 3 cards and plot for 4. I will say this much about a card like this. 4 mana to do effectively nothing, right? Probably tap out the turn you plot this is not where you want to be in standard. However, the turn that you play this for free, you'll have all your mana untapped to actually play the card you drew. And that is where you want to be. So, I don't know. It's kind of like Better Harmonize or something. Like, it's not terrible. Not as bad as it looks, but I'm still just going to give it like a 1.75 at the very, very most. I was going to say 2, but no, 1.75. Razzle Dazzler is 2 mana for a 1/2 human wizard. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this guy. Can't be blocked this turn. Actually kind of neat. Actually not terrible at all when you think about it. I like the unblockability and all that. He's no Illuminator Virtuoso either, but he's pretty cool. I like the unblockability a lot. And he's just going to get bigger every turn, so long as you can play extra spells. He's not bad. He's tempting, but I'll give him a 1.75 too. Seize the Secrets, 3 mana for a sorcery that costs 1 less to cast if you've committed a crime. Draw 2 cards. 2.25. 2.25 all day for this card. Seriously, this is a pretty good magic card. I compared it to Chart of Course, but that's just because it's a 2 mana thing that draws you 2 cards at sorcery speed. It isn't quite, obviously, Chart of Course in terms of the conditions you have to fulfill. But it should be easy enough to commit a crime in your control deck. It sucks at its sorcery speed, but there's going to be turns where, like on turn 5, Duress, you cast this, draw my 2, still have shields up. So, I don't know. I actually kind of think this is a fairly solid magic card, and 2.25 is the least I want to give it. I'm tempted to give it more than that. Shackle Slinger is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 3/2 human soldier. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, choose target creature an opponent controls. If it's tapped, put a stun counter on it. Otherwise, tap it. Not actually a very good card. 1.25. Shifting Grift is 2 blue mana for a sorcery with Spree. +2, exchange control of 2 target creatures. +1, exchange control of 2 artifacts. And +1, exchange control of 2 enchantments. Really interesting card right here. And I think in a standard where a lot of people are playing enchantments, a lot of people are playing artifacts for that matter, just in the form of tokens and stuff. Cool card. And obviously exchanging 2 creatures is neat. The thing you want to do is exchange Greedy something. We'll get to it when we get to the black cards pretty soon here. But you want to exchange that with one of their enchantments, but you can't count on them having an enchantment is the problem. Altogether, I like a good donate effect, but I'm not going to give it more than a 2, and that's all for potential's sake. Slickshot Lockpicker. A lot of people like this card. 3 mana for a 2/3 human rogue. When it ETBs, target instant or sorcery in your yard gains flashback till end of turn. Flashback cost equal to its mana cost. This has plot. 2 and blue. Not Snapcaster Mage. Not at all. I will say, though, that for 4 or 5 mana, this can do some pretty sweet stuff, but even then, it's not Bloodthirsty Adversary. You know? Is Bloodthirsty Adversary just better than this card? I will say, I think Bloodthirsty Adversary has a ceiling on what cards it can recast, whereas this doesn't. But it will be much, much more mana intensive than a card like Adversary. But Adversary is good. You know, if we're comparing it to Adversary, is it good enough? Well, I think it's worse than Adversary. But it does have the plot on it, so that might help a lot. This could also help you cast huge stuff. You know, like I plot this early in the game. I get to my Breach the Multiverse. I cast it. It doesn't win me the game right then and there. So later on, I can just like play for free my Slick Shot Lockpicker and then get my Breach again. If anything, you know, this can just cast a Go for the Throat for effectively free, which I think is probably good too. So I don't know. The card isn't bad, but I'm just going to give it like a 2.25 and let it grow from there. I think some people would give this card like up to a 3, but I'm just not really there on it, to be honest. And yes, it does work with blinks. It does, in fact, work with blinks. So I guess you got to point that out. I guess you got to do that. And it does, yeah, technically, that's true. It helps you cast second spell for cards that care about that. But 2.25 is as high as I really want to go on this. 2.5 is definitely a possibility, but this has to prove itself to me, and I'll just leave it at that. Slickshot Vault Buster is 3 mana, 1/4 human rogue. Vigilance, it gets +2/+0 as long as you've committed a crime this turn. I guess it's cute, but not that great. 1.1. Spring Splasher is 2 mana, 1 and a blue for a 2/1 Frog Beast. Whenever it attacks, target creature defending player controls gets -3/-0 till end of turn. 1.5, although I will acknowledge, it's actually kind of annoying, you know? That's actually a pretty good attacks trigger when you think about it. But Step Between Worlds is the Time Twister. 5 mana for a sorcery. Each player may shuffle their hand and graveyard into their library. Each player who does that draws 7 cards. Exile this card. You can also plot it for 6 freaking mana. Trap. Massive trap. Usually new Time Twisters are a trap, so I'm just kind of used to that at this point. I might be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong on a new Time Twister, but I still don't think it's that great. I'm just going to give this... Maybe it's part of a combo deck, right? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Combo deck. But I'd still, barring some wacky use for this card, I can't give it more than a 2. I really can't. I'm trying to be objective. Stoic Sphinx, however, is 4 mana for a 5/3 Sphinx with flash and flying, and it has hexproof as long as you have not cast a spell this turn. So it's probably not going to have hexproof the turn you play it because you cast a spell, right? You cast that. You cast this. So that kind of sucks, but hopefully you cast it when your opponent's, you know, tapped out or whatever. I do think that this is a little more awkward than some control players think it is because, you know, you do, as a control player, you will cast spells on your turn, especially if you're attacking with a guy. It's very, you know, sometimes you will cast them spells. So I will say that much, but I do really, really like this guy. And I think that he increases or whatever, you know, the clock. He makes the clock a lot better for blue-white control. I'm interested in seeing whether they play a couple of copies of him at the very least, but I'm not sure they do. That said, do like this guy altogether, and I'm going to give him a 2.75, and I know that's really, really high, but if he survives his first turn, he's going to be really hard to do anything about after that, and he's hitting you, right, for 5 damage a turn, which you don't want. So I actually really like this guy as a control finisher, because control doesn't currently really have one, and it's a really good deck. But it tends to dink finish with like Mirex and Restless Anchorage and Wandering Emperor tokens. Sometimes it'll finish with a Jace Mill or something like that, but it just doesn't have that big finish. And I feel like Hullbreaker Horror is probably just too expensive. A lot of them feel that way too. A lot of control players feel that way. So maybe on turns where your opponent gets smart, you know, you have your 4 mana up. They know you're going to Wandering Emperor, so they just don't attack you. You messed up. You messed up. Instead of being forced to awkwardly play my Emperor EOT and be like, yeah, I had it. Shame face. Now, I can just play this at the end of your turn and still have my Wandering Emperor in my hand, and you're dead. So I really like this card. But we'll see if it fits in the grand scheme. Stop Cold is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for an aura with flash, enchants a creature or an artifact. When it ETBs, you tap the thing that it enchants, and it loses all abilities and does untap during its controller's untap steps. One of these, but it costs 4 mana. However, mitigates that by having flash. Rebluval in limited 1.5. Take the Fall, a single blue mana for an instant. A creature gets -1/-0 till end of turn. Gets -4/-0 till end of turn. Instead, if you control an outlaw, draw a card. Don't call this card bad. I know you might be thinking I'm going to call this card terrible. This is a blue mana for an instant speed thing that draws a card. That's good. That's a good Magic card. Especially if it has any effect on the board state whatsoever. And it actually potentially has a massive effect on the board state if attacks or blocks are going on. So no, I'm not going to call this card bad. I'm not sure where you play it. I really don't know where you end up playing this card, but any just like 1 mana instant speed cantrip is playable in something, somewhere. So I can't really give this less than a 1.75, and I want to give it a 2, to be honest. This town ain't big enough. This is 5 mana, 4 and a blue. For an insto. The spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a permanent you control. Return up to 2 target non-land permanents to their owner's hand. Pretty cute that this could cost just 2 mana. But that still doesn't make it that great. We've actually had cards that did cost 2 mana and had exactly this last line of text, but like one of the permanents had to be yours. And that card didn't end up seeing much play, but different format, different time. Could be some interesting uses with this, but I still can't really give this more than like a 1.5 or something like that. 3 steps ahead, ladies and gentlemen. This is a single blue mana for an instant. For an extra 1 and a blue, you can counter a spell. For an extra 3 mana, you can create a token that's a copy of an artifact or creature you control. And for an extra 2 mana, you can draw 2 cards and then discard a card. This is one of the absolute best cards in the set. Make no mistake. You'll get very tired of seeing this. Mono blue, not mono blue, but like blue white and other control decks have mostly been playing like Dissipate and sometimes even Disruption Protocol as kind of a hard counter. And I do like those as hard counters. Even Disruption Protocol, you know, you got map tokens in that deck sometimes. You got Mirex tokens. You got Incubator tokens. There are definitely artifacts to tap for Disruption Protocol. I like its inclusion in blue-white, but this card I think is just much, much better. This is one of the better cancels with upside that we've ever seen. Like, it's not Cryptic Command, but we're close, you know, for a total of 5 mana, counter a spell and play, you know, cast Catalog is very good. That is so freaking good. And if you're not worried about countering spells, you can say EOT, your opponent's turn 3. Just cast Catalog, draw 2, discard a card, and that'll help maybe facilitate some reanimation, but help you get to the sweeper against control and stuff. So just a 3 mana card, instant speed, draw 2. Great. That's a fine card right there. It's like Quick Study. I think if you're playing Quick Study in blue-white, you just replace it with this card. You just do that. But hard counter sometimes and then does other things, you know, like I really can't gush about this card enough. I haven't even talked about the middle ability, which can do some work, like even in control, you know. What I actually think is really neat about this is that the achievement I want to unlock is have Restless Anchorage animated, right? They go to remove it, and then somehow I have the mana left to counter the removal spell and create a token copy of my Restless Anchorage. I want to do it, but obviously there's busted artifacts that you can create token copies of, so this could have a lot of use in whatever deck you've put it in. Really like this, man. Just create a token copy of like a Steel Seraph, or you know what I mean? Like, you can do that. Just, I don't know, fantastic looking Magic card to me. One of the best cards in the set, and probably, again, the best cancel with upside maybe that they've ever printed. Just wonderful, wonderful card. And I'm going to give this a 3.75. One of the higher scores that you will see all night for sure. Visage Bandit is 4 mana. Michelle Visage for 2/2 Shapeshifter Rogue. You may have Michelle Visage enter the battlefield as a copy of a creature you control, except it's a Shapeshifter Rogue in addition to its other types. It also plots for 2 and a blue. So this is actually a cute little clone effect that only costs 3 mana. And a 3 mana clone is okay. It's not bad. So I'm going to give this a 1.75. That's about as high as I can go. I don't want to give it a 2. I think there's a line there. You know what I mean? But we have reached the age where I will give straight up clone a 1.75. There's a point in my Magic life where I would have given clone like, well, that's a 3, right? But no, not necessarily. Ambush Gigapede. We're in black. We did it. Okay, so let's get a sip. 57 minutes in. My God, we got to speed up. Gigapede is 6 mana, 4 and 2 black for a 6/2 insect with flash. When it ETBs, creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2 till end of turn. Flaccid worm. It's not really a massacre worm. Not great. The flash is interesting. The flash is very, very interesting on this card, but altogether, I'm not going to give it more than a 1.75 either. Binding, but it is kind of a limited removal spell. Binding Negotiation is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a source. Target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land from it. If they do, discard it. Otherwise, you may put a face-up exiled card they own into their yard. 2. I'm going to give this card a solid 2. I like Pilfer, and this is just like better than Pilfer. It's fine. Black Snag Buzzard is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 2/1 bird with flying. When it ETBs, it gets +1/+1 counter if a creature died this turn. You can also plot it for 1 and a black. A little better than it looks. A little bit better than it looks. Plotting it and eventually getting a 3/2 flyer for free, pretty good. Just 2 mana investment for a 3/2 flyer, I'd probably pay that. So I don't know. It's better than it looks while still not being incredible, to be honest. So I'm just going to give this like a 1.5. Blood Hustler. Blood Hustler is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 1/1 vampire rogue. Whenever you commit a crime, it gets a +1/+1 counter, but for some reason, this ability only triggers once each turn. You can also pay 4 mana and have an opponent lose 1 life, you gain 1 life. I actually really like this kind of mana sink in limited. I really do, but altogether, I don't love this thing, and I think you're probably going to get outclassed if you do play this as your 2-drop, even if you can commit a crime or 2, because it only triggers once each turn, so you have to be really dedicated to committing crimes, which means you're not playing too many other creatures on subsequent turns. Your opponent is. You're getting blown out because you have a 3/3. They have a 2/2, a 4/4. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if this card keeps up the way I wanted to in limited, but I'm still just going to give it like a 1.5 because I like that activated ability. Boneyard Desecrator is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 3/4 Zombo Mercenary with Menace. You can pay 1 and a black and sack another creature to put a counter on this, +1/+1. If an outlaw was sacked this way, create a treasure token too. Okay, it's kind of neat, but not good enough. Limited kind of bread and butter uncommon for a certain black-red Outlaws deck that they're seeing a lot of cards for. And I want to draft that deck up, but I can't really give this more than like a 1.5, although I do think it's going to be a very important uncommon, or not uncommon, but common, for a very specific limited deck. Caustic Bronco is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 2/2 Snake Horse Mount. When it attacks, reel the top card of your library, put that thing in your hand, you lose life equal to the mana value if Caustic Bronco wasn't saddled. Otherwise, each opponent loses that much life. You can also saddle for 3, which is an awful freaking lot. So much, but I guess you play this on 2, Graveyard Trespasser on 3, get into their library, gain a life, right? And then that offsets the cost of the card you end up putting in your hand with this. Graveyard Trespasser saddles it. It's all bad, though. This is not Dark Confidant. It is cute, though. It is a very cute little man. I have to admit that. Little snake horse. I did not think that would be so adorable, but he looks very happy, so I'm going to give this a solid 2 because, 2 mana 2/2 with the potential to draw cards is pretty good. It's just obviously okay, but I really hate the saddle cost on this. I really do. But you don't have to saddle it. You don't have to saddle it now that I'm thinking about it. You'll always put the card in your hand regardless of whether it's saddled. So that's kind of neat. If it ever gets to attack, it replaces itself. But I'm still not sure. I'm not sure about it, guys. Even in a format devoid of truly good black 2-drops, I mean, we have Deep Cavern Bat and Tenacious Underdog and stuff, but we need better black 2-drops. I'm still not really feeling it, but I'm willing to be wrong on this card, very much so, but all I can really give it is a 2. Bronco Constrictor. 4 mana, consume 2 ashes. It's 2 and 2 black for an instant. Exile target creature. If it had mana value 3 or less, surveil 2. Yay! So, 4 mana, instant speed, destroy a creature. Exile a creature is not quite good enough, but you get a little Fading Hope text, instead of a Scry 1, you get Surveil 2. Card is probably sneaky good and limited, where I think you play every copy that you get, but I'm not going to give it more than a 1.75. But Surveil 2 is quite good. Like, if you're in like Solar Flare, like a Control Reanimator hybrid, this is instant speed, it exiles, and you get to dump stuff in your yard to reanimate. I don't know. Maybe it's worth a shot, but I doubt it. I really doubt it. We're past the point where a card like, Vraska's Contempt is a playable standard card, and this isn't even as good as Vraska's Contempt, probably. So, Corrupted Conviction is a card we've seen before. Pay a mana, instant speed, sack a guy, draw 2 cards. Good card. What do you give Corrupted Conviction? A 2.5. That's just to show how good a 2.5 can be score-wise. Desert's Due. You play pretty good fiddle, boy. This is 2 mana, 1 and a black for an instant. Target creature gets -2/-2 till end of turn. It gets an additional -1/-1- until end of turn for each desert you control. So when you play this on turn 2, it could theoretically be a Grasp of Darkness that turn. That's pretty good. I actually think the ceiling on this is like -7 or something. Like, that ain't bad, and it's decent with Masker Girl too, I guess. So I want to like this card, and I'm gonna give it a 2. Just right at a 2. I think as far as removal spells go, you could do a lot better than this, but do a lot worse. It probably is a 4 of in your desert deck, so hell yeah. Desperate Bloodseeker is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 2/2 vamp with lifelink. When it ETBs, target player mills 2 cards. Again, solid 2 mana, 2/2 lifelink. Solid magic card. 1.75. I do like the mill 2. Commits a crime if you target them. Fake Your Own Death is 2 mana, 1 and a black for an instant. believe we may have also seen this, or we've seen a million cards like it. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 gains when this creature dies. Return to the battlefield tapped or under its control, and create a treasure token. That is really good. Create a treasure token is really, really good. A lot of cards like this would cost 1 mana in black, but, you know, you pay for it up front, and then you get the treasure token to ramp you. So, I don't know. Not bad. I tend to like these effects, but I still can't give it more than a 1.5. That's what a lot of these sit around. Forsaken Miner is a single black mana for a 2/2 skeleton rogue that cannot block. Whenever you commit a crime, you may pay a black mana. If you do, return Miner from your yard to the field. This is a fine magic card, Daisy. This is a good... I'll go so far as to say it's a good magic card. 2.5 for this thing all day, and maybe even more. We have cards throughout Magic history that are super similar to this. We have Cold Conscript in Standard. We have Persistent Specimen in Standard, but I think this is just better than all of those cards by actually a pretty healthy margin. So this is going to do some loops in a deck or two, and not just Aristocrats. I'm not just excited for Aristocrats, but obviously I am. But I think in Mono Black Aggro, this is a very good card too. So I don't know. All in all, I'm going to give this again 2.5. Very good card. Gravecrawler good? No, but close. It does different stuff, right? But it can get into some of the same loops, you know? So I think in Commander, too, this is just another card that loops with, you know, Blood Artist and stuff like that. So, yes. It's a pretty fine card. And yes, Skeleton Tribal could be a real thing. Thanks in part to this card. And thanks in part to this card. Geyser the Hellraiser, 5 mana, 3/2 black for a 4/4 legendary human warlock. Ward 2, Ward 2, pay 2 life. Nuts ward. Skeletons and zombies you control get +1/+1 and have menace. Whenever you commit a crime, create 2 tapped 2/2 blue and black zombie rogue creature tokens, but you only get them once a turn. This thing actually creates 3/3s. So if you commit a crime once it's in play, you have 10 power for your 5 mana across 3 guys. Really difficult to get rid of. You know, you can get in with Graveyard Trespass the turn you play this and immediately get your zombies. You can then commit a crime on your opponent's turn, perhaps, you know, and get another 6 power. If this card is left on the table for more than a turn or two and you have the proper things to, you know, facilitate it, then it's the best 5-drop in black. Like I feel like this card has the potential to be better than Aclazotz, and that is really saying something because Aclazotz is one of the only playable 5-drop creatures in Standard right now, period. It's like one of the only 5-drop creatures that sees any play. So being as good or better than Aclazotz, or at least like I want to try you over Aclazotz, again, that's huge. So I think people are in some ways sleeping on this card, but content creators seem to know how good it is. So it's hard to say it's really a sleeper. I just really like this. 5 mana is an awful lot for any creature in Standard, and I'll acknowledge that 50 freaking times while I read this card, but still, if you stick it, man, the ward is very serious. They have to put a lot of resources into killing it. You've just played Sheldred last turn, so do you want to kill my Sheldred? Do you want to kill my Geyser? If you kill my Sheldred, do you have the removal spell for the Geyser? I mean, they're real things, you know. You discarded a card earlier to use a removal spell on my Graveyard Trespasser, and you used to go for the throat on my Sheldred. You can't kill this Geyser. So, like, I don't know, dude. I actually think this is actually kind of wacky, and if it stays on the board for more than a turn or two, it's a very, very good Magic card. So I'm just going to give this a 2.75, and that's probably, I honestly think that might be a quarter of a point too high. But I don't want to go as high as 3 on this. I don't think it's that good, but I do think it's one of those cards that's like Sheldred, where if it's on the table more than a turn or two, it's going to create like serious issues in a game of Magic. So really like this. Let's give it a higher-ish score, 2.75. Hollow Marauder, my number 1 sleeper. Spoilers for the sleeper video in case you haven't seen it yet. But of the top 10 sleepers in the set, I think this is number 1. It's cost 7 mana, 6 and a black for a 4/2 Spectre rogue. Spectre. Somebody in the comment section of that video is like, what is a Spectre? Shouldn't this be a spirit? It's like, yeah, Spectres exist, but Spectres roll into spirits. That's why we don't have Ghost as a creature type, because Spirit is a creature type. And I honestly, it's kind of a long screed, and definitely a thing to zero in on, but I agree. Should have been a spirit. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your yard. Has flying. When it enters the battlefield, any number of target opponents each discard a card. For each of those opponents who didn't discard a card with mana value 4 or greater, draw a card. So in Commander, your opponents each discard a card and you draw up to 3. And it probably cost you a single mana, you know? That's good. So good. But even 1v1, man, like standard, this can cost 2 mana pretty easily. Let's say you have 4 dudes in your yard. This costs 3 mana. It's pretty easy to get 4 guys in your yard, you know? So 3 mana, 4/2 flyer. They discard, you draw. That's a good card. That's still a good card. That's still a good card at 3 mana. But once you get it to the 1 black mana mark, you rip it off the top of your library, you have a 4 power flyer, they discard a card, and you very likely draw a card. If they don't have any card to discard, by the way, you draw a card. So that's kind of neat. Altogether, I just really like this thing, man. I'm going to give this like at least a 2.25. At least. I mean, it could be a 2.5. I don't know if this card's going to see that much play, but boy, is it potentially very, very cheap. For an incredible effect and a creature that must be dealt with. 4 power in the air is no joke. But insatiable avarice. This is a single black mana for a sorcery with spree. You can pay 2, search your library for a card, shuffle and put it on top. You can also pay 2 black mana. The first was generic. This is 2 black mana and have target player draw 3 cards, lose 3 life. This card is a 3.5. Maybe I'm too high on that. Not literally, although potentially. But maybe my score is slightly too high. Maybe it's just a 3. Maybe it's just a 3.25. But I am not going to make a mistake on this one and say it's too low. Although I guess I look equally silly if I say it's too high and then it doesn't end up being very good. But my thing with this card is that it says for 3 mana you draw 3 cards. And that's so good. It is so good to draw 3 cards for 3 mana. That's unbelievable. If you have a Shieldred on the table, by the way, it becomes life positive if you draw the cards. If you target your opponent, 9 damage to your opponent with the Shelly on the table. So that'll end the game. What do you want, dude? Like, even like Vampiric Tutor for 3 mana isn't the best thing in the world, right? But if you absolutely must have that sweeper next turn, you know, turn 3, Avarice. Turn 4, Depopulate. You know, like you can set that up, if nothing else. So, I don't know. Right now, Mono Black is a deck with like 6 cards. Just go get any other card, you know? There's so many cards in Mono Black right now that just Beseech the Mirror, Stinger of the Scale, or Servant of the Stinger, Case of the Stash, Skeleton. There's like so many, like halfway decent Demonic Tutors. And we just got that new combo, right? Bloodletter of Aclazotz, the thing that like doubles the life they lose every turn. And then the card we're probably going to see very soon in this set that like, you know, it takes the amount of life they've lost that turn and doubles it. So it's like a OTK with Bloodletter in that card. And like Avarice can help you go get the pieces of that combo or draw into him or whatever, along with like a bunch of other cards. So I think Avarice might be part of a deck, but even if it's not, man, just 3 mana draw 3. 3 mana draw 3 is very, very good. It's so freaking good, dude. So yeah, Vampire 2 for 3 is terrible, no, but this is standard. This is standard. And again, I don't think you're casting this on 3 unless you're searching the sweeper or like a card you need right now up. I think you're casting this as Vampiric Tutor on turn like 6 or 7 in your like control deck. You know what I mean? Like I think this is a much, much later game spell than it looks like. And you can leave mana up if you want to and just leave the card on top of your library where it potentially could be safer depending on what your opponent's got. Or you can just go ahead and draw it now if you have the mana. I don't want to keep talking about this card too long, but I really think that this is at least a 3.25. At least, dude. This is a very good Magic card with multiple good modes on it, just like with cards that are in standard. Like again, just saying like if you have a Shieldred in play, look what the card does. Like I think it's good enough, right? So I don't know, guys. Gains you 3 life and draw 3 cards if you have a Shieldred in play. It's nuts. And again, just finish the game. Your opponent thinks they have 2 turns to deal with Shieldred, but you just target them with this, and they're like, oh, crap. So, I don't know, dude. I like it. But Kjolrek, the Punisher, is 3 mana, 1 and 2 black for a 3/3 legendary human warlock. Whenever you commit a crime, exile up to 1 target black card from your graveyard, copy it. You may cast the copy. If you do, you lose 2 life, which kind of sucks and all that. You have to commit crime. So there's like the card has to be facilitated, but I'm still going to give this a 2.5 as well. I don't know what I expect from this card. I really don't, but I do think that there's obviously stuff it can do. It doesn't say an instant or sorcerer or anything, just any black card. Any black card from your graveyard. So Shelly, Gix, Liliana, Virtue of Persistence, Duress even, which could be a really silly one, you know, like kill your guy, get my Duress back, Duress you, take that card out, thank you very much. Now I can get in. Like there's obviously lines with this that are worth the 2 life. I'm not sure it's better than Gix, which is probably the 3-drop you want to be playing, or even Preacher of the Schism, which is the other 3-drop you want to be playing. So it's got some competition, but I do think that once you actually meet the conditions on the card, it becomes pretty gross. So I want to like this a lot, but still, 2.5 is about as much as I can give it. But again, keep in mind, that's a pretty good score. Lively Dirge is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a sorcery with Spree. +1, search your library for a card, put it into your graveyard, and then shuffle up. +2, return up to 2 target creature cards with total mana value 4 or less from your yard to the field. Okay, fantastic Magic card, baby. So this can go just get a Sheoldred from your deck and just like put it onto the table for 5 mana. I think it's worth an extra mana. If Sheoldred was 5 mana, it would probably still see some play. So that's good, but it can do that with anything. Mana value 4 or less. That's great. And then obviously later in the game in a deck like, say, Aristocrats, this will return both Elisocor and Bartolome, or Elisocor and Vron, or whatever you're doing. And then, it might even return Graveyard Trespasser in a 1-drop, or in your, mono black deck or whatever. It can return, like an Orzhov returns Extraction Specialist and a 1-drop, and their Extraction Specialist gets something back. Like, there's just so many things this card can do, right? And just the Entomb mode for 3 mana might be okay too if you plan to reanimate something on like the next turn. So many cool things about this card. And I'm not sure that all the things it does benefit one deck, but all the things it does do benefit like 3 different decks, right? If that made any sense. So I'm going to give this like a 2.5 as well. I think that this is almost certainly playable in something somewhere at some point in time. Mourner's Surprise is up next. 2 mana, 1 and a black for a sorcery. Return up to 1 target creature card from your yard to your hand. Get a 1/1 Merc. So Raise Dead plus a 1/1 is actually kind of a solid deal, especially in limited. But even in Aristocrats, I don't mind this. I get a 1/1 guy to sacrifice and I get my Elisocor back. Maybe. But that deck is already stacked for slots, so it can't fit this. That said, I don't think this is a horrible Magic card, and I'm going to give it a 1.5. Neutralize the Guards is 3 mana, 2 and a black for an instant. Creatures target opponent controls. Give -1/-1 till end of turn, and you get to Surveil too, which is pretty neat, especially at instant speed. Cool little effect, but I'm not sure how sideboard playable it actually is at the end of the day. Still going to give it a 1.75 though for potential sake. Nezumi Link Breaker is a single black mana for a 1/1 Rat Warlock. When it dies, you get a 1/1 red Merc. That's actually pretty good, like a Doom Traveler, Crawling Chorus, one of those. Harried Spear Guard, but both of these things can block. On Chorus, only the first guy can block, and on Spear Guard, only the first guy can block. So I don't know. I actually kind of really like this. I'm gonna give it a solid 2, or even 2.25 perhaps, because Doom Traveler is a very good Magic card. Typically. What would you give Crawling Chorus? A 2? Right. Let's give this a 2. Overzealous Muscle is 5 mana. 4 and a black for a 5/4 Ogre Mercenary. Whenever you commit a crime during your turn, this thing gains indestructible till end of turn. So they can still kill it with sorcery speed removal, or just removal they play on their turn. But altogether, solid limited guy. It's kind of okay, I guess, but you mostly want to commit crimes like at instant speed, so it's not amazing. I'm just going to give it a 1.25. Up next is Pitiless Carnage. This is 4 mana for a sorcery. Sack any number of permanents you control and draw that many cards. You can plot this for 1 and 2 black. This is actually potentially okay. It's in like a squandered resources style deck from like 98. I don't know how great this actually is. I will say maybe there's stuff you want to get off your side of the table. This helps you do that and all that. So maybe it's better than I think. You can sack lands to it, yada yada. So even if it only gets you 2 or 3 cards, it might be all right, but I still think it probably looks like a bulk rare in black. But I'm just going to give this like a 1.75, and that is so much room to grow because this could be a 3. It could have some nutso interaction that I'm just not seeing. Is this RFK? Oh my, or RKF? Yeah, it is. Richard Kane Ferguson. He did a piece a few sets ago, I think, but it is always nice to see RKF again in the year 2024. My goodness, but that's the best thing about the card, isn't it? No, but I couldn't in good conscience give this more than a 2, and I won't. 1.75. But it definitely could have work to do. Next is Rakish Crew, man. One of my personal favorite cards. 3 mana, 2 and a black for an enchantment. When it ETBs, get a 1/1 red Merc creature token. You know what those do. Whenever an outlaw you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. Bastion of Remembrance for only outlaws. So a little bit more, narrow than a Bastion, but I also don't care. I just really, really like this card an awful lot. And I'm going to give it a 2 1/4 because Bastion of Remembrance is probably about a 2.5. So, 2.25, a quarter point off for it being only Outlaws, but that's not going to stop me. I love this card. Next is Rattleback Apothecary. 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 3/2 Gorgon Warlock with Death Touch. When you commit a crime, target creature you control gains your choice of Menace or Lifelink till end of turn. I wonder if it'll be this guy. Give it Menace, and if they do block it, you double Death Touch stuff. That seems cool. Also, this is like the coolest Gorgon hair I've ever seen on a Magic card. But anyway, I'm going to give this like a 1.5. It's just fine. Up next, I want to go to the next card. Raven of Fell Omens. I personally like this card too, but it's not that great. 2 mana for a 1/2 Boyd with flying. Whenever you commit a crime, drain the opponent, but for some reason, it only triggers once each turn. Probably because you could go pseudo-infinite with this card in multiple ways if it didn't trigger once each turn, so I see why it doesn't, but, I would like the ability to trigger up to a certain amount of times each turn. I think that'd be a more fun way to do this. Instead of only once each turn, maybe this ability triggers only up to 3 times a turn. Would that be too confusing? I don't know. But in any case, this is not terrible. It's Stormcrow. There's that. But since it's Stormcrow, I guess we have to give it a 5 because there's extra text. There's extra text on this. So 5, but no. Even with, I like incremental drains, but I'm not going to give this card more than a 1.5, even though I really, really want to play with this card, like a lot. But Rictus Robber's up next, 4 mana for a 4/3 Zombo Rogue. When it enters the battlefield, if a creature died this turn, you get a 2/2 black and blue zombie rogue creature token, and you can plot it for 3 mana. Normal Magic card, 1. Probably slightly better than a 1 in limited, honestly, but very normal card, 1. Rooftop Assassin is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 2/2 Vampire Assassin with flash, flying, and lifelink. And when it ETBs, destroy a creature an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. Actually, a very, very solid limited card right here, but not as good as I want it to be to that end. 1.75 at the absolute most, but a flash, flying, lifelink removal spell seems pretty good and limited. Rush of Dread is the thing that combos with Bloodletter of Aklazat's. 3 mana, 1 and 2 black for a sorcery with Spree. For an extra 1, target opponent sacks half their creatures rounded up. For an extra 2, target opponent discards the cards in their hand, half the cards rounded up. Or for a +2, target opponent loses half their life rounded up. So you can make them lose half their life and then they lose the other half with Bloodletter, which is really funny. Great combo. Hopefully that'll work. If only for combo potential, I'm going to give this a 2.25. I really want to give it more than that, but, one potentially memey combo deck you go in does not a 4-star card make, right? But, if you have to pay, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana for Pox, you're probably not feeling very good about that, but I do like the Pox. I like the Pox. I like a Nightmare reference too. Servant of the Stinger up next. 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 1/3 human warlock with Death Touch. When it deals combat damage to a player, if you've committed a crime this turn, you may sacrifice Servant. If you do, Demonic Tutor. This was my honorable mention sleeper card, and I'm going to give it a 2. Solid 2. I think there's some hoops you have to jump over, but those hoops aren't actually like that bad. They're really wide hoops. You can get right through them. So I actually think this is better than it looks, but 2 at the most. Shoot the Sheriff. What about the Deputy? Here's the flavor text for that. 2 mana, 1 and a black for an instant. Destroy a non-outlaw creature. Probably a very good removal spell. 2.5 for this level of removal spell. Skullduggery is a reprint. This is a single black mana for an instant. One of the guys you control gets +1/+1. One of their guys gets -1/-1. Really good limited combat trick. Keep that in mind. 1.5. Tiny Bones joins up. Single black mana for a very overrated legendary enchantment. When it ETBs, any number of target players each discard a card. Whenever a legendary creature enters the battlefield under your control, any number of target players each mill a card and lose a life. Yes, you can discard a card for reanimation. Yes, you can mill yourself for reanimation. Yes, you can play a bunch of small legends and kind of incrementally damage them, which I do like, but if anything, this is mostly a worse Hopeless Nightmare, which is a card that is good and sees occasional play, but I wouldn't give Hopeless Nightmare more than a 2.25, and I don't think I'm going to do that with this card either. I really don't. I really, really don't. So maybe you can do something super duper fast with very cheap legends and whatever, but even then that's a pretty narrow purpose. It's like one deck that can use the card. So I don't know. I think that maybe as like copies 5 through 6 or 5 through 8 of Hopeless Nightmare in your discard deck, that's probably a good use for the card. But I still can't give it more than a 2.25, which is a fine score. It's just, I don't think this card is quite as good as I've seen a lot of people. And yes, the art is good. I agree. Tiny Bones the Pickpocket, on the other hand, good magic card. Single black mana for a 1/1 legendary skeleton rogue with Death Touch. Joins up as a good magic card too. This is just, I think, better. A 1/1 legendary Death Touch. Whenever Tiny Bones the Pickpocket deals combat damage to a player, you can cast a non-land permanent card from that player's yard, and you can spend mana of any type to do it. So, busted card. Absolutely stupid card. What this is probably going to do, though, is just like trade with Novice Inspector. 9 times out of 10. This is another one that I think is slightly overrated. If they have Novice Inspector or really anything, it's just going to trade. You're not going to get to cast anything. Early game, they're not going to have anything to cast. So I have doubts. And the later in the game you cast the card, the worse it probably is. But maybe with Cryptic Code or ways of making it unblockable or just ways of keeping your opponent's side of the table clean, and then you get in with Tiny Bones. Like, there are very good things about the card. And if nothing else, it's a 1 mana, 1/1 Death Touch, which is legendary, and that helps all these join up cards in the set. So, into other decks like Jodo, whatever. So, maybe even Esper, because, you can remove their Raffine, you can remove their Denic, but if you don't devote a removal spell to Tiny Bones, eventually they're going to start being able to play stuff out of your yard. You don't want that either. So, I don't know. I do think this has decks it goes into, and I'm going to give it a 2.75 out of the gate because I do think that it has enough to do, and it gets enough like juice out of its little things. Like the fact that it's a legend is actually enormous, considering it's only costs 1 mana, and it's much better than Ashnod. So I do think this is a pretty dangerous looking little card right here. Treasure Dredger is up next. 1 and a black for a 2/2 human rogue. You pay 1 and tap it and pay a life to create a treasure token. A little better than it looks, but I'm not going to give it more than a 1.75. Unfortunate Accident is a black mana for an instant with Spree. You can pay 2 and a black to destroy a creature. So destroy target creature for 4 mana at instant speed. Or for an extra mana, you get a 1/1 Merc. So 2 mana at instant speed, you get a Merc. Again, this is better than it looks. It really kind of is. But just the fact that it creates a token in black for just 2 mana at instant speed, that could actually be somewhat desirable for some decks. And then later on in the game, destroy a creature. I mean, that's pretty good mode too, right? So I don't hate this 1.75, but I really want to give this a 2, like badly, but I'm not going to. Unscrupulous Contractor is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 3/2 human assassin. When it ETBs, you can sacrifice a guy. If you do, target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. This plots for 2 and a black. So Fell Stinger with plot. So I would give Fell Stinger a 2. I'd probably give this right at about a 2 as well, even though it probably won't actually see that much play. But, 2 cards, 2 life, almost always a good deal. Vodmir, New Blood, 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 2/2 legendary vampire rogue. Whenever you commit a crime, put a +1/+1 counter on Vodmir. Ability triggers only once each turn. As long as Vodmir has 4 or more +1 counters on it. It has Menace and Lifelink. So if you can get this up to a 6/6, it has Menace and Lifelink. If it doesn't already win you the game, it probably did by then. This has no built-in protection whatsoever. It requires mana to be used, to boost it. But I don't know. I think there's obviously some ability for this to be good. If you use NT or some other way of putting +1/+1 counters on it outside of its own ability, then suddenly, if you can grow it fast, then it can be really good. But altogether, I'm not sure I'm seeing it, guys. So I'm just going to give this a solid 2, and it can grow on that. Vault Plunder is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 3/1 human rogue. When it ETBs, target player draws the cards and loses a life. So neat, Phyrexian Rager with an extra point of power and 1 less point of toughness. That's actually kind of a relevant magic card, 1.75. Brimstone Roundup is red. We did it. So hour 27 is what time I have. Let's keep going. 2 mana, 1 and a red for an enchantment. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you get a 1/1 red Merc. This has plot, 2 and a red. Just not good enough. It's going to take multiple turns of casting extra spells, like double spells, to get enough for this to have paid for itself. So I don't think the card's a straight up trap. I think there are turns or decks that might want a card like this, but I'm still just going to give it a 1.5. I ultimately do think it's kind of a trap. Calamity Galloping Inferno is 6 mana, 4 and 2 red for a 4/6 legendary horse mount with haste, and it saddles for 1. Whenever Calamity attacks while saddled, choose a non-legendary creature that's saddled at this turn. Create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of it. Sacrifice the token at the beginning of the next instant. Repeat the process once. Repeat this process once is wild. I can get 2 Topiary Stompers. I can use Topiary Stomper to ramp me into this. And then I can saddle it with the Topiary Stomper, even if the Topiary Stomper can't attack yet. That's fine, because I'm going to get 2 attacking copies of Topiary Stomper. Doesn't matter, I don't have 6 lands. They come into play tapped and attacking, so it doesn't matter. And I get 2 lands off the Topiaries that come into play as tokens. It seems ridiculous. That's just one example, by the way. You have anything with ETB triggers. Card does absolutely get ridiculous. So 6 mana is the problem with this card, but at least you can ambush them. And I like it, man. I really do. I know I've been giving the Gitrog monster a little bit of like flack over the season, saying it's a little overrated. I don't think it's a bad card. I just think it's overrated. While also giving this card flowers every chance that I get. And I'm going to keep doing that because I just think that this is an ability that can win the game, right? The Gitrog's ability to draw cards can put you way ahead in a game or catch you up if you're behind. This wins the game. I'm fairly certain this wins the game if you can swing with it and copy the right thing. So I honestly think the card has the potential to be busted, and I'm going to give it a 2.5. I really am. Caught in the Crossfire is 2 red mana for an instant with Spree. You can pay a mana to have Caught in the Crossfire deal 2 damage to each outlaw, or you can pay a mana to have it deal 2 damage to each non-outlaw creature. So 4 mana to deal 2 to everything. Or 3 mana to deal 2 to one side of that table. This is an instant. This is a 3 mana instant speed red sweeper, and I find that very relevant, so I'm going to give this a 2.25. Cunning Coyote is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/2 Coyote with haste. It's Coyote. Whenever Cunning Coyote enters the battlefield, another target creature you control gets +1/+1, gains haste till end of turn, and has plot. 1 and a red, so a 2 mana 2/2 haste. With other abilities that can also hastify other creatures and boost them. This is actually a solid magic card, 2 1/4 at the very least. Deadeye Duelist is 1 and a red for a 1/3 human assassin with a reach, and you can pay 1 and tap it to have it deal 1 damage to target opponent. Soul Cauldron, not really. It's a neat activated ability, but not quite. I don't hate this card altogether, but I'm just going to give it a 1.5. Demonic Ruckus is 2 mana. Who wants to start the ruckus? Who wants to start the ruckus? It's 2 mana. Sorry, it's an R other than chance a creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has menace and trample. When Ruckus is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. Plots for a single red mana, solid card. Rancor, it's not. Audacity, it's not, but it's still solid magic card. Very solid. So I feel like a string of cards I've given a 2 1/4 to here, but I'll give a 2.5 to this one. No, let's give it a 2 1/4. Likely to see some play somewhere, but not be amazing. More of a role player than anything else. 2 1/4. Discerning Peddler. 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/2 Human Rogue. When it enters the battlefield, you can discard a card. If you do, draw a card. We've seen a lot of this guy in the last few sets, I feel like. There's always a red card like this, but I'm going to give a card like this a 1.25, sure. Explosive Derailment is a red mana for an instant with Spree. Pay 2 extra mana to have it deal 4 damage to a creature. Or pay 2 extra mana to have it destroy an artifact. You can do all of that for 5 mana at instant speed. That's pretty good. 2 for 1ing your opponent's always going to be nice, but 3 mana for 4 damage at instant speed is also kind of okay in red, but I'm not seeing it be that great. I'm still going to give it a 1.75, but maybe a sideboard thing. Because, if you're playing against artifact creatures, you can just blow up 2 guys. It's not bad. Ferocification is 3 mana, 2 and a red for an enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose 1. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 till end of turn, or target creature you control gains menace and haste till end of turn. Kind of a Reckless Stormseeker-y sort of enchantment. Gives all the big dudes you play for the rest of the game haste. Kind of, like if you only play 1 creature per turn for the rest of the game, they all get haste. If you don't play a creature on a turn, you can just make a creature larger. That seems okay too. So I won't go so far as to say this is a sleeper, but I actually think this has some playable angles on it. You guys remember Rhythm of the Wild, that card? And people still play, oh God, what is it? Hot Springs, Invigorating Hot Springs. You still see that on Arena from time to time. People really like their 3 mana give people haste enchantments, and this is one of them. So this is one of them. This is 2 exactly a 2. I will give this a 2. Even though I really want to give it a 2 1/4. Gila Courser is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 4/2 lizard mount. When it attacks while saddled, exile the top card of your library. Till the end of your next turn, you can play that card if you want to, cowboy. And it saddles for 1. Not that great, to be honest. I'll give this card a 1.25. Great Train Heist, y'all. Single red mana, For a card with Spree, you can pay 2 in a red and untap all the dudes you control. If it's your combat phase, there's an additional combat phase after this phase. You can also pay 2 to have creatures you control get +1/+0, gain first strike till end of turn. Or you can pay red to choose an opponent. And whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to that player this turn, create a tapped treasure token. So this card is very good. Very good. Shouldn't even be surprisingly good. It's just Relentless Assault. On the baseline. On the baseline, it's Relentless Assault. At instant speed. Relentless Assault, I think, was a sorcery. Pretty sure. So it's just like better Relentless Assault. And then more things. Also an Anthem effect thing that gives your guys first strike. Just blows your opponent out in combat. Treasures if you want the ramp. Like, God. For just 2 mana, this can be a ramp spell. Like a pretty effective ramp spell. So, I think this card is kind of busted a little bit. And I'm going to give it a 3. This card gets at least a 3. So, yeah, people are saying 0 to 5. Yes, it's 0 to 5. Hell to Pay. This is the system popularized by Louis Scott Vargas, or LSV, the 5-star rating Magic card system. Anything between 1 and 1.75 is limited. Anything above that is probably constructed playable. Once you get into the 3s, you get into some ridiculous cards. Hell to Pay, X and a red for a sorcery. Hell to Pay, X deals X damage to target creature. Create a number of tapped treasure tokens equal to the amount of excess damage dealt to the creature this way. Trap, probably. There are times you can blow up a small guy for 3 to 5 mana and end up with 2 to 3 treasure tokens. And that doesn't seem bad, but I don't know that it's worth it. Could be wrong on this one because a couple of extra treasures is always good, but ultimately it's always going to be a way behind rate, removal spell, 1-for-1 removal spell that only hits creatures. I wish it could at least hit planeswalkers or something, something. But no, 1.75. I mean, I'd play all the copies I got in limited all day, but we'll see if there's anything we can do with it in standard. I doubt so. Hellspur Brute is kind of interesting, actually. 5 mana for a 5/4 Minotaur Mercenary with affinity for Outlaws. It also has Trample. So if I'm playing a bunch of 1 and 2 drop Outlaws, this can actually come down for a single mana, like, fairly easily. So I'm thinking if there is, like, a red-black Outlaws deck that, it mostly wants to play lower on the curve, like Vile Smasher. Maybe one of the highest cards on curve is Rakish Crew, and then it's got a bunch of 1 and 2 mana Outlaws. I feel like by turn 4 you could easily cast this for 1 mana and still have mana up. So, and on turn 3 maybe you'd throw it on the table too for just a couple of mana. So I don't know. I actually think there might be something to this guy, and I'm going to give him a 2 just to start him off. Give him a 2. Hellspur Posse Boss is 3 mana, 2 and 2 red for a 2/4 Lizard Rogue. Other Outlaws you control have a haste, and whenever Posse Boss enters the battlefield, create 2 1/1 red mercs. So, board in a box, and the guys you create have haste. Any Outlaws you play for the rest of the game have haste. It seems like a fine card, but we are kind of a long way from the point in Magic history where these kind of like, Goblin Siege Gang or Siege Gang Commander kind of cards are very good, even at 4 mana. We have a comparable Goblin to this at 4 mana that creates 2 rats when it comes into play, and then like the rats make them bigger when you sack them and you draw cards and stuff. That sees no play whatsoever. So I'm not too sure about cards like this, but I will start this off at a 2.25 just for my affinity for red cards that put a bunch of creatures on the table all at the same time. I tend to like those. Highway Robbery is next. 2 mana, 1 and a red for a source. If you may discard a card or sacrifice a land. If you do, draw 2 cards. You can also plot this for 1 and a red. So free, draw 2 cards. Seems good, actually. Also, sack a land is something we don't usually see on cards like this. And I actually kind of like it. This could give you a way to like sack a Boseiju or some other channel land and then get it back in your hand, right? There's ways to do that. So altogether, I think there's sneaky modes on the card, and just 2 mana, draw 2, or free, draw 2. Like, all that's good. So I'm going to give this card a 2.25. I think there might be something there, definitely. Irascible Wolverine is up next. 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 3/2 Wolverine. When it enters the battlefield, exile the top card of your library. Till end of turn, you can play it. It has plot for the same as its mana cost, 3 mana. So obviously you want a free 3/2 and a drawn card. That seems okay, but I'm still going to just give this a 1.5. Iron Fist Pulverizer is 5 mana, 4 and a red for a 4/5 giant warrior with reach. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, Pulverizer deals 2 damage to target opponent and you scry 1. Really neat, really tempting, but 5 mana prices it way out of any constructed format. So 1.5. Longhorn, that's probably too much. Longhorn Sharpshooter is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 3/3 Minotaur Rogue with reach. When Longhorn Sharpshooter becomes plotted, it deals 2 to any target you could plot it for 4 mana. That is too much to plot this, but I really wish they'd have given us more stuff that does a thing when you plot it. That would make me feel so much better. Bone Crusher Giant, this is absolutely not, though. So I'm just going to give this a 1.75 just because it does a thing when you plot it, but that doesn't mean it's playable. It is decent and limited, though. It is decent. 3 mana, 3/3 reach. That's fine. Magda the Horde Master, 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/2 Legendary Dwarf Berserker. Whenever you commit a crime, crit tap treasure token. This ability triggers only once each turn. You can sack 3 treasures to create a 4/4 red Scorpion Dragon creature token with flying and haste. Activate only as a sorcerer. Pretty good with Great Train Heist if you can get the treasure thing going. Pretty good with, a couple of things, actually, in this set that create treasures. Not just in this set, but like at Sushi, obviously. To kill you at Sushi, you get 3 treasures. You make a Scorpion Dragon. Zayatora, fling a guy, make 3 treasures at the end of your turn, sacrifice those treasures to make a Scorpion Dragon. You have to wait till your next turn to do it, because it's EOT when you do the Zayatora thing. But you don't care, because the dragon token you make has haste. Really interesting Magic card that I think is slightly overrated. I want to like this more than a lot of people do. I don't like that it's a 2 mana 2/2 that I have to facilitate doing a thing to get the ramp off of. My opponent can kill this easily before I do get the ramp. Don't love that. Triggers only once each turn is fine. But altogether, I just think there's better ways of getting your ramp than this. And I actually don't think this Sack 3 Treasures mode is as good as it looks altogether. That said, the card is solid. I can't take that away from it. So I'm going to give it a 2.25. But I think some people, again, would give this card like a 2.75. And I don't think we're quite there on it. Magebane Lizard. A couple of people really like this card, and I can see why. 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 1/4 Lizard. Whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, Magebane Lizard deals damage to that player equal to the number of non-creature spells they have cast this turn. So 1 damage the first time, 2 damage the third time, so you bolted them, I think most people just killed this on sight, but the fact that they have to kill it on sight is actually kind of a big deal, and it's a 1/4. So, you can block stuff with it all day as a 2-drop. Much, much better than it looks, and I will acknowledge that. So I'm going to give this a little 2. A little 2-ski to start things off. I really like a Scalding Viper, which is already in Standard, and it's very reminiscent of this card. Problem is, they can kill Scalding Viper super easily because it's like a 2/1 or something. This is a 1/4. It's a lot harder to kill, so I like it. Mine Raider, 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 3/2 Human Rogue with Trample when it ETBs. If you control another outlaw, create a treasure token. Got to work for your Jewel Thief. I don't love that, but I guess I'll take Trample on a card like this. Altogether, 1.25. Outlaw's Fury is 3 mana, 2 and a red for an instant. Creatures you control get +2/+0 till end of turn. If you control an outlaw, exile the top card of your library till end of turn. You can play the card. Till end of the next turn, you can play that card. So it's the good red card draw. But still, as much as I want to give Burn Bright here a 5, I like a Burn Bright. I'm not going to give it more than a 1.5, but we will probably end up playing it on stream, especially considering it's one of the better Burn Bright upsides we've seen in a good long time. Prickly Pear is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 2/2 Plant Mercenary. When it ETBs, you get one of them red Mercs. Normal Magic card, but still kind of okay. You get 3 power on 2 bodies for 3 mana. It could be worse, but altogether, we can only give it like a 1.25, but it ain't bad. Quick Draw is up next. A red mana for an instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains first strike till end of turn. Creatures target opponent controls lose first strike and double strike till end of turn. So that's an interesting mode right there, buddy. Altogether, though, combat trick, it's Kindred Fury or whatever it's called, with extra steps, 1.25. Quilled Charger, 4 mana, 3 and a red for a 4/3 Porcupine Mount. How does that work? It saddles for 2. I guess you do have to be a little tough to get on top. And if it attacks while saddled, it gets +1/+2, gains menace till end of turn. Maybe the most normal mount in the entire set. And when I say normal, I mean kind of uninspiring. A 1 for this card. Reckless Lackey is a single red mana for a 1/2 Gobbo Pirate with first strike and haste. You can pay 2 and a red and sack it to draw a card and create a treasure token. Hot card. Hot card, ladies and gentlemen. It's not Ragavan. I guess they switched its power and toughness. You have to pay to get the treasure tokens and sack it and stuff. But altogether, man, it was a fine card. It could even help out Pirates, because Pirates cares about treasures and artifacts being on the table and stuff like that. So when this invalidates, then you can sacrifice it to draw a card, but suddenly Captain Lannery Storm gives the rest of your team +1/+1 or something because a treasure token came into play. There's a lot. that this does just in Pirates, but Goblins is looking for a decent one drop right now too, with like Runbelt Horde Master and all that. Krenko. So this has spots day one. It's just one of the better Raging Goblins we have ever seen in the history of Raging Goblins. Seriously, I have to give this card a 2.5. I don't know if I should, but I'm going to give the card a 2.5. And also mention, by the way, how well it works with cards like Monstrous Rage and Standard that you're playing in your red deck anyway, right? And if it comes into play like off of a Kumano Faces Kakazan, you got yourself a 2/3 first strike case. And again, that first strike matters a lot. So I'm a little scared. This is a very good one drop. Not a Monastery Swiftspear, but will do a lot in some ways to help replace it when it rotates. But even for the time being, this could find its way into red over a card like, say, Phoenix Chick or something. You know, they've cut down to 2 Phoenix Chicks and a lot of mono red. You could cut down even more and play this instead, and suddenly you've got drawn cards, which is something you really want. And another, first strike case guy. So altogether, just a fantastic Magic card, but I can't give it more than like a 2.5. But that's a pretty good score for what it is. Yeah, only a common too, so Pauper playable. The Roadrunner, Meat. This is 2 mana, 1 on the red for a 2/2 bird, haste protection from coyotes. And you pay 3 to have it unable to be blocked this turn except by creatures with haste. The Ginger Brood ability, which is kind of a cute ability to give this thing. Because, Ginger Brood's kind of like, stick his tongue out at you and all that. He's kind of insolent. And so is Roadrunner. Sucks that you can't use the coyote to target this. I said that in the previews and everyone was like, can't do it. Protection from coyotes, obviously. So yeah, that sucks. But altogether, again, 2 mana, 2/2 haste that can go unblockable. Kind of okay, man. I'll give it a solid 2. Return the Favor is the fork of the set. It's a pretty good forking card, too. This is 2 red mana for an instant with Spree. You can pay 1 and copy an instant spell, sorcery spell, activated ability, or triggered ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. Pay an extra 1 as well to change the target of target spell or ability with a single target. Counters all counter spells in every way that you would like to counter counter spells. You can use either mode to counter counter spells. Kind of neat, but also it's just fork. It just is a fork that also works on activated and triggered abilities, which could be very stupid depending on like what you're doing. So I'm going to give this card a 2.5. Card is very good. Card is super duper good. Yeah, copy High Noon's activated ability. That's nice. Deal 10 to the face. Rodeo Pyromancers is 4 mana, 3 and a red for a 3/4 human mercenary. Whenever you cast your first spell each turn, add double red. I kind of thought that this worked at first. I don't know why I read it weirdly, but I kind of thought that it worked like a Burning Tree Emissary or something and just like came into play and gave you mana. It doesn't. It's so much worse than that. It's so much worse. But I will say this can give you more mana every turn. Like this will give you 2 red mana if you cast a red 1-drop. So that's like mana positive, and it could be better than I think, but for 4 mana, I think the price of entry is a little bit too high. So I'm just going to give this a 1.5 and hope that it's actually kind of good. It's probably not. Scalestorm Summoner is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 3/3 Human Warlock, and when it attacks, you create a 3/1 red dinosaur creature token if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. Not great, normal Magic card. 3 mana 3/3s aren't as good as they used to be in Limited, but they're still worth pointing out. That said, this can put other things onto the table, and that's kind of good. If there's not much else happening on your opponent's side of the table, this is just murdering them, but but that said, I can't give this more than a 1.5. Scorching Shot is 2 mana for a sorcery that deals 5 damage to a creature. Simple and clean. Hikaru Mitadi, or whatever her name is. Kingdom Hearts, simple and clean is the way. Blah, blah, blah. So, good Magic card. I can't really deny that, but I can't give it more than a 2. Slick Shot Show Off, one of the best cards in the whole set. 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 1/2 bird wizard with flying and haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Show Off gets +2/+0 till end of turn. You can plot it for 1 and a red. It is a Kiln Fiend that flies. My God. Have we learned nothing? No, seriously, this is a wonderful, exciting Magic card, I'll say. 6. You just get in with 6 with a Monstrous Rage. It's just, come on. I really could go over this a lot if I wanted to, but I don't currently want to. I just want to say this card is kind of self-evidently great. Whether you plot it or not, you don't have to plot it for it to be amazing. Even just, again, second turn off of Kumano Faces Kakazan, swing 2 flying, you're probably happy with that, right? So, in subsequent turns, Monstrous Rage, get in for 7 flying. God. So this card is a monster, and will be good in mono red well after rotation. So I'm going to go ahead and give this bad boy a 3.25. I think it's one of the better aggro creatures that we've seen in a good long time. I really do. Hopefully it's not a trap. I think it's wonderful. Stingerback Terror. This is a trap. This is 4 mana, 2 and 2 red, 7/7 Scorpion Dragon with flying and trample. It gets -1/-1 for each card in your hand, and it plots for 2 and a red. This is Geralf's Masterpiece. It's literally basically exactly Geralf's Masterpiece. It costs like 1 less mana to cast, but doesn't have the ability to like pop back to your hand or whatever it did. Not actually great, but Flample is good, and obviously in mono red, if you play this for 4 mana, it's a 7/7 flying trample. Yeah, you feel pretty good about that. Because you have no cards in your hand apart from this. That could happen, but ultimately I just think there's better red 4-drops if you even want to play 4-drops in mono red to begin with. People don't do that anymore. People don't even play Thundering Raiju in mono red anymore. It's too expensive. So I don't think this goes. It may be some sort of dragon deck or mono red deck that's more sort of on the big end, but even then I think things like Koth, like a million other 4-drops like it's Sushi are probably just better. But again, could be wrong. You plot this, you wait till you have no cards, then you get a free 7/7 Flample, but we'll see. Even in that point, even in that case, just a big guy. And a big guy isn't good enough. What would you rate Archfiend to the draws? 2 1/4? So do we give this card that? Sure. Something like that, you know. Yeah, Scorpion without Death Touch, 0/10, unplayable. I agree. I have to give it at least a 2. At least a 2. Maybe it's better than I think, though, because it's red. You know, Take for a Ride is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a sorcery that has flash as long as you've committed a crime this turn. Treachery, just treachery. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature, gains haste until end of turn. That's not treachery, that's treason. It's active treason. Treachery is much better. More expensive. So active treason for 3 mana. Just a strictly better active treason. I have to give that a 2. Terror of the Peaks is 5 mana. You know what it does. It's a pandemonium for your guys only. It's also on a 5/4 flyer and has basically ward pay 3 life. Very, very stupid magic card to exist, but doesn't always see all the standard play, or at least it didn't over its last lifespan in standards, because you have to be very good at 5 mana to see play. You have to be even better than this some of the time. But it is still like one of my favorite creatures almost of all time, dude. So I'm going to give Terror a 3. Good solid 3. Some commander playability kind of creaking its way into that assessment. Also some limited playability because it's a ridiculous bomb and limited, obviously. One of the bombiest cards in the set. But in Constructed, it can sometimes find a hard time, you know, finding its bearings. Especially in older formats, because it's never really been that important in older formats. But in Standard, this could be a very, very good card. But hell, we have like Bonehorde Dracosaur in Standard at 5 mana right now, and I think I might rather play that depending on what else I'm doing. But hell, if you use Push-Pull to bring Terror of the Peaks and another giant thing into play at the same time, then suddenly Terror of the Peaks is dealing 1 billion damage because Push-Pull brought another creature into play. Like, there are ways to make this card work in Standard that we didn't have last time I was in Standard. So, you know, I was still just, long story short, which I've already made the story long, 3. Thunder Salvo. 2 mana, 1 and a red for an insto that deals X damage to our creature, where X is 2 plus the number of other spells you cast this turn, so it does at least 2 damage. But could be a lightning strike you have to work for. 1.5. Trick Shot, 5 mana, 4 and a red for an instant that deals 6 damage to a creature and 2 damage to up to 1 target creature token, which is kind of cute, even at instant speed. Though it won't see any play. 5 freaking mana. So give this a 1.25 or something, even as a removal spell. Aloe Alchemist, 2 mana, 1 and a green. Oh my god, we're in green. I get to take a sip. 151.26 is my time. Aloe Alchemist is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 3/2 plant warlock with trample. When it becomes plotted, a creature gets +3/+2 and gains trample till end of turn. You know, so plot this for 1 and a green. So no matter how you plot it, it's a 3/2 trample, which is fine for 2 mana. And honestly, again, I just love stuff that does things when it gets plotted. This is like one of 2 or 3 cards in the entire set that does a thing when you plot it. And I like that. I like this a lot more than the red one we looked at, because it's only 2 mana. And even though it's sorcery speed, the trample, especially on such a big, you know, +3/+2 is no joke. That's almost giant growth. Trample is very, very useful on that. So I like this. I don't know if it's going to see like mono green, stompy kind of play, but it certainly could. Depending on what else is really available. But I think things like Flourishing Bondkin and maybe even Sharp-Eyed Investigator, Kyrion Beastcaller, probably better than this. But if you're looking to get in as fast as possible, maybe this is a great combat trick. The sorcery speed on the combat trick is balls. That's not good, but same time, you know, Picnic Ruiner. I target my Picnic Ruiner with my Aloe Alchemist ability. When I plot my Aloe Alchemist, suddenly Picnic Ruiner gets in for 5 double strike. the turn that I plot this. Like, all that seems okay, right? So I'm going to give this card a 2. There might be something there. They made the plot just low enough to where, like, even with sorcery speed, the, quote, combat trick is tempting. But we'll move on. Ankle Biter. What do you give a 1 mana 1/1 Death Touch? 1.5. Beast Bond Outcaster. 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 3/3 human druid. When it ETBs, if you control a creature power 4 or greater, you get to draw yourself a card. You plot it for 1 and a green. Solid limited card. Again, a lot of 3 mana 3/3s in this set. Drawing a card is good. Drawing a card is good, but probably not too standard playable. 1.5. Betrayal at the Vault. 6 mana, 4 and 2 green for an insta. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each of up to 2 other target creatures. So one guy can blow out 2 dudes, but it costs 6 mana. I really don't care. This is instant speed. And I guess I've seen people make the argument that, like, oh, the final showdown is 6 mana instant speed and it kills stuff and you like that. No, it's not the same thing. Blowing up everything on the table is not the same as, like, oh, I also have to have a creature in play. They have to have 2 creatures in play that it's big enough to kill. And you know what I mean? Like, there's so many things. I don't love this card, so I'm just going to go with a 1.25, even though you can blow out your opponent with this unlimited, and you should probably try to. Bristlepack Sentry is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 3/3 plant wolf with Defender. As long as you control a creature with power 4 or greater, it can attack as though it doesn't have Defender. So 2 mana, 3/3 most of the time, starting on turn 3, even in standard. So got to give it that. 1.75. Bristly Bill. Everybody likes this guy. 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/2 legendary plant druid. Landfall. Whenever you landfall, you get a +1/+1 counter on a guy. And you can pay 3 and 2 green to double the number of +1/+1 counters on all your boys. Okay. We already had, what is it, Rolling Earth in standard or whatever it's called. That is harder to deal with than a Bristly Bill. And it does the same thing in terms of the landfall trigger. I will say the activated ability has the potential to be great and just bust you through the game. And if you can activate it more than once, you're doing great. Cool with Agatha. Some people have pointed that out. Agatha can lower the cost of activated abilities. And so, you know, if you can get this down to 2 green mana, then suddenly it's really, really good. So I do like this guy. I think he's a fantastic, like, landfall commander in mono green. Or if he's just like in the 99 of landfall decks in commander, that's great too. But even in standard, I think there's like a spot for him, but I don't know if the deck's going to be good enough. I really don't. +1/+1 counter shenanigans, landfall shenanigans. It's all worth trying, but end of the day, I can't give him more than like a 2.5. And again, commander's doing most of the heavy lifting there. Cactarantula, I love the name of the card. 6 mana, 6/5 plant spider, costs 1 less to cast if you control a desert, has reach, and whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability your opponent controls, you can draw a card. So, actually a fairly strong card. Even, I mean, I'm not going to say inconstructed, but effectively 5 mana, 6/5 reach when your opponent does kill it, which they kind of feel the need to, you draw a card. Okay, we're getting there, but it's not quite there. Not even close, really. But in limited, I do like the card. Can't give it more than a 1.5, but it's kind of fine. Colossal Rattleworm is a much better large green guy, and it's a 4 mana 6/5 worm. It has flash when you control a desert, and it always has trample. Pay 1 and a green and exile it from your yard. Search your library for a desert, put it on the battlefield, tap, shuffle. So what I like about this that I haven't said at all yet is that I like how if they kill the first one, then you can ramp with the first one from your yard, and that means any other ones you play for the rest of the game should have flash automatically. Like if the first one doesn't have flash, the second, third, and fourth ones will. So I kind of like that. I do like the ramp here. I like the idea of milling this in multiple ways into my yard. And then, you know, using the instant speed 2 mana ramp, basically, to ramp myself into dual lands and stuff. It all sounds really good. So I think a lot of people are just concentrating on like 6/5 trample flash and being like, it's a big guy. But like, actually, I think most of the value is in this ability, the 2 mana exile it from your yard. Otherwise, it's just a big guy, and I can't really score big dudes that big or that high. But you know, 4 mana, 6/5 trample, most of the time flash. if you built your deck right, that's a good Magic card. That's a good Magic card. It may be in my top 10 cards in the set. It may be slightly outside. I haven't decided yet. But either way, I'm going to give the card a 2.75. I do not think it's a trap, but I will say the caveat here is that it's just a big creature. And that opponents can do plenty of things about just a big creature. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind, but still, I'm going to give the card a 2.75 because it's a good Magic card. Dance Oda Tumbleweeds, baby. This is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a sorcery with Spree. Pay 1, search your library for a basic or desert, put it onto the battlefield, but not necessarily tapped, and then shuffle. You can +3 it to create a XX green elemental creature token where X is the number of lands you control. If you haven't seen the top 5 underrated cowboy set cards that I did over on Power Dragon's channel. I implore you to go watch that because there's a bunch of spicy picks in that video, and this is one of mine. He has some great ones too, by the way. But this is one of my picks for the underrated cards in the set. Not necessarily a sleeper, but, you know, this is 3 mana ramp that does not put the land into play tapped. I guess it assumes that you're getting a desert, so it's going to come into play untapped like a lot of the time. But there are deserts that don't come into play tapped. Basics obviously don't. So this, again, puts the land into play untapped. That's huge. That's massive, massive, massive. But also, late in the game, giant guy, let's go, you know. I can ramp with this early, and then when I draw another copy of it, just get a huge dude. There's a lot of things I like about this card, and I really discuss it in a lot more detail on Power Dragon's channel. So again, go watch that. But I'm going to give this card a 2.25, and it honestly could be at least a quarter point better than that. Card is better than it looks. Drover Grizzly is 3 mana for a 4/2, saddle 1, and if it attacks while saddled, creature you control gain trample till end of turn. It's actually not bad. Don't love the toughness on it. I say that about a lot of mounts. You'd think that for being mounts, they'd be able to take more. Worst joke in the entire video. Probably the worst joke of the whole preview season. You'd think. They're getting ridden all the time. Anyway, let's move on. This card gets a 1.25. Free Strider Commando is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 3/3. Another one of these. Centaur Mercenary. ETBs with 2+1/+1 countered on it if it wasn't cast or no mana was spent to cast it. And you can plot it for 4 mana. So it could be a 5/5 for free. Oh my god. So that's, if you reanimate it, it's a 5/5. I don't know. It's not great. Maybe you blink it and it gets the +1/+1 counters. Maybe that's the secret. But baseline 3 mana 3/3 isn't the worst thing in the world. I'm going to give this a 1.5. Why does it have spurs? I saw that on Twitter the other day too. Why does it have spurs? Are you going to make yourself go faster? You know what spurs are for, right? Free Strider Lookout. It's 3 mana. 2 and a green for a 3/3 human rogue with reach. Maybe he just wears them for the irony. Whenever you commit a crime, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. Ability triggers only once each turn. Probably better than it looks, but still not actually as good as I want it to be. Almost never going to do anything the turn it comes into play, at least on curve, right? It can. It has the ability to, but likely as not, will not do that. So I don't love that. I guess it blocks bats and spyglass sirens and other like random 1/1 flyers. So it isn't a bad, I don't think it's a bad Magic card, but I don't think it's an amazing card either. 1.75 with room to grow. Full Steam Ahead is 5 mana, 3. I really should make that card a 2, shouldn't I? 1.75. 5 mana for Full Steam Ahead. Sorcery, until end of turn, each creature you control gets +2/+2, gains trample, and this creature can't be blocked by more than one creature. I've seen people pick this out as a sleeper. I don't see it. I love Overrun. Overrun is a great Magic card. This isn't quite that, and I think there's probably better things you could be doing if you want to play an Overrun effect in Standard. So, I don't know. Really, really good, like, sort of limited breakthrough effect for green decks, and they haven't had Overrun, like, that was this cleanly Overrun in, like, a really long time. So, I kind of like it for the simplicity of design. But, all things considered, 1.75 as well. Yeah. Seriously. That's why I should give that last card a 2, but I still refuse to do it. Giant Beaver is 4 mana. It's 3 and a green for a 4/4 Beaver mount with Vigilance. Whenever it attacks while saddled, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature that's saddled at this turn. Saddles for 3. Pretty bad creature altogether. I mean, 4 mana, 4/4 Vigilance could be worse. That's pretty good, actually, in terms of just overall rate, but I'm not going to give it more than a 1.25. Gold Rush is 2 mana, 1 and a green for an instant. You get a treasure token. Till end of turn, up to one target creature gets +2/+2 for each treasure you control. So it could be far more than +2/+2. It could be +6/+6, like relatively easily. And that ain't bad. You also just get a treasure off of it. I think this card is better than it might appear and isn't just a combat trick. But even as a combat trick, blow you out, kill your dude in combat, keep my guy, and get a treasure token. Again, that's pretty blowy outy, you know what I mean? So I like the card. I'm going to give it a 2. This actually gets a 2. I'm serious. This card is better than the last 2 cards we looked at. I like this a lot. Gold Vein Hydra, X and a green for a 0/0 Hydra with Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. Enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it, and then when it dies, you get a number of tapped treasure tokens equal to its power, which can be anything. It can't be a boat. Its power cannot be a boat. I will say that. So that sucks, but still, its power isn't just equal to what you paid for it. Sometimes you'll have Anthem effects, or it'll get other +1/+1 counters, so it's really good with abilities like that. But Altogether, I really want this to be a very, very, very good Magic card, but I'm not going to give it more than a 2.25, and I hesitate even to give it that. But I honestly kind of want to give this a 2.5, but I've given some very good cards 2.5s tonight, so I think this is probably more around the 2.25 mark, sitting in with some of the role player-y cards that we've already looked at. And yes, I know this card can do some very good stuff. Sacrifice to Corrupted Conviction, get treasures and cards. Sacrifice to Gitrog Monster on the turn after you play it, get a bunch of cards and treasures. Like, there's good things you can do. I understand that. But I just think that those things aren't as likely to occur as you might think, and they're not as, blowout as you might think. Okay, play the Gold Vein Hydra, play the Gitrog Monster, get my cards, get my treasures. Opponent still has Sunfall. Like, the game isn't over yet. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you put yourself in a decent position, but I don't know, man. I really want this card to be fantastic, but I have serious, serious doubts about its actual playability. But, there are two Hydras inside of me, and one of them wants me to give this card a 3, and the other says 2.25 and just leave it at that. And I think it's safer to do that for now, to be honest. Hard Bristle Bandit is a hell of a Magic card. 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 1/1 plant rogue. Tap to add a mana of any color. And also, whenever you commit a crime, untap Hard Bristle Bandit. The ability triggers only once each turn. Cute that it's a plant. Can go in roots and stuff like that. But this will often create 2 mana in a turn. So it's phenomenal. And good. This is a 2.5. This is a 2.5. Can't wait for Deb to dumpster Gold Vein Hydra. I don't think it'll make it in Standard. So I got somebody that's here with me on Gold Vein Hydra. I think it has shots in Standard, but I think it is one of the more overrated cards in the set. Hard Bristle Bandit is one of the more overlooked cards in the set in some ways, although I have seen plenty of people talking about it. Basically, tapping for 2 mana a turn on a mana dork is fantastic. You do have to devote some of that mana to committing crimes a lot of the time, but you don't really mind, Like, if I cut down, I basically cast Cut Down for free if I have this guy in play. I cast Go for the Throat for 1 mana if I have this guy in play. That is great. That is so freaking good. He does die to, in the festivities and, Life of Toshiro Yumazawa's -1/-1. He dies to a lot of stuff. And I don't love that. But I do think he's just good enough to at least try to play. 2 mana a turn should not be too hard to achieve with this, especially in Golgari, where you do play Cut Down, you do play Go for the Throat, you do play Virtue of Persistence. You can even play Graveyard Trespasser in that deck pretty easily. There's lots of stuff that commits crimes. So if they want a 2 mana dork in that deck, it'll be this guy. This will be the guy. So I don't know. I like him. Did I rate him 2.5? Intrepid Stable Master, another mana dork. 2 mana for a 2/2 Human Scout. Reach, tap, add green, and then you can tap to add 2 mana of any color to cast mounts or vehicles. So you can cast a Gitrog on turn 3 with this guy. But you can't saddle the Gitrog with because he's tapped, right? So that kind of sucks. You have to have cast a 1-drop in order to really go off. But all things considered, though, a 5-drop on turn 3 is a very good benchmark. This was also in the video I did on Power Dragon's channel. This is one of my picks. Because you can cast a Magmatic Galleon on turn 3 and kill one of their guys, maybe get a treasure token and have a Magmatic Galleon. You can cast a Mysterious Limousine on turn 3, take out one of their guys. So I think there's kind of there's something to this, just a little bit, So I'm going to give this a solid 2 and just leave it at that. Map the Frontier is 4 mana, 3 and a green for a sorcery. Search your library for 2 basic land cards and or desert cards. Battlefield tapped, shuffle. So explosive vegetation, but also with deserts. So you can go get 2 of the pain lands and shock your opponent. This is 4 mana for 2 damage to your opponent and 2 lands tapped. And by the way, the 2 lands you go and get are dual lands. So that could completely fix your mana. That's one thing that explosive vegetation and Invasion of Zendikar can't do is get dual lands, So pretty good. If your mana wasn't fixed when you cast this card, it is now. So I like this. I tend to like explosive vegetation with upside. We've seen a lot of really good ones lately. And I think there's potential for this to be better than Invasion because they don't usually attack into their Invasion. It can be part of their game plan, but it only happens 1 out of every 8 games. So Invasion could still be better than this, but if you do play any deserts, this starts becoming very good. But I don't know. Domain mostly wants basics, so they probably don't play deserts. That said, solid Magic card. 2. Straight up 2. Ornery Tumblewag is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 2/2 Brushwag Mount at the beginning of combat on your turn. Something that you control gets +1/+1 counter. It's good. I don't know why I couldn't just read the card. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control at the beginning of combat at your turn. Whenever Ornery Tumblewag attacks while saddled, double the number of +1/+1 counters on target creature. It has saddle too. This is Scathe Zombies. It's a 2-mana 2/2. I mean, you can. It's also a Lunarch Veteran, or Lunarch Aspirant rather. And Lunarch Aspirant was very annoying, so you got to give it its flowers there. I guess Fight Rigging is also this. Maybe it's more comparable to Fight Rigging. 3 mana, one of it's green, +1/+1 counter on a guy every turn. So, I don't know. Doubling the counters is also tempting, but I just think there's better things. I would rather play Sentinel of the Nameless City just about every time. But in a mount deck, maybe this gives you some sort of longevity, like some actual ability to win a long game. And that could be important in the mount deck. So, I don't know. I don't want to discount it too much, and I want to give it a 2. I just want to give it a straight up 2 and leave it there, because I think that, in certain decks there might be some argument for it, but altogether I'm not seeing it. Outcaster Greenblade, 3 mana for a 1/2 human mercenary. When at ETB, search your library for a basic or desert, put it in your hand, then shuffle. It gets +1/+1 for each desert you control. This is a good Magic card. That is good. Going and getting just a 3 mana 1/2. What is that? A Civic Wayfinder or something like that. Like just going and getting a basic or desert when it comes into play is kind of good on a 3 mana 1/2. Not great, but kind of good. Where this shines is it's kind of automatically a 2/3 when you play the desert that you got. But if I go, desert, untapped desert on 3, then suddenly, what is he, a 3/4 on turn 3? And then when I play the desert, he's a 4/5, and he drew me a card. Like, it's kind of a solid Magic card, actually. So, I don't hate this. I mean, I didn't really do much the first couple of turns, but even if you only have one desert when you play this, 3 mana 2/3, and then you play the desert he gets you, 3/4. That's good. Like, I don't hate this at all. Solid 2. I mean, very solid 2, if not higher. Outcaster Trailblazer, 3 mana 2 and a green for a 4/2 human druid. When it ETBs, add a mana of any color. You can plot this, by the way, for its mana cost. Whenever another creature with power 4 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card. The word another on this is bugging me. I wish it was just any creature so it drew a card when it came into play, but I always ask for too much. This can generate mana if you plot it. It just generates a mana when it enters play for free. And then hopefully you will play this for free. You'll cast this, you'll get your mana of any color, and that'll help you ramp into like a 5-drop that draws you a card. You see how it works? I think this is actually pretty good. And I'm going to give it a 2.25. I don't want to give it anything higher than that because I don't think it's great. And in decks that want to play it, I don't know that you want to skip your turn 3 to plot this, right? So I don't love this card, but I do like this card. We're in like with each other. They checked yes. I sent him a note during school that said, "Do you like me?" And they checked yes. So I figure I'll check yes. I like this card too. But I can't give it more than like a 2 1/4 or something like that. Patient Naturalist, 3 mana for a 2/3 human scout. When it ETBs, mill 3 cards, put a land card from among them into your hand. If you can't, create a treasure token. So it's going to ramp you no matter what. No matter what. Well, that's not true. It's going to ramp you if it creates a treasure. So you kind of don't want it to hitch. But, if it does hit a land, you get it in your hand. It's not, again, not bad. 3 mana dudes that put a land in your hand for, 2/3, 3 mana guy, get a land. That's fine. You also get some mill out of it. So I'll give this a 1.75 because it doesn't scale to the number of lands you have in play like the other guy that we saw. But still, it's not like the worst card in the world. Railway Brawler, little commander all-star right here. 5 mana, 3 and 2 green for a 5/5 Rhino Warrior with reach and trample. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is its power. You can plot this for 4 mana. Pretty good, 4 mana for a 5/5 reach trample if you want to skip your turn. Doing it like, I ramped on turn 2. I have 4 mana on turn 3. Is this what I want to do? Do I want to skip that? Just use all 4 of that mana to plot this guy? I doubt it. But a 5/5 reach trample is obviously a pretty formidable body. The good part of this, though, is the text box, that the non-keyworded text box that basically, doubles every creature you play for the rest of the turn's power. It's not even non-token creatures. It's all the creatures for the rest of the game that ETB under your control. I do think this is a commander special, but the kind of commander special that will double in value a few months from now, or after the set goes out of print or out of standard or whatever. This is probably going to be a somewhat sought after commander card for a good time. So I'm going to give this card a 2.75, and that feels extremely high because I don't think this sees any standard play whatsoever. But just for commander love, easy 2.75. Going to be one of the more memorable commander cards from the main set. Rambling Possum is 3 mana for a 3/3. Another one of those. It's a Possum mount. If it attacks while saddled, it gets +1/+2 till end of turn. Then you may return any number of creatures that saddled it this turn to their owner's hand. Saddle for 1. Very normal magic card. 0.75. Raucous Entertainer is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/2 plant bard. Pay 1 and tap it. Put a +1/+1 creature on each creature you can counter, on each creature you control that entered the battlefield this turn. Has some uses. Kind of neat in tokens decks, right? Gleeful Demolition, anybody? Yeah, 1.5. 1.75. It does have enough uses for a 1.75. Reach for the Skies, 4 mana, 3 and a green for an aura with flash. Enchants a creature. Enchanted creature gets +3/+2 and has reach. When Reach for the Skies, put in your graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. Way too expensive. Even for a thing that draws you a card and has flash. Like, all these things seem okay. But 4 mana is ridiculous, dog. It is a bit much. Maybe you play it with Aret. We'll get to her when we get to the gold cards. But all things considered, no. Absolute no. 1. Rise of the Varmints. Rise of the Varmints is 4 mana, 3 and a green for a source. Destroy? Create X 2/1 green varmint creature tokens, where X is the number of creature cards in your yard. You can plot this for 2 and a green. Neat card right here. I think I like this more than, what is it, Diregraph or Dread Horde, whatever it's called. You know, it puts like two 2/2 decayed zombies into play for each thing in your graveyard, and it flashes back. This does not flash back, which kind of sucks. But still, you can put a bunch of things into play that can actually block. You can put like 10 power into play very, very easily with this card. So kind of like it, but a little bit awkward to play in the decks that do want to play it. So I'm just going to give it a 2. Smuggler's Surprise, baby. This is a single green mana for an instant. Whispery, +2, mill 4 cards. You may put up to 2 creature and or land cards from among the milled cards into your hand. That is a 3 mana mill 4 draw 2, by the way. That's not bad in and of itself, but mode everyone's talking about is 4 and a green. You may put up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard onto the... Why am I reading like that? You may put up to 2 target creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. +1. Creatures you control with power 4 or greater gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. So for 6 mana, the mode everybody wants is to just throw an Atraxa and another creature down, rather than having to wait to pay 7 mana for the Atraxa. You can't get it through counter spells with Cavern of Souls that way, and I hate that about this, but all things considered, 6 mana for a potential 2 giant guys on the board at instant speed, EOT, or even during your opponent's combat step, is massive. Absolutely massive. If your opponent tries to hit you with Deadly Cover-Up, Depopulate, or any non-Sunfall sweeper, which I hate having to say, and suddenly getting to, keep even 1 large man from that, but imagine you keep like 2 large men when they try to Sunfall you. You just win the game, right? So this last mode is amazing. And again, I'll go back to this first mode. Nobody talks about it, but I think it's because everyone wants to save it till they have at least 6 mana. And do note, I guess, if you have 7 mana, you can do the 5 mana and 1 mana modes together, and the 2 creatures you put onto the battlefield from your hand will have hexproof and indestructible if they're big enough. So, all that's good. But again, this first mode is actually kind of nice. Divination at instant speed and mill an extra 2. Aside from that, okay, it's not bad. But I do think this card has some spots. I think it's really not great against control, even with the instant speed. But maybe that is what saves it against control. One way or the other. I even like this in kind of a Bant control list that has the requisite number of creatures to make it work, but we'll talk about that at a later date. Weird uses for this, and obviously like mono green rides again if you want to build mono green ramp with like Titan of Industry and Tyrannax Rex, and like there's ways to play this card, right? So I love it. I can't deny that I love it. I have to give it a 3, even though it probably is not worth that score. It's probably a 2.75. I'm still going to just say, screw it. Let's not be objective. Let's give it a 3. I really like this card. Snakeskin Veil. What do you give Snakeskin Veil? A reprint. Single green mana for an instant. A guy you control gets a counter. +1/+1. And he gains hexproof till end of turn. So a counter and hexproof for a single green mana is a great deal. But is Tamiyo's safekeeping better? Maybe. Depends on the deck you're playing. You playing a +1/+1 counter deck? This is probably better, Playing a deck that actually wants to attack and doesn't care about the life gain? This is probably better. Same thing with Tyvar's Stand, which is the best card, but all those cards are like 2.5s, so I guess we should rate Snakeskin Veil a 2.5 as well. Almost always sees some sort of play. Even sees play back to Pioneer in some cases. So just a very, very good card. Spinewood's Armadillo over here. This is 6 mana, 4 and 2 green for a 7/7 reach Armadillo with Ward 3. And you can pay 1 and a green and discard it to search your library for a basic or desert, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle, gain 3. Solid card, don't sleep on it. I actually kind of like this a lot. You get a kind of, herd migration mode on it. And in this case, when you discard it, rather than discarding your herd migration, you're discarding a reanimatable creature. That's pretty good. And once you do get him into play, he's kind of hard to get rid of. Ward 3 is kind of something. It really is something. So, I don't know. I kind of like him. Make sure that you get your lands. You can do the channel ability at instant speed as usual. The 3 life is definitely very, very helpful. I don't think they juiced this all the way to like standard playability, but they came way up to the line on it. And as a result, I'm going to actually dole a 2 out to this. I think it's worth trying. I really do think it's worth trying. And yeah, he does look like a gentle dude. He doesn't want to attack, but he will. Spinewood's Paladin, 5 mana, 4 and a green for a 5/4 Human Knight with Trample. When it ETBs, you gain 3 life. Plot 4/4. So, 5/4 Trample gain you 3. That'll catch you back up against aggro, but all things considered, 1.25. Stubborn Burrow Fiend is 2 mana for a 2/2 Badger Beast mount. And whenever he becomes saddled for the first time each turn, which costs 2 to saddle him, you mill 2 cards, and then Burrow Fiend gets +X till end of turn, where X is the number of creature cards in your yard. Build your own Lurgoyf. Probably not actually that good. I'll give him a 1.75 though. Throw from the Saddle is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a sorcery. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on it instead if it is a mount. Then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. I really wish this was if you controlled a mount, instead of the thing you're targeting has to be a mount. Still, bite effect. Sorcery speed bite effect, but sorcery speed doesn't make a bite effect terrible. So, I don't hate this too much. I'm just going to give it a 1.5. Trash the Town, a green mana for an instant with Spree, +2. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. +1, a creature gains Trample till end of turn. Or my favorite mode, +1 till end of turn, target creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. Draw 2 cards. Again, chart a course, right? Chart a course. If you've attacked this turn, 2 mana, draw 2. This, on the other hand, is 2 mana instant speed, draw 2 if something deals combat damage. So not quite the same as chart a course, but still green, 2 mana, draw 2 cards. That's kind of good. Also note that you can target, I've just caught this, you can target your opponent's creatures with this. You can target one of your opponent's creatures at instant speed. Oh, you're going to deal 1 damage to me with that guy? Cool, I'll draw 2, thanks. No, that works. Yeah, no, wait. Target creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw 2 cards. No, that'll work for them. That will work for them. I'm stupid. I'm being stupid. I'm pretty sure that works for them. That's stupid. Don't do it. I guess you could target their guy. I got a Sheoldred in play. I target your guy with this. You take 4 when you draw the cards. Don't do that. I'm being dumb. But still, 2 mana for a creature gaining Trample. That's not terrible. 2 counters on a creature for 3 mana plus some of these other things. Like altogether, the card is kind of good. I'm going to give it a 1.75, but acknowledge that it could be better than that just because like drawing 2 cards whenever one of your guys gets through for 2 mana, like that's a great mode. So I really want to give this card a 2. So I will. It's my show. 2. Tumbleweed Rising, 2 mana for a sorcery. You get an XX green elemental creature token. X is the greatest power among creatures you control. Plot this for 2 and a green. I hate this card. I think it's very bad. I'm going to give it a 1. Voracious Varmint is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/2 Varmint with Vigilance. You can pay 1 and sack it to destroy an artifact or enchantment. Not that we haven't seen this card before, but every time we see it, we got to give it a 1.75 at the very least. And now we're on gold cards, so I can have a breath. Jeez Louise. Oh my goodness. Okay. Here we go. Akul the Unrepentant is black, red for a 5/5 legendary Scorpion Dragon Rogue with Flample. Sacrifice 3 other creatures. You may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Do this only as a sorcery, only once each turn. I think this card is cracked in half. I think this card is very good, especially with cards like Gleeful Demolition in current standard. The card is crazy. Like a card comes down on turn 4, so you might just have 3 other creatures as a natural course of playing Magic. But if you do anything with tokens, if you play Wedding Announcement, if you play Gleeful Demolition, if you play Resolute Reinforcements, if you do anything with tokens, it's pretty easy to have 3 creatures on the table by the time you play this. And then not only will you have the Atraxa, but you'll also have a 5/5 Flample. People forget that, right? Like if I drop a relatively large creature onto the table, yeah, they got to deal with the Itali, and I get the bonus points from playing the Itali, you know, the ETB trigger. But okay, you have the go for the throat for the Itali. Do you have the gopher for the flying trample 5/5 guy? Oh no, okay. So this is a big threat in and of itself that can drop Italis and Atraxas and Tyrannax Rex and God knows what else onto the table, you know. So I really like this card an awful lot. I don't know if it's one of the best cards in the entire set, but I do think it has the chance to be one of the sort of runaway cards that you might not have seen coming from this set. So I'm going to give this a 3 and not regret it. Card gets an easy 3. Yeah, Gleeful Demolition Enjoyer all day. Anti-Flash, the veteran, 6 mana, 3 and Naya for a 4/5 legendary human rogue with Flash. That's good. When it ETBs, if you cast it, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Whenever Anti-Flash becomes tapped, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You can play them cards this turn. So I actually kind of think this is interesting. We were just talking about Naya Control earlier. Oh, you play a Naya Control? This is another good card for that. Kind of a win condition that also puts maybe an interesting or important permanent type back into play from your graveyard. Maybe you can filter the thing that you want to reanimate into your yard earlier in the game and then use Annie to bring it back. And that's good value. Also, the fact that, you know, she becomes tapped. She doesn't even have to attack, just becomes tapped. You get basically card draw. This is all good on a flash creature. 6 mana probably costs it out of standard play, but soon, very soon actually, we'll get to another 6 mana legend that I actually really like. So I actually don't want to pour that much, you know, garbage on Anti-Flash over here. I think she might be okay. The Flash might be key. Again, picking an important permanent that you get to reanimate might be key to the card too. So I really don't want to just like poo-poo on this. I'm going to give it a 2, but we'll see about it. Annie joins up as 4 mana, 1 in Naya for a legendary enchantment. When it enters play, it deals 5 damage to a creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. And if a triggered ability of a legendary creature you control triggers, that triggers an additional trigger. Just whenever I read a Panharmonicon, I just want to say trigger 50 times. Whenever a trigger triggers, you trigger the trigger again. You just do a bunch of triggering when you like. I don't know how many Panharmonicons we have to get before Wizards or other players are satisfied, but this is obviously a good Magic card. This is obviously a good, I mean, it does something when it enters play. You could just say this is a 5 mana removal spell or 4 mana removal spell, so it's not good considering the sorcery speed, but I think that's a very cynical and jaded way of looking at it. I think if you can get this on the table and set it up, it's kind of difficult for your opponent to remove. If you can double trigger Joda, you're doing ridiculous crap. If you can double trigger Rafine, you're doing ridiculous crap. If you can double trigger Anim Pakal or like anything in the format, you're doing ridiculous crap. So like, I think this card is probably good, even though it's relatively slow looking. And like, we haven't even talked about Commander. I'm just on standard right now. So I'm going to give this card a 2.5. I think that it definitely has work to do. Assimilation Aegis. I like this card more than most people. 3 mana, 1, a white, and a blue for an artifact, which is an equipment. It equips for 2. When it ETBs, exile up to 1 target creature until Aegis leaves the battlefield. When Aegis becomes attached to a creature, for as long as Aegis remains attached to it, or Aegis really, that creature becomes a copy of a creature card exiled with Assimilation Aegis. This card is very good, I think, mostly because it's an artifact. I really want to play this in Thousand Moon Smithy, man. The Thousand Moon Smithy deck is effectively a control deck. The way I build it every time I build the stupid thing. It does not work as an aggro deck because then you have to play a 4-drop that can't attack the turn it comes into play, the Thousand Moon Smithy column. It just doesn't really work as aggro. You want it to be mid-range, you want it to be control. And I think this card is just perfect, absolutely perfect for a deck like that. And if you do happen to nab something good, being able to turn one of your dudes into their guy is like crazy depending on what you snatch up with this. So I like this. There's a lot fewer things in the format that destroy artifacts that are actually played in standard decks than there are things that destroy enchantments. So it's not safe, but it's relatively more safe than if it were enchantment. And I like that. So I don't know. I like this card a good bit. Can't give it more than like a 2.25. I think it's really a role player in one specific deck, but it's very good in that deck. It's really, really good in that deck. Missing piece. At knife point, 3 mana, 1, a black, and a red for an enchantment as long as it's your turn. Outlaws you control at first strike. Whenever you commit a crime, you get one of them 1/1 red mercs, but the ability only triggers once a turn. Don't slow it down, cowboy. I really wish this could trigger more than once a turn, but still. Not a whole lot of upfront value on a card like this, but still pretty okay, All in all, I can't score more than a 1.75. I think even the Outlaw decks aren't going to want it that much in standard, right? But in limited, it's not terrible. Not terrible. I like anything in limited that's going to give you, you know, a little extra board presence as the game goes on. Badlands Revival. This is an underrated card right here. 5 mana, 3 a black and a green for a sorcery. Zombify a thing. Return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. And also return up to 1 target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. I think this card is much better than it looks because it's kind of boring. Card is just kind of ho-hum when you first look at it. Oh, it's a 5 mana reanimation spell with upside. And we've gotten a slew of those over the last few sets, really a couple of years. 5 mana Zombify in like every set. There's more in this set. We've already looked at a white one in this set. We'll look at another gold one. There's 5 mana Zombifies forever. But being able to return a permanent card from your yard to your hand is actually kind of great. Not amazing or anything. I'm not trying to call the card incredible, but you know, get back a Planeswalker, get back Liliana, get back another creature. So even if they take care of the giant guy you reanimated, you still have another creature in your hand. Like that's, I don't know. It seems good. I'm going to give it a 2. I really am. I think this is a fine Magic card. Baron Bertram Greywater is for hoity-toity. This is 4 mana, 2 a white and a black for a 3/4 legendary vampire noble. Whenever 1 or more tokens enter the battlefield under your control, you get a 1/1 black rogue vampire creature token with lifelink, but you only get to trigger this ability once per turn. You can pay 1 in the black and sacrifice another creature or artifact to draw a card. Fine little limited guy, I guess. Like, it's probably good for like black-white tokens in limited. A good uncommon, but it's about the end of it. So 1.5, something like that. Bonnie Paul Clear Cutter, 6 mana for Paula Bunyan. Why didn't they just say that? Just call her Paula Bunyan. 3 a green and 2 blue for a 6/5 legendary giant scout with a reach, and when it enters the battlefield, you get Babe. Did I say Babe? I meant Bow, a legendary blue ox creature token with this creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of lands you control. Whenever you attack, draw a card, then you may put a land card from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield. Or graveyard. That's kind of neat. This card is good. This card is good. I don't know if it sees standard play or anything, but you are getting, first of all, in limited, jeez. In limited, the card is cracked, but like, even in standard, man, you're paying 6 mana in a color combination that ramps. I'm playing Simic Ramp, you know. So like, potentially on turn 4, you're getting like at least 12 power, if not more, on 2 guys. Okay. And then like, also, it can trigger the turn it comes into play. So like if I have any creatures to attack with when Bonnie comes in, I can attack and draw cards and put lands and stuff. Like that's awesome. That's so good. Like if I have a new Capenna land in my yard, I get to draw a card and ramp a new Capenna land as soon as this comes. That's so good, dude. So I don't know. I think that's fantastic. And just the fact that it gives you 2 huge creatures, like let's go. And you can blink it too. Like if they kill the ox, you can blink it or something like that. It's a fine reanimation target too for what that's worth. Like, I don't know, dude. I think this card is actually kind of slick. And I'm going to give it a 2.5. I'm going to do it. Breaches the Blastmaker, one of my least favorite cards in the set. 3 mana, 1 a blue and a red for a 3/3 legendary goblin pirate with menace. Yet another 3/3 for 3. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you may sack an artifact. If you do, flip a coin. When you win the flip, copy the spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. If you lose the flip, instead, Breaches deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to any target. So, hoops, baby. These hoops are not necessarily tight. They're just so freaking many, dude. You know, you got to cast 2 spells in a turn. Then you have to have an artifact to sacrifice. You got to be okay sacrificing. Okay, you did sacrifice it. Cool. Flip a coin. You got a coin? No one's had a coin in forever. Flip a coin though, but pull it out of your pocket, flip it. Okay, so did you win it? Okay, now you get the cool thing. You did the cool thing where you can have a spell. But you see, the thing is, everything is just so like deep, you know what I mean, on this card. Like you have to have 2 spells to cast in a turn. If you do that, you have to have an artifact to sack. If you do sack the artifact, flip the coin. You can't plan on what happens when you actually trigger this ability because you're flipping a coin. So like maybe you copy the spell, who knows? Maybe it's not even a spell you want to copy. I don't know. Maybe it does damage equal to any target, which I kind of want, but like you're not guaranteed. I hate this card. And I will go off on it for the rest of the video. This is a very, very is-it card, isn't it? Extremely is-it card. But that said, I'm going to give this card like a 1. I cannot stand this Magic card. I really don't like it. You could probably build a fun commander deck out of it, yeah, but somebody designed this and was very proud of themselves, and I'm happy they are, and I'm glad they designed a cool Magic card, because it is cool undeniably, but I have a blind rage associated with this card. I don't know why. I hate it. 1. Bruce Tarl, roving rancher, old Bruce over here. 4 mana, 2 in Boros for a 4/3 legendary human warrior. Oxen you control have double strike. Whenever Bruce Tar, Roving Rancher enters the battlefield or attacks, exile the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you get a 2/2 white ox. Otherwise, you may cast it until the end of your next turn. I think this is actually a little better by itself than anyone else thinks. Everyone's like, oh, you're not going to build Oxen. No, I'm not going to build Oxen. What I'm going to do is have an ETB card draw on my 4 mana, 4 power guy. Or what I'm going to do is have an ETB look at the top card and get a land. And because that happened, I got a 2/2 white ox with double strike. I got a 4/4 because I happened to rip a land. I don't get to play the land, but still I got a 4/4 because I happened to rip a land when this came into play. This could put 8 power effectively into play the turn it comes into play. Because it has an ETB trigger, not just an attack trigger, ETB trigger. This puts 8 power into play, theoretically. If you do have other oxen, I guess it's fine. But note that if this is just left unchecked and it's attacking every turn, then it's either drawing me a card or it's putting bodies on the table with double strike. That's better than it looks, just completely by itself. The other thing I want to mention is that while this isn't standard, we will return to Lorwyn, which has changeling creatures in it. And all changeling creatures are oxen, are they not? So, could get better than 2. Just keep it in mind. Didn't put this on my sleepers list, but it is kind of definitively a sleeper because if we get a bunch of great changelings, this is awesome. Can just come down and change the game the turn it comes into play. Multiple ways. So, I like this guy. I'm going to give him a 2.5. I don't care what anybody says. Do you want more lands in Boros after 4? Depends on the Boros deck. I don't know if this has to be in aggro. I think this is in more of a mid-range deck. You know how like Sheldred, if Sheldred's left on the table for more than 2 turns, it gets crazy. And I think that this could easily kind of have the same thing going for it. But will Bloomburrow have good oxen? Probably have a couple. Cactus Folk, sure shot, better than it looks. 4 mana for a 4/4 plant mercenary with reach and ward 2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, other creatures you control with power 4 or greater gain trample and haste until end of turn. 2 amazing abilities to have. This can affect the table the turn it comes down. It can be very hard for your opponent to remove because of the ward. That's very real cost. I'm going to give this a 2.25 and be 100% again serious about that rating. It may seem a bit high if you know what the ratings are. Because I've been giving decent cards, 2.25s, 2.5s, and all that. But I actually think this might have some small shot in standard for a variety of reasons. But really, I just think like a global, all your guys trample and haste, all your big guys trample and haste. Incredible. Any giant dude you play after you play this is going to have haste for the rest of the game. Sick. It's a fine magic card in my estimation. 2.25 at the least. Congregation Griff, a signpost uncommon for mounts here. It's 3 mana, 1 green, a white for a 1/4 Hippogriff mount with flying and lifelink. It attacks while saddled. It gets +X till end of turn, where X is the number of mounts you control, and it has saddle 3. So it costs a lot to get this thing saddled. But it's almost always like guaranteed, basically guaranteed to attack for 2, right? If you saddle it, because you will at least control it, so it'll be a 2-power lifelinker. A 2/5 flying lifelinker if you saddle it, and you have no other mounts. In the mounts deck, this could be good, but I'm still not sure we've really seen all the stuff the mounts deck needs to be a decent deck outside of Limited. In Limited, though, this is pretty good. It's pretty good. Got a big old butt. Can get in for lifelink, is a relatively cheap flyer, so I really like it in that format. I'm going to give it a 1.5. Doc Arlock, Grizzled Genius. Somebody said earlier, Grizzled Genius, that this would be good with Fibblethip. And it could. This is a green and a blue for a 2/3 legendary bear druid. I don't know why it's a bear and it's a 2/3. That was a missed opportunity. Still dies to cut down, you know. Why not make it a 2/2? Anyway, Simic colors for a 2/3 legendary bear druid. Spells you cast from your graveyard or exile cost 2 less to cast. Plotting cards from your hand cost 2 less to cast. I'm going to come out and say this card's a 2.75. Little higher than you probably expected, but the rate on it is kind of fine to begin with. And honestly, I think that there is righteous garbage that you can do with this card. A lot of people are just saying like, oh, it goes in the plotting deck. And like, yeah, I guess it goes in the plotting deck, but this also works with flashback and stuff like that. You know, anything from graveyard or exile. So it works with creatures that you play out of exile because you play the adventure half of them first. So, you know, just adventure creatures. Lots of stuff, dude. There's so much just in standard alone that this actually kind of works with, and cost reduction can be very, very good. And he's also obviously a friend of the Axolotl, and I appreciate that too. So Again, 2.75 for the Bear Doc. I think that he is that, like potentially at least that good. Aret the Beguiler, told you we'd get to her eventually. 4 mana, 1 in Esper colors for a 4/4 legendary human warlock with the lifelink. 4 mana, 4/4 lifelink. Okay. Whenever an aura you control becomes attached to a non-land permanent an opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to that aura's value, gain control of that permanent for as long as that aura is attached to it. Remember earlier when I said that 4 mana green aura was terrible? It's great with Aret. Sucks that you have to play a 4th color, but yeah, it's even though it's 4 mana, it's got flash, and you actually want to have more expensive auras in your Aret deck so you can grab more expensive creatures. So that would be a cool little thing to do. But that card still sucks. Aret kind of sucks too. Honestly, I really wish Aret would get like one great version because I love this character. And I like the 3 mana like Orzhov Aret from Wilds. That said, this is obviously a commander, right? This is commander all day. Does she look like Anne Hathaway in this picture? Like a blonde Anne Hathaway to anybody else? Like slightly fuller face or whatever, but like something in the eyes and the lips is very Anne Hathaway. But either way, who cares? Just adding on time. I have to give this like a 2.25 maybe. No, I'm just going to give this a 2. I'm just going to give her a 2. A 4 mana 4/4 lifelink is actually pretty decent. If you actually get, to steal even one thing, that's pretty sexy, but you probably won't be able to do that, to be honest. But very interesting commander. Urta Joe, Frontier Mentor. This is 4 mana, 2 in Boros for a 2/4 legendary core advisor. When it ETBs, you get a 1/1 red merc. Whenever you activate an ability that targets a creature or player, copy that ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. A lot of people just saying like, oh, Signpost, Boros uncommon for what Boros is trying to do in this limited environment. But, it does give you 2 bodies when it comes into play. There's at least that. Cool thing about this, though, is the second ability is actually potentially quite busted, Like, there's plenty of abilities that target creatures or players. Even if I just use like this in the same deck as like Thermo Alchemist or something, like that'd be fun. Copy Thermo Alchemist ability whenever I do it. And now we're doubling up, like twice as fast on the Thermo Alchemist. But there's plenty of other stuff you could do. I do think this has a lot of potential, and I'm going to give it a 2, even though it's a little bit slow and it's too expensive. And I get all that, but it gives you value outside of just playing it. And if you can ever actually do something crazy with it, you probably win the game. I think there's probably win the game things you can do with this. Even though I can't name any off the top of my head, I do think there are probably some just nutso to butso things that this card can do for you. Form a Posse is X a red and a white for a sorcery. Create X 1/1 red mercs. That's it. That's the whole spell. Card is actually kind of neat though. With a few things in standard, right? We've got a few things like War Leader's Call, for instance, that deal damage to your opponent whenever creatures enter the battlefield. It could be great with this, and pumps them too into 2/2s. So a card just could be amazing with War Leader's Call, but there's other stuff something like this could easily work with. I don't hate it, and as like a control finisher, to be quite honest with you, but probably no sense doing that, right? So I'm just going to give this card a 2.25, though. I do think that there are solid things about it, and like 5 years ago, the card would have definitely been rare, right? 100%. Why is this card uncommon? Geared, Mirror of the Wilds, 3 mana, Naya colors for a 3/3 legendary human shaman with haste. Non-token creatures you control have tap. Create a token that's a copy of a token you control that entered the battlefield this turn. So that's kind of cute. There's infinite combos with this in standard already. Copy your dominating vampire, make it a token somehow. And then copy dominating vampires. Dominating vampires gains control of Geared and untaps it. Geared untaps. Haste. You copy tap it. I'm not even doing this correctly. Tap it again to copy dominating vampire. Dominating vampire comes into play, untaps Geared. Copies dominating vampire, untaps. Copies dominating vampire, untaps. That's kind of a fun one. But there's other like combos with this in standard, and I actually think this is better than it looks. But still not like that amazing. You know what I'm saying? It's not that amazing. So I can really only give this like a 2, and that's mostly commander level stuff, right? Because I think it's a decent commander card, but 2.25 at the absolute most. Gitrog, Ravenous Ride, I've been dreading this. 5 mana, 3 in Golgari for a 6/5 legendary frog horror mount with trample and haste, saddles for 1. Whenever Gitrog, Ravenous Ride deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice a creature that saddled it this turn. If you do, draw X cards, put up to X land cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Tapped X is the sacrifice creature's power. Good magic card. It is. Just for the last time, I want to make it known, I do think this is a good magic card, although I do think it's quite overrated. 5 mana, 6 power, trample, haste. Probably the best things about the card right there. I honestly think that a 6 power haste guy that tramples over is going to be something your opponent's going to always have to be prepared for. And just that sort of threat of casting is a big deal in Standard. That said, does Golgari play this over Aclazotz? Does Golgari play this over any 5-drop they could play, like Gisa, you know? I'm just not sure if they do. I'm not sure if they have enough creatures to make it work. Lower on the curve, below Gitrog. I'm not sure they have enough creatures they want to sacrifice. I don't want to sacrifice my Preacher. I don't want to sacrifice my Graveyard Trespasser, you know? Maybe I'll sacrifice my Tenacious Underdog. Maybe that's an idea. You know, you can sacrifice any of the Kamigawa Dragons or something, and then you get like a million cards because they all have high power, and you get their dies trigger. So, like, there's stuff. I'm not going to deny that there is stuff to do with the card. But there's stuff to do with every card. I could sit here with every single card in Standard for the next 17 hours, which is how long it would take, probably longer, and say, well, this card can do this with this, but that doesn't mean it's going to be good. It's got to line up well. You know, you're not always going to be able to attack profitably on turn 4 or 5 with this. You're not always going to have a creature that can saddle it profitably. Even if you do draw a card or two off of it, your opponent probably is just like, they might have Sunfall either the turn after this or, God forbid, the turn before it. But I guess if you can just play a 6/5 trample haste, that's a pretty good response to a Sunfall, is it not, Dev? So, like, yes, I could go back and forth on this all day. I'm not going to spend another 10 minutes talking about it, but I am going to give the card a 2.25. I've given a lot of decent cards 2.25s tonight. I'm going to do the same thing with this, but I don't think it's the 3 that a lot of people think it is. There are people that expect this card to take over Standard, and I could be wrong. I always admit that I could be wrong, and there's nothing wrong with being wrong. Okay, there isn't. I can't. I do this for every single set. I cannot get every card right every time. If I did, there'd be something spooky going on. You know what I mean? So who knows about this one, but I really don't think it's all it's cracked up to be. That said, even if it's not as good as people expect it to be, still a good Magic card, 2 1/4 at least. Honest Rutstein, feel the same way, 2 1/4 on this guy. Some people want to give him a 3. 3 mana, 1 and a Golgari colors for a 3/2 legendary human warlock. When you ETBs, return a creature card from your yard to your hand. Creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. I do think this has a little bit more of a chance of seeing play in Golgari. Get your Sheoldred back or whatever, you know what I mean. And also Sheoldred costs 1 less to cast. Neat, by the way, that I can Rutstein, and if there's something in my yard, I can get it back. Right? If I just on curve, if there's something in my yard, I can get it back with Rutstein. And then play Gitrog on the next turn because Rutstein ramped me into it. So Gitrog turn 4, saddle it with the Rutstein because it didn't have to tap to ramp me, right? Saddle it with the Rutstein, draw 3, you know what I'm saying? Like, that seems cool. And then later in the game, I can use another Rutstein to return the first Rutstein to my hand and, you know, just loop them. Like, it's cute. These are cute things you can do with Gitrog and Honest Rutstein. But again, we'll have to wait and see if they're relevant or not. I still will give this a 2.25. I want to give it a 2.5. It's not Eternal Witness, though. I think just creature cards is actually a massive sort of downgrade from an Eternal Witness. I do like creature spells you cast, cost 1 less to cast, but I don't like 3-drops that die to play with Fire and Cut Down as a general rule. So there's definitely problems with the card. If you play it on curve, it's not going to do a whole lot for you most of the time. It can die before it does anything for you. I really want to like this, and I do think it is one of the better uncommon creatures in the set, but, you know, 2.25 is higher than I've scored most of the uncommon creatures in the set. So, Intimidation Campaign, I also hate this card. 1, a blue and a black for an enchantment. When it ETBs, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life, and draw a card. Whenever you commit a crime, you can return Intimidation Campaign to its owner's hand. Extremely mana intensive. Not as good as Disinformation Campaign, because it doesn't make your opponent go down on cards, which I would have much preferred. It's just 1 drain for 3 freaking mana. Like, come on, dude. A 1. I give this card a straight up 1. Jim Lightfoot, Sky Explorer. Not quite truly outrageous, but a pretty decent limited card. 2, a white and a blue for a 3/3 legendary human scout with flying and vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, draw a card. So they took a mana off Sarah Angel, and they also took a power toughness off Sarah Angel, but, you know, still flying and vigilance, I guess. In limited, I do like this in your limited control deck, but obviously priced out of Standard, not a big enough threat for Standard for the rate you're paying for it. 1.5. Jolene, Plundering Pugilist here. I keep seeing people call this a pugilist or something. Pugilist means fighter. It's a word in English. It means something. It means fighter. Pugilist, 3 mana, 1 a green and a red for a 4/2 legendary human mercenary. Whenever you attack with 1 or more creatures with power 4 or greater, create a treasure token. Pay 1 and a red and sack a treasure to have Jolene deal 1 damage to any target. Neat activated ability. I'm not sure how good the activated ability actually is. You get half of a food fight that only sacrifices treasures. So, not amazing, but it's there when you do need it, and it does hit any target, which I do like. Also, it triggers itself when it attacks. It gets so mad that it triggers itself. And you create a treasure token. So, I don't know. I want to like this. I don't love the 4/2 stat line. I think 2 toughness is way too low. And a lot of the times, you're just like trading this for a treasure token when it attacks. Like, your opponent's probably trading in combat too. But I just want this to be a little better than it is. She is thick. She is queen. So there is that. She's beautiful. But aside for kind of like a big Merida from Brave, I guess. But either way, I'm just going to give this a 2 for now. I think it might have some potential, but not quite make it. Camball, Profiteering Mayor. God, this card, baby. 3 mana, 1 a white and a black for a 2/4 legendary human advisor. Whenever 1 or more tokens enter the battlefield under your opponent's control, for each of those tokens, create a tap token that's a copy of it. Its ability triggers only once each turn. Whenever 1 or more tokens enter the battlefield under your control, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. That is not restricted to once per turn. Really, really good with like Gleeful Demolition from either side, right? Gleeful Demolition on my side becomes a bolt for my opponent. If they play Gleeful Demolition, we do get all 3 of those tokens. Note, whenever 1 or more tokens for each of them. So yeah, again, if our opponent casts Demolition, we get 3 guys. Thanks, opponent. Really good with like Novice Inspector to Wandering Emperor, right? It's good against those cards for what that's worth. Good with and against Voldaren Epicure, Spyglass Siren. There are so many cards in Standard that create tokens right now that even the first ability is kind of good enough because you're going to get a few tokens out of it over the course of the game. Let's say that you have this out and you play a Get Lost. That's cute. You get 2 map tokens too. Like, that's a fun interaction right there. In Anvil, Oni Cold Anvil. Disgusting. You basically double up drains on your opponent when you get your 1/1 guy. So that, man, all of this just seems fantastic to me. There's a lot of good 3 mana legends in both white, black, and Orzhov at this point in Standard. So we'll have to wait and see if this is more of a sideboardy thing. But I do think there are decks that really, really want this card. Like, I'm playing Aristocrats still to this day, and this is incredible with Homicide Investigator. It's great with Teysa, even though they're both 3 drops. Teysa creates clues, so you get clues off of this, or you get drains off of this. And then when you sacrifice clues with Teysa in play, you get a 1/1 flyer. So you get another drain off of this when you get your spirits. It's just, there's so many like little tricks that work with Camball. Like Crawling Chorus in Aristocrats. I sacrifice my Crawling Chorus to my Bartolome and I get a token. Cool, that's a drain. Like, there's just too many tokeny things in Standard right now. You could even go like crazy and do like Rabble Rousing or something like that. Like attack with 4 guys, get 4 tokens. That's 4 drains. That's gross. Resolute Reinforcements now is a ping, or drain. So I don't know, man. The White Virtue is a drain. You could keep doing this all day. There are so many tokeny cards in Standard that this could actually be really, really good on both ends. The first part of the text box and the second. So I'm going to go crazy here and give this card a 3. Because I think it's a fun commander to build around, first of all. I think it's a more than fun commander to build around. I think it's a very good commander. See EDH levels of building around this guy. But aside from that, I think he's a standard playable dude too that's going to do a lot of work and maybe be surprising. So I'm probably wrong about this guy, and he's more like a 2.5. But I'm giving him a 3 because I think that he is so much better than people give him credit for. Kellen joins up as 3 mana Bant colors for a legendary enchantment. When it ETBs, you can exile a non-land with mana value 3 or less from your hand. If you do, that card's plotted. Whenever a legendary creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Not just legends, but all the creatures you control. Actually, kind of a slick card here. All the joins up are pretty good. But this is, to my mind, one of the weaker ones. You still had to do nothing when it entered play. You still had to do nothing on turn 3 to play this card. However, it catches you back up on turn 4 by giving you a free spell, and I really like that. You can also play a free legend on 4, and then play a legend out of your hand, and then another legend out of your hand, right? If you have like enough open mana. So that's 3 triggers for all your guys on turn 4, the turn after you play this. And I honestly don't think it's too hard to engineer at least 2 triggers the turn after you play this. So I want to like this card. I do, but I'm still just going to give it like a 2.25 right now. And I'm not even quite sure it clears 2. Kellen the Kid. This is Bant colors for a 3/3 flying lifelink legendary fairy human rogue. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, you may cast a permanent spell with equal or lesser mana value from your hand without casting it or paying its mana cost. If you don't, you can just throw a land onto the table. It's good that they let you do that in case you don't have spells in your hand. But overall, yeah, 3 mana, 3/3 flying lifelink. That's just kind of good. And if you cast an adventure creature or something, you cast a plotted spell, then obviously. So if you cast a flashback spell, then this works. So I actually kind of really like this. And again, there's another one that I think is better than people give it credit for. I'm going to give this a better score than Kellen joins up, and I'll give it a 2.5, which is pretty good. It's not a bad score for a card in this set. Crom, Violent Cacophony. Crom is 4 mana. 2, and he's very happy looking. 2, a blue and a red for a 2/3 legendary zombie horror with flying. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Crom, then draw a card. Neat, but not standard playable. He's a little bit too slow. Even though he grows over time, he's still a little bit too slow. So yeah, I'm not going to give him more than like a 1.75. Laughing Jasper Flint. This is 3 mana, 1, a black and a red for a 4/3 legendary lizard rogue. Creatures you control but don't own are mercs in addition to their other types. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top X of your library, where X is the number of outlaws you control. Till end of turn, you may cast spells from among those cards. And mana of any type can be spent to cast those spells. So yeah, opponent's library kind of sucks here. You obviously want to cast spells from your library. But casting spells from our opponent's library is something we're able to do more and more nowadays. And a few people really like it. This is a fine Magic card. So long as it's in play and it lasts 1 turn, right? You get to untap with this, you'll get a card off of it. That's good. That's not bad. You'll at least get 1. Sometimes you'll get 2-3 cards off of this that you can potentially play. And that's good. So this is one of the better outlaw payoffs, but at the end of the day, it's just an outlaw payoff. 2.25 at the most. Lazav, Familiar Stranger, 3 mana, 1, a blue and a black for a 1/4 legendary shapeshifter. Whenever you commit a crime, put a +1/+1 counter on Lazav. Then you may exile a card from a yard. If a creature card was exiled this way, you may have Lazav become a copy of that card till end of turn, but this only triggers once each turn. I don't love the till end of turn thing on this, but I guess it is very easy to commit a crime. And it becomes a 2/5 pretty quickly when he's not a copy of something, and then like a 3/6. These aren't bad stats. You could get this going relatively early in the game, and that could be good. Dump a large, like a Traxa into the yard or something like that. And then on turn 4, after you play this, kill one of their guys, you committed a crime, becomes an Atraxa. Like, maybe this is better than I think, but it all seems a little bit slow, slightly awkward. You have to actually have stuff in your yard and blah, blah. So I don't know, man. I can't really give it more than a 1.75, but this is one that definitely has room to. Lila, Undefeated Slick Shot, 3 mana, 1 and Izzet for a 3/3 legendary human rogue with prowess. Whenever you cast a multicolored instant or sorcery spell from your hand, exile the spell instead of putting it in your yard as it resolves. If you do, it becomes plotted. So you can double cast your lightning helixes and stuff. Double cast a Fateful Mending, even though it has, even though it definitely has a flashback. But I don't know. I think there's something to this card if we get the right cards. And like Lightning Helix is a pretty good card, right? But if we get especially some better cards than we have right now, this becomes much better. But we're about to lose some multicolored cards, for rotation. We're going to lose like all the new Capenna multicolored stuff. And like, it's going to be a problem. So right now, Standard's as deep as it's going to be in a very long time. And this card has the best shot to do something that it's probably going to have in like a year. So, if it doesn't do anything after rotation, I'm not sure. Or before rotation, I'm not sure it will ever. But, free cards. Free cards are good. But altogether, I'm just going to give it like a 2. And I really want it to be higher than that. Make Your Own Luck is 5 mana, 3 and Simic for a sorcery. Look at the top 3 of your library. You can exile a non-land from among them. If you do, it becomes plotted. Put the rest into your hand. I also want to like this card, but I just can't. 1.5. Malcolm the Eyes. Ooh, this is 2 mana. Izzet colors for a 2/2 legendary Siren Pirate with flying and haste. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, Investigate. Great. Sign me up, man. You got 2 mana, 2/2 flying haste? Yeah, I'll take it. Let's go. There's an Izzet deck. That's kind of an Izzet, like a Monastery Swiftspear, Delver of Secrets. There's also, obviously, Blue-Red Pirates, which this goes in. But there's another one with, like, Gleaming Gear Drake that wants to put a bunch of artifacts into play and sacrifice them. And so this is another 2-drop aside from Gear Drake. I just really like this in, like, 3 different decks. Gets on board quickly, evasive, haste guy. Like, yeah, great card. 2.75, like, at least. Malcolm is great. Marchesa, Dealer of Death. Grixis colors for a 3/4 legendary human rogue. Whenever you commit a crime, you can pay 1. If you do, look at the top 2 of your library. Put 1 into your hand, other into your yard. They were nice. It doesn't go on the bottom, goes in your yard. This card is good, but you wouldn't know it. It's only like $2 right now. But it's obviously an amazing, like, build around in Commander, I think. I think it's a fun Commander. I mean, it might even be playable in Standard. I don't like that you have to pay the mana. But they did that because it triggers more than once each turn. Right? They could have made this the kind of thing where it only triggers once each turn. You don't have to pay mana. And I might have actually liked that more, to be honest. But, I don't know. There's plenty of situations where being able to just pay 1, commit multiple crimes is fantastic. So I really like this card a good bit. I think, again, if it stays on the table for more than a turn or 2, it can really do some damage. So I'm going to give Marchesa a 2.75 as well. I just think this card is way better than anyone seems to think that it is. Miriam, Herd Whisperer, is 2 mana. Selesnya for a 3/2 legendary human druid. As long as it's your turn, mounts and vehicles you control have hexproof. Whenever a mount or vehicle you control attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Those are ridiculous lines of text, are they not? Am I weird? Am I crazy? Or are these, like, very stupid lines of text to have on a 2-drop? 3-power 2-drop. This card's a 2.5. Super narrow, super duper narrow, but not as narrow as it looks because you think, oh, it's a mounts card. Works with vehicles too. Works with vehicles. This is a good card. It's already putting, 3 power on the table for 2 mana, but it can easily put more power. If you have a 1-drop vehicle and you play this on curve, or a 1-drop mount, like, let's just say, I don't even know if there are 1-drop mounts. I don't know if there are 1-drop vehicles in Standard, to be honest, but if they ever print one, suddenly the value this card gives you on turn 2 is cracked in multiple pieces, not just half, If I play a 1-drop vehicle, throw this down on turn 2, crew the vehicle, swing in with a hexproof guy that gets a +1/+1 counter on 2, and I win first, like, I'm going to win that game. It's a good card. I'm going to give this card a 2.75. Seriously. So good. And yeah, we've already seen that a lot of mount costs are 3, like saddle 3. And this fulfills those for a very low amount of mana. I think this card is great. I think like Abzan, Greasefang, throw it in there, see what happens. Just a good magic card. Obika, Splitter of Seconds. Obika is 4 mana. She has really cool hair. 1 in Grixis colors for a 2/5 legendary ogre warlock with menace. She's mad. Whenever Obika, Splitter of Seconds, deals combat damage to a player, you get that many additional upkeep steps after this phase. That many is how much damage you dealt. This card is quirk. This card is Quirk City. This card is quirkier than an episode of Parks and Recreation. But is it good? Probably not in Standard. There's gross things you can do with it, but anything you have to hit for, and it doesn't have mace. It doesn't have haste. Probably isn't that great and constructed if it costs this much, right? But in Commander, obviously, there's busted setups that are just gross. So I have to give the card at least a 2.5 because it's going to be a Commander All-Star till the end of time. Oko the Ringleader. It's 4 mana, 2 a green and a blue for a 3 loyalty legendary Oko. At the beginning of combat on your turn, Oko becomes a copy of up to 1 target creature you control till EOT, except he has hexproof. +1, draw 2 cards. If you've committed a crime this turn, discard a card. Otherwise, discard 2. -1, create a 3/3 green elk creature token. -5, for each other non-land permanent you control, create a token that's a copy of that permanent. That could get out of hand like very, very quickly. That's a really gross mode, right? Altogether, though, I'm scared of rating this card because it's tough. I think this could either be nowhere near as good as some folks think it is, all the way up to even better than those folks think it is. This is a really hard card to call. I haven't seen any busted combos. I haven't come up with any busted combos. It is cool that it becomes a hexproof copy of a dude you control. That could get out of hand. It is cool that it draws 2 and discards for Reanimator and stuff like that. It is cool that it puts Elks on the table to help make sure you get into the late game or just attack against control. It is pretty cool that it has that ultimate, so like, the card's neat. And I think maybe some sort of soul tie deck or something, where it's copying like decent creatures. Like maybe there's something there. Maybe Bant. I like Bant control with a Planeswalker like this, but Bant already has, you know, too many good cards to try to include this. I think it doesn't have enough creatures to really take advantage of the first mode. The thing is, this is a mid-range Planeswalker. It's a mid-range Planeswalker because it creates little dudes and it draws some cards and it like wants you to play creatures in your deck that it can copy and other permanents it can copy. So like it's a mid-range Planeswalker through and through. How good is that right now? I'm afraid it's actually kind of not very good, but I will give the card a 2.75. All things considered, 2.75. Pillage the Bogue. This is Golgari colors, 2 mana for a sorcery. Look at the top X of your library, where X is twice the number of lands you control. Put 1 into your hand, the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Plot 1 black green. So this is Impulse. Sorcery speed Impulse for Golgari at the baseline, which is very good. There is a point where this isn't Memory Deluge or anything like that, because you're only getting 1 card. It's never generating card advantage. But that said, it is 2 mana. Get the best card in the top like 8 cards. You know, if you control 6 lands, you look at the top 12 cards of your library. That is Demonic Bargain or whatever it's called. Is that what the card's called? Where you look at like the top, you exile the top 13 cards of your library. I'm thinking of a different card. But yeah, I mean, there's a point where if you have not even that many lands in play, you have 5 lands in play. This is like comparable to a Demonic Tutor. Look at half your library and then get the card. Like that's, I just think this card is very good. I think again, if we're talking Soul Tie or something like that, then yeah. If you're talking Soul Tie, then you can play Memory Deluge and this, and you basically just have like at least 6 different ways of finding the best card from the top like 10 cards of your library like all the time. So I actually think this is one of the better cards in the set, and I'm going to give it a solid 3. 3 ski. 3 ski for this, and I mean it. Rakdos joins up, though, kids. This is 5 mana, 3, a red, and a black for a legendary enchant. When it ETBs, return target creature card from your yard to the battlefield with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. Whenever a legendary creature you control dies, joins up, deals damage equal to that creature's power to target opponent. Whoops. So, gross. Absolutely gross. Gross card. Ridiculous with Zayatora, by the way, because, you know, you can either use it to reanimate the Zayatora and start cooking, or if you have a Zayatora in play, you reanimate a legendary creature, Zayatora flings it at end of turn, deals damage equal to its power. This also deals damage equal to its power, and you get the treasure tokens in case I didn't win you the game. Unbelievable. Really good, too, with like push-pull as your other reanimator spell. You can push-pull 2 legendary guys out of your yard. And then I'm pretty sure you sack them at end of turn. I don't know if they exile off the top of my head, but if you just sacrifice them again at end of turn, then if they're both legendary guys, then that should kill your opponent too if they're big enough, just because of the second line of text on this card. The 2 additional +1/+1 counters are obviously crazy too. Like if you just reanimate any haste guy, then suddenly it's probably huge. So this is next to perhaps the Cruelty of Gix and Squirming Emergence, I guess. This is probably the best reanimation spell in Standard. And it has so much more opportunity to OTK than a card like Cruelty of Gix that I'm really tempted to call it the best one-turn kill. OTK one-turn kill. The best reanimator spell in Standard. We're getting there, especially if you're reanimating legends specifically. But it doesn't have to reanimate a legend. Do keep that in mind. It does not have to target a legend on the reanimation spot. I just really like this card, dude. I can't give a 5-mana Zombify too high of a score, but I am going to give it a 2.75. I think that it's very silly. A very, very silly card. Rakdos the Muscle is 5 mana. 2 black, and a red for a 6/5 legendary demon mercenary with flying and trample. Whenever you sack another creature, exile cards equal to its mana value from the top of target player's library. Huh. I never noticed that. I never noticed it was target player's library. That's what tripped me up just now. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, exile cards equal to its mana value from the top of target player's library. Until your next end step, you may play those cards, and mana of any type can be spent to cast those spells. Sacrifice another creature, Rakdos the Muscle gains indestructible till end of turn, tap it, activate only once each turn. So this is kind of like the 4-mana flying vampire dragon thing that we had in Standard a few years ago. You could sack a creature, gain indestructible till end of turn, and tap it. That creature was very good. That guy was very good. He did cost a mana less than this, but he also had a far less starting PT. I think he was a 3/3 starting PT, but got like a +1/+1 counter every time he sacked a guy. So, and I think it was only if you sacked a guy to his ability. This is very similar to that. Being able to go indestructible by sacking a guy is very good. It's so good. And if you do that, apparently you can draw cards off the top of their library, which is nice. But I think most of the time you're going to be drawing cards off of your library. And you're drawing them the red way until the next end step you can play those cards. So there's that. Note, too, that the way this is worded, it says until your next end step. So if you sacrifice a creature on your opponent's turn, you do get almost an entire turn cycle. So that's kind of cute. Long story short, though, I think this card is very good. A 6-power Flample that can, you can go indestructible with. And if you do go indestructible with it, you draw cards. Like, God, this looks like a busted Magic card, even at 5 mana. And I've already said you have to be very good at 5 mana to see play. But even without the haste, I think this is quite good. Unlike the Gitrog monster, if they have Go for the Throat cocked and loaded in their hand, so this has, that just gives you an opportunity to draw a card. So yeah, that's the other thing is if you are tapped out, one more thing. If you are tapped out and you sack a creature to this guy, you can just take the card off top of your opponent's library. You're not going to be able to play it, right? You don't have any mana left. Maybe it's a land. Could be a land, but if you're on curve, you already played a land this turn. So since it's not going to be a card you can play, just take it off the top of your opponent's library. Now they can't have it. So that's kind of cute. I just really like this guy. I'm going to give him a 2.75. I think he's great. Riku of Many Paths is Temu colors. Temu colors? Nice. I don't even shop on Temu. My mother-in-law does. She spends too much money on Temu, as most people who shop on Temu do. This is Teamer colors. For a 3/3 legendary human wizard, whenever you cast a modal spell, choose up to X, where X is the number of times you chose a mode for that spell. Exile the top card of your library till the end of your next turn. You can play it. Put a +1/+1 counter on Riku and it gains trample till end of turn, or create a 1/1 blue bird creature token with flying. I just want to fill the board with birds with this guy, but aside from that, he's not very good too. I want him to be better though. Could be a modal commander. Roxanne, Starfall Savant is 5 mana, 3, a red and a green for a 4/3 legendary cat druid. When it ETBs or attacks, you get a tapped colorless artifact token named Meteorite. When the Meteorite enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. Meteorite also has tap, add a mana of any color. Whenever you tap an artifact token for mana, add a mana of any type that artifact token produced. So make sure artifact tokens tap for 2. Pretty neat. Meteorite's one of those. You can also, blink this. You can just attack with it more and get more meteorites and more damage. I love this Magic card. I don't think it's playable in Standard, even though it's got like a fine enter the battlefield trigger. That's real value. That really is. Even if they kill Roxy, like you shock something and you keep a mana rock. I mean, it's actually okay. It's not, you left some stuff behind. But I'm still not going to give this more than a 2.25, and it probably doesn't even deserve that. I love it so much. Ruthless Lawbringer is 3 mana, 1 a white and a black for a 3/2 vamp assassin. When it ETBs, you can sacrifice another creature. If you do, destroy target non-land permanent. Actually kind of solid. Actually not bad. Sack my Crawling Chorus, destroy a non-land permanent, keep my 3/2. Okay, that's fine. There's even a thing in Limited, we looked at that 1 mana black rat guy. That whenever he dies, you get a 1/1 Merc. Boom! Just sacrifice that guy, get a Merc, destroy a non-land, get a 3/2. Like this. Good. Good card, man. 2. Easy. Satoru the Infiltrator. Satoru is Dimir colors, black and a blue, for a 2/3 legendary human ninja rogue with menace. Whenever Satoru the Infiltrator and or one or more other non-token creatures enter the battlefield under your control, if none of them were cast or no mana was spent to cast them, draw a card. Reanimate a guy. Get a spell. Cast Grief, because that was free in Modern or whatever. I guess I get a card for that too. So there's fun stuff you can do with this. Obviously works with plot in Limited and stuff like that. And I do think it's very good. I do think mostly for its use in older formats, it's phenomenal. In decks that have like incidental blink, it's very, very good. Do note that this does not trigger just once per turn. It does say and or 1 or more. So if you Yorion or you use another round, the first card we looked at today, to blink all your guys, they all come back into play at the same time. You're still just drawing 1 card, but multiple blinks with multiple dudes over the course of multiple turns draw you a ton of cards. So just keep that in mind. There's a lot that can be done with Satoru, and I'm going to give him a 3. I do think this is a very, very powerful Magic card. Savalva, Eager Trailblazer, 4 mana, 2 in Selesnya for a 4/5 Legendary Elf Scout with Vigilance. Whenever you cast a creature spell, you get a 1/1 red Merc. You can also tap it and choose a color. Add 1 mana of that color for each different power among creatures you control. Could easily tap for 3 mana. Could very easily tap for 3. It's a 4/5, so if you cast a creature, you get a 1/1, right? So if I cast a 2/2, this thing taps for 3 mana. That's pretty good. And it attacks, too. It attacks as a 4/5 Vigilance, and then taps for mana, second main phase. Another good-looking card. A 4-mana thing that just puts a 1/1 into play every turn or whatever, and only if you cast creatures. It's not as good as I think some people would call it, but there are things about this card that I really like, so I'm going to give it a 2.25. Seraphic Steed is Selesnya colors for a 2/2 unicorn mount with first strike and lifelink. You saddle it for freaking 4, but when it attacks while saddled, you create a 3/3 white angel creature token with flying. 2 mana, 2/2 first strike lifelink is knight stats. This might as well be a horse knight. So just if I look at this as a Selesnya knight, I kind of really like it. I don't like that it looks like it has wings, like cloud wings, but it doesn't actually have flying. But I guess because it makes flying tokens, that's why it's doing that. Saddle 4 is an awful lot. But again, you get the upside here of having a playable, low-cost mount. We got to have some of those if we're going to build mounts, right? So playable, low-cost mount that's not embarrassing in terms of stats. And eventually creates flying creatures, which I don't think your mount deck is going to have a ton of, or might have a problem with blocking flyers. So altogether, okay. You don't even ever have to saddle this for it to be a decent card over the course of the game. So I kind of like it. I'll give it a 2. Slick Sequence is it colors for an instant that deals 2 damage to a target. If you cast another spell this turn, you get to draw a card. 2.25, easy for Slick Sequence. This is a great card. If you can actually bust up a creature on the table and draw you a card, it's phenomenal. But even if you're just going face drawing a card, it's like better than Electrolyze, or like right there. Yeah, it is better than Electrolyze because it costs 2 rather than 3. And Electrolyze is a great Magic card, or at least it was. So I like this like an awful lot, at least 2.25. Tai Joaquin, Perfect Shot. Boros colors for a 2/3 legendary human mercenary. Whenever a source you control deals combat damage to a creature equal to that creature's toughness, non-combat damage to a creature equal to that creature's toughness, draw a card. Pay X and tap it. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to a permanent or player this turn, it deals that much damage plus X instead. You get it, so you can catch it up to the requisite amount of damage you're supposed to deal to draw the card. Very cute. And it's a 2-mana 2/3, so could be better than it looks. But these Boros burn decks just don't need these cards. What do we got? What is it called? Rim Carolus. It's a 3-mana Boros legend. Whenever a non-combat source deals damage to your opponent, it deals 1 extra damage. And I think Rim Carolus is like a flying haste guy himself. That card sees no play, and if Boros Burn was a deck, that card would see play. But I'm not sure. Even the Boros Burn decks that I built over the last couple of months here tend to be more control-y decks that don't play as many creatures. So I don't even know if they find room for something like this. That said, I'm going to give it a solid 2 because I do think there's room for it. And it's a fun commander to build around too, which should give it like a 1/4 of a point. Vile Smasher, Gleeful Grenadier. 2 mana, a black and a red for a 3/2 legendary goblin merc. Whenever another outlaw enters the battlefield under your control, Vile Smasher deals 1 damage to target opponent. A Corpse Knight. A Corpse Knight for Outlaws only. I love this little dude, man. 2 mana, 3/2 is a good stat line. Got the Blood Tithe Harvester stat line, right, on this mana cost. And it's pretty easy to play a bunch of Outlaws, isn't it? Isn't it? Pretty easy to get Outlaws and play. An extra damage, just basically to go with your War Leader's Call. This is just to look at this as a War Leader's Call that doesn't ramp them. Or doesn't anthem your creatures. I love it, dude. I love it. I can't wait to play this and Rakish Crew and maybe a couple of other cards and just build like Outlaw Aristocrats and just get crushed. It's going to be horrible, but I still can't wait to do it. This is a Corpse Knight in Standard with 3 power. I'm allowed to love it. 2.5. Something like that. I think I gave Rakish Crew a 2.5. I'll give this a 2.5. Vraska joins up. Black and a green for a legendary enchantment. When it ETBs, put a death touch counter on each guy you control. Whenever a legendary creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Okay. It's all right. I do love that second line of text because it can draw multiple cards in a turn. And there are plenty of decks that might want it. You go this on turn 2 into Gisa, into Sheoldred, and you're having the time of your life. So I do like the card, but I'm not going to give it more than like a 2.25. Braska the Silencer gets a little bit less, honestly. This is 3 mana, 1 a black and a green for a 3/3 legendary Gorgon Assassin with Death Touch. Whenever a non-token creature an opponent controls dies, you may pay 1. If you do, turn that card to the battlefield tapped under your control. It's a treasure artifact with tap, sack this artifact, add a mana of any color, and it loses all other card types. So this is potentially better than it looks to me, but it doesn't actually look very good to me, and I'm just going to give it a 2. Totally serious. Best thing about this is 3 mana, 3/3 Death Touch. Sucks that you have to pay mana at all to get the treasure, but I guess if you didn't, it might be a lot more busted. But we actually already have a Geyser in Standard that costs 4 mana and does almost exactly this, except you don't have to pay mana. And that card sees no play, so it doesn't really bode well for this card. Wrangler of the Damned is 5 mana, 3 and Azorius for a 1/4 human soldier with flash. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, create a 2/2 white spirit creature token with flying. Pretty neat, especially considering the flash. I do like the flash on this, but can't give it more than a 1.75. Wily Duke, a Tian hero. This is 3 mana, 1 in Selesnya for a 4/2 legendary human ranger with vigilance. When Wily Duke, a Tian hero, becomes tapped, you gain 1 life and draw a card. Really neat. Just try to find ways to tap it down, and there's a lot of ways to do it, but I'm still not sure it's quite there. Yeah, you can crew or saddle something, and it's good. Satisfies the 4 saddle cost, while also drawing you a card. So I guess if you play it with Seraphic Steed, and you tap, you crew, you saddle Seraphic Steed, you draw a card, you gain a life, and get a 3/3. So that's cute. And you can do that all, you can do that all on turn 3? Huh. Yeah, Seraphic Steed on 2, Wily Duke on 3, saddle up, swing for 2/2 flying, it's a first strike lifelink, make a 3/3, gain a life, draw a card. That's actually really good. That's so good on turn 3, especially if you went first. That's fantastic. But I don't know. I'm still not going to give Wily more than like a solid 2. I think she's a fun commander to mess around with too. Bandits Hall. We're in artifacts, everybody. We're doing it. Bandits Hall is 3 mana for an artifact. Whenever you commit a crime, put a loot counter on Hall. Ability triggers only once each turn. Tap for a mana of any color, or pay 2, tap it, and remove 2 loot counters to draw a card. A pretty good 3 mana rock, all things considered. It's no Celestis, but maybe after Celestis rotates, I doubt it. That said, I'm still going to give this card a 1.75. Boombox, 2 mana for an artifact. Artifact? It's an artifact. You can suddenly develop a British accent. It's an artifact. You pay 6 mana. I can't do a British accent. I can do a Cockney. You pay 6 mana in, and you sacrifice it right in. I can't do a real British accent. Destroy up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, and up to 1 target land in it. This is better than it looks, and nobody buys it. I made this my number 2 in the Sleepers video, and this is probably the one people took the most issue with. And I don't blame them. 6 mana is an awful lot, but again, this is recursible. 6 mana is not as much as you'd think. A lot of people in the comments talk about it's 8 mana. No, it isn't. It's 6 mana at the point of sale most times. It's 8 mana in installments. That is different. And recurring it and destroying like creatures and lands and stuff. I don't know. This is a removal spell. So I don't know. Maybe I just have a crazier brain, or maybe I just have more faith in it than a lot of people do. I understand 6 mana is a lot, but there are definitely tricks. There are definitely tricks with this card. And I want to give it a 2, but I'm not. I'm going to give it a 1.75 to be safe. Gold Pan is 2 mana for an artifact that equips for a single mana. Equipped creature gets a short sword, +1/+1, and when this enters the battlefield, create a treasure token. Slightly better than it looks. I don't mind a short sword. I really don't. And getting a treasure is just nice, but I still won't give this more than a 1.25, but free treasure when it comes into play, let's kind of go 1.5. Lava Spur Boots, I will give it more than a 1.25. Lava Spur Boots is a single mana for an artifact, an equipment that equips for 1. The creature equipped gets +1/+0 and has haste and ward 1. Kind of a cool way to make sure all your stuff has haste for like the rest of the game, because it's only 1 to equip. So kind of like this. Even the ward 1 is like better than it looks, right? So cool card. I'll give it a 1.75. Luxurious Locomotive, 5 mana for a 6/5 vehicle. When it attacks, you get a treasure token for each creature that crewed it this turn, but it crews only for 1, and you activate only once each turn. So you can tap a bunch of like 0 power guys, and then like a 1 power guy or whatever, to get this crewed and create a bunch of treasures, which is really, really cute. And actually really fun flavor too, because, normal commuters riding the train would be 0 power, I assume. So, you get a bunch of treasures. That's cute. But still, I'm only going to give this card like a 1. I've seen people say this card's like a sleeper. No, not at all. So it's bad. Mobile Homestead is up next. 2 mana for a 3/3 vehicle. And it crews for 2. It has haste as long as you control a mount. Whenever Mobile Homestead attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you can put it onto the battlefield tapped. Is this actually kind of okay? 2 mana 3/3 crew 2. When it attacks, you might be able to ramp. Is this actually kind of good? Like, screw the mount text. I think you can get easily distracted by the mount text. Even outside of a mount deck, 2 mana 3/3 attack ramp. Huh. It's okay. It's alright. It's not great, but it's alright. It's not like Smuggler's Copter or anything. It's fine. 1.75. Yeah, good fun flavor. Oasis Gardener reminds me of scary stories to tell in the dark, like all the art from that book. 3 mana from those 3 books. 3 mana for an artifact creature, which is a scarecrow. It's a 2/2, and it enters the battlefield to gain 2 life. You can tap it to add a mana of any color. I like it. I really kind of do, just outside of the art even. A 3 mana rock, that's also a creature that also gains you 2 life when it ETBs. I mean, that's really not bad. Like 1.5 at least. That's could be worse. Red Rock Sentinel is 3 mana for a 2/4 golem with Defender. You can pay 2 and tap it, sack a land, draw a card, create a treasure. Very cute card. Super cute card. I'm not going to give it more than a 1.5, but actually kind of interesting, like turn over turn value if you have lands to sacrifice. It could be worse. Silver Deputy is 2 mana for a 1/2 mercenary artifact creature. When it ETBs, you can search your library for a basic or desert, reveal it, shuffle, put it on top. Lame. You can tap this guy to have a creature you control get +1/+1 0 till end of turn as a sorcery. So it's a mercenary. It's got the most mercenary token ability. Cute guy. Goes make sure you get your 3rd land drop. Helps your desert deck out. So in limited maybe 1.5. Sterling Hound is 3 mana for a 3/2. When it ETBs, Surveil 2. Surveil 2 on ETB. It's also a dog. Okay. So 1.25. Tomb Trawler is 2 mana for a 0/4. You can pay 2 to put a card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. That's a 1 right there, baby. Abraded Bluffs are in the lands. There's not a whole lot of these because I didn't download every land image. This is just, we'll call Abraded Bluffs the desert. The dual deserts that ping your opponent. Sand lands or pain lands. Crime lands, some people say, because they commit crimes, you know. People keep saying it too, like crime lands, do you get it? And it's like, no, what is there some sort of wordplay that I'm missing in crime land? Is there a word is there a rhyme or like a thing it's supposed to sound like that I'm missing? Because everybody seems to think that crime lands is like the most clever thing to call these. And like, I get it. They commit crimes, but like, how is it clever? Like, how is it comedy to call them crime lands? Am I missing Rhineland? I don't know what Rhineland is. I don't know what that is. RINE land. Was that a movie? Crime Land? I don't know. Was it a movie? I don't know. I don't get the joke if it's supposed to be a joke, but I've talked too long about the joke. I think these cards are good. And I'm going to give them 2.25, just sort of blanket, with the more aggro ones, like anything with especially red in the cost being slightly better. Arid Archway. ETB's tapped. It's a desert. And you can tap it for 2 mana. When it enters the battlefield, return a land you control to its owner's hand. If another desert was returned this way, Surveil 1. This card is very good. Bounce lands are always generally good for a variety of reasons. You might just want more cards in your hand, so it's good that you return the land to your owner, to its owner's hand. You might have something that allows you to play multiple lands in a turn, so you can just bounce a land, play it again. You might be able to bounce, say, a channel land with this, you know, bounce a Boseiju or something. I don't know why I couldn't come up with even one. Bounce a Takenuma or something. So now you can actually play it out of your hand. That's a really good, thing to do with these. You can just bounce a pain land, a crime land, I guess we're calling them, and just get another little ping off of them if that's what you want to do. There's plenty of lands that have like ETB triggers. You also get a Surveil if you return a desert, like we were just talking about. Bounce lands are always good. They're just always good cards. And, you'd be remiss to forget this card was in the set. I'm not sure what it does in standard. If there's a desert deck, then it probably does at least something. But altogether, these kind of lands that tap for 2 and bounce a land when they come into play, they do so much more than you think they do. If my opponent, this is a dumb line, but there's a lot of lines like this. My opponent has a Liliana in play, and I don't want to discard any of the cards in my hand, right? So I play Arid Archway. and I can bounce a land, and that'll be a safe card to discard to the Liliana. And like little things like that, you know, like Teferi, the 5-mana Teferi Planeswalker, cares about how many cards are in my hand when I activate one of his abilities, right? So, or his loyalty counter. Some Planeswalker or another does. So like little things like that that care about how many cards in your hand. Let's say they have Aclazotz and I want to kill their Aclazotz. But if I only have one card in my hand when I kill their Aclazotz, they get to bring their Aclazotz back. So I play this, pop a land back to my hand. You know what I mean? Now I have 2 cards in my hand after it. So, you know, little lines like that pop up everywhere with bounce lands. So you don't really know how good they are until you play with them. And I'm going to give this card a 2.5. I think it could be that good. Seriously. Conduit Pylons. This card is phenomenal. Whenever it enters, it's a land, it's a desert. It does not ETB tapped, and it taps for a colorless mana. You can also pay 1 and tap to add a mana of any color. That doesn't even have to be on the card, but they put it on there. When Conduit Pylons enters the battlefield, surveil 1. This is, whether you know it or not, whether you believe me or not, one of the best cards in the set. Easily. It does not hit play tapped, and it surveils 1. It fixtures your mana, too. You know, people would say, oh, the downside is you only get colorless mana. No, it fixes your mana. If that was a problem, no, it does that, too. So, a surveil land that ETB is untapped. 3.5. You think I'm serious? Or you think I'm not serious? You think I'm serious? Freudian slip. Honestly, this card should probably be closer to a 3. But, hey, first of all, also, it's common. It's common for Pauper. My God. But this card is... This is the best common in the set. Like, it's not close. This is the best common in the set. 3 at the lowest, and I really mean it, 3.5 at the highest. This card is just very good. I don't know what else you want me to tell you. Mirage Mesa is a desert that ETB's tapped. As it does, choose a color, add a mana of the chosen color when you tap it. This is a little bit worse. I'll give it a 1.5. Sandstorm Verge is a land. It's a desert that taps for colorless and does not come into play tapped. You can pay 3 and tap it and have target creature not be able to block this turn, but you can only activate this as a sorcery. That's totally fine. Against certain decks, this is actually really good. Really good. I'm going to give this card a 2, although I think it might be slightly better than that. Bucolic Ranch is a desert, comes to play untapped, taps for a colorless, but also taps for a mana of any color that you can only use to cast a mount spell. You can also pay 3 and tap it and look at the top card of your library. If it's a mount card, reveal it, put it into your hand. If you don't put it in your hand, you can put it on the bottom of your library. Good Lord, what a land for mount decks. That is so good for mount decks, dude. You know, it's going to draw you cards. It doesn't sacrifice to use its ability either. That's really, really good. It's Secluded Courtyard, Cavern of Souls, whatever for mounts, and that's great. Just excellent land, dude. I'll give it a 2.25 because it's a little bit narrow, but in the one deck it goes in, it's stupid. It's really good. Concealed Courtyard to represent the fast lands, the enemy fast lands we're getting in this set. Best cards in the set. Not close. Solid 4. Solid 4. No cards in the set will have anywhere close to the impact that these cards have. If you absorb nothing else from any of the things I've said over previous season, absorb that. These are the best cards in the set. It's not fair. Jace Reawakened up next. This is where we actually start the big score stuff, in case you were wondering why we didn't get to Jace earlier. I don't know why. Scryfall has got him ordered at number 271 in the set, OTJ. I don't know why. I mean, it does say 271. Wizards ordered him at 271, but he's not part of the blue cards for some reason. He's not. He's ordered after the lands and artifacts. It makes no sense. But either way, Jace Reawakened is 2 blue mana for a 3 loyalty legendary Jace Planeswalker. You can't cast him during your first, second, or third turns. You can +1 him to draw a card and discard a card. You can also +1 him to exile a non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your hand. If you do, that card becomes plotted. For -6, whenever you cast a spell, copy it until end of turn. You may choose new targets for the copy. So, Ultimate's kind of lame a little bit, unless you cast, like, Breach the Multiverse or something. But you have to cast a very large spell to make that worth it. Altogether, I think this is kind of a normal Planeswalker. The whole idea is that you play it on turn 4 with shields up, and because you have shields up and a Planeswalker, you're doing pretty happy. You're fine with that. And you are. But you're just fine with it. You're just fine with it. It filters cards, and drawing an extra card every turn is probably the best part of this card. The best part of this card. I'll admit that. But altogether, it just kind of seems normal, and I'll give this card like a 2.75, which is, better than average. That's a better score than average. But is it a 3.5? No, not really. 2.75, something like that. Collector's Cage, our first real big scorecard. This is 2 mana for an artifact, Hideaway 5. Pay 1, tap it, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. Then, if you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, you can play the exiled card without paying its mana cost. Holy crap, it's super easy to get the Coven, basically, on this. And get your free card. So I think this is one of the like top 20 or 25 cards in the set pretty easily. Not big score, but like Outlaws at large. This is actually a fantastic card. It's not getting enough attention. And I'm going to go ahead and give it like a 2.5 at least, and it could be a 3. You know, if you're getting the Hideaway thing really easily on like turn 4, card's a 3. Grand Abolisher, a reprint. What do you give Grand Abolisher? 2 white mana for a 2/2 human cleric. During your turn, your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments. Lands are fine. Grand Abolisher is probably a 2.75, something like that. He's a really good card. Oltec Matterweaver, 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/4 human artificer. Whenever you cast a creature spell, get a 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature token, or create a token that's a copy of target artifact token you control. So, if you're able to actually like turn a relatively cool artifact into an artifact token, then suddenly cast creatures, and you can just copy that stupid artifact over and over and over and over, and that might be good. Neat card, man. Really cool in Commander, obviously, where I think it's probably busted. But even in Standard, you might do some things to try to make it work, but I'm not going to give it more than a 2 1/4. Rest in Peace. What do you give Rest in Peace? 1 and a white for an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile all the yards. If a card or token would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. I like how they added or token. That's nice. Because like tokens exile anyway when they hit the graveyard. Tokens touch the graveyard and then exile. But I guess tokens don't get to touch the graveyard. So that is good that they clear that up. So yeah, if a card or token would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. Sideboard card, always has been, but a very, very good graveyard hate piece, obviously. So you got to give Rest in Peace like a 2.5. Really shows the power of a 2.5. Esoteric Duplicator is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a clue artifact. That means you can pay 2, tap it, and draw a card. But whenever you sacrifice Esoteric Duplicator or another artifact, you can pay 2 mana. If you do, at the beginning of your next end step, create a token that's a copy of that artifact. So, really neat. It copies itself when you sack it. That's cool. But if you're able to sack any artifact, you can pay 2 and create token copies. And that's when things get wonky. This card is really slow. But if you get it to pop off, boy, dude, it pops. It pops off like a Snapple cap. Like, this thing is sick if you can get it to do what it do. But that's going to be a little harder than it looks. And I don't want to get too Christmas landy, so I'll give this card a 2.25 at the baseline. Simulacrum Synthesizer is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for an artifact. When it ETB, scry 2. Whenever another artifact with mana value 3 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, you get a 0/0 colorless construct artifact creature token with this creature gets +1/+1 for each artifact you control. Really, really sweet with 1,000 Moons, because, you know, you play this on 3, 1,000 Moons on 4, and you get 2 of those constructs. 1 from 1,000 Moons, 1 from this. So you do have to do something on turn 4 that pays you back for playing this on 3, because it does something when it ETBs, but it's just, you know, 3 mana scry 2, and skip your turn 3 otherwise, which is not good. It's not a good card in Standard. Again, in Commander, this is a busted card, like most of these big score cards. You can really go off with stuff like this, but altogether, I'm going to give this like a 2.25 as well, even though I think it's slightly better than the card we just looked at. All of these cards are really tough to make work in Standard, but if you can get the breathing room with them, they do nuts stuff, like World Walker Helm. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for an artifact. If you would create 1 or more artifact tokens, instead create those tokens plus an additional map token. You can also pay 1 and a blue and tap it to create a token that's a copy of target artifact token you control. So note how these last few cards, all part of the Vault's defense system in the Outlaws of Thunder Junction set. Intarnation, I believe, is the name of the place. But yeah, everything that's part of the Vault's like defense system will create token copies of artifacts. And again, if you get like a few of these pieces out, mix them and match them, you can do some crazy stuff. But this is not one of the stronger pieces, although it is one of the more necessary pieces for doing broken stuff. I'm still just going to give this like a 1.75. Greed's Gambit. Oh, this is okay. Yeah, big scorecard. This is 4 mana, 3 and a black for an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, you draw 3, you gain 6, and you create 3 2/1 black bats with flying. At the beginning of your end step, you discard a card, lose 2 life, sack a creature. When Greed's Gambit leaves the battlefield, you discard 3 cards, lose 6 life, sack 3 guys. How good is this? Without talking about it for an hour like I did during previous season, I will give this card solid 2. Straight up and down. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know, but it's worth at least a 2, I think. which is hard to, because this could be like a 1.25 pretty easily. So I could just be like dead wrong on that, but I'll give it a 2. I think there's definitely a ceiling, and that ceiling is around like a 2.75. There's stuff you could do with it. If you can donate it, it becomes much better. But there are ways to just use the resources it gives you as soon as it comes into play and win the game that way. So could be better than I think, but I'm going to start at a 2 and hopefully move up, not down. Harvester of Misery. Harvester of Miseries. A Metallica song. This is 5 mana, 3 and 2 black for a 5/4 spirit with menace. When it ETBs, other creatures get -2/-2 till EOT. You can pay 1 in a black and discard it to have a creature get -2/-2 till end of turn. Fantastic card. One of the top 10 most expensive cards in the main set, and, well, in the set. And for a reason, definitely. This thing is like $12 right now. It's a removal spell. I don't know if you noticed that. But down here, you see it says it's a removal spell. And then you reanimate it later, and it's a sweeper. So that's just a good all-around magic card. Red-black now has like 3 different creatures that are effectively removal spells if you discard them. They all have like channel abilities. They're really good. So, I don't know. I really, really like this guy, and I'll give him a 2.75 at the very least. Close to a 3 even. I think this card is phenomenal. Hostile Investigator, 4 mana for a 4/3 Ogre Rogue Detective. It's a, how do you say that? A Roger? It's a Roger Detective. When Investigator enters the battlefield, target opponent discards a card. Whenever 1 or more players discard 1 or more cards, investigate. This ability triggers only once each turn. It's whenever 1 or more players, right? So, like, that sucks. Like, I wish that, if like 3 players discarded cards at the same time, that I would get 3 investigates, but not quite. That said, I like this a little better than most people do, but I'm still just going to give it like a 1.75. A 4 mana, 4 power ETB they discard is better than you think. Okay. And you get, this has 2 ETB triggers, guys. This has 2 ETB triggers. Like, not only do they go down a card, but you kind of go up a card from the investigate. It's better than it looks, but still 1.75 for now. Generous Plunderer is 2 mana, 1 in a red for a 2/2 human rogue with menace. And at the beginning of your upkeep, you may create a treasure token. When you do, target opponent creates a tapped treasure token. Whenever Generous Plunderer attacks, it deals damage equal to defending player equal to the number of artifacts they control. Pretty neat, especially with Get Lost. Like if you're playing Get Lost, you get lost one of their guys. And then they get 2 map tokens, and then suddenly you get in with Plunder, deal more damage. But honestly, even against like blue-white control, again, they might have Might tokens, they might have Incubator token, they might have there's other stuff. They might have their own map tokens, as a matter of fact. They might have clue tokens from different stuff, like Deduce, So you might be able to hit certain players for a lot of damage. And like Boros plays blood tokens and clue tokens and map tokens. Blue-black boat plays map tokens on Spyglass Siren. Blue-green artifacts obviously plays 1 billion artifacts, right? So shouldn't even have to name them for you. So I don't know. This actually has a few decks in standard right now that it can do a lot of damage against, and it doesn't have to deal combat damage. Just you get in with it, it does that damage automatically. Also the ramp. It is symmetrical, which I hate with a passion, but it does give you ramp. And I think it's more likely to survive than other 2 mana rampers because your opponent wants ramp too, But altogether, I'm just going to give this card a 2.5. I do think it's a solid Magic card, more than solid. But where's it go? I don't know. Could be better in older formats too, where there's a lot more, random cheap artifacts being slung around too. So keep that in mind. Legion Extruder, 2 mana. This is more comparable to Bone Crusher Giant than the guy that deals 2 damage when you plot him. 2 mana, 1 in a red for an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. Pay 2, tap it, and sack another artifact to create a 3/3 colorless golem. I wish this could sack itself, but even though it can't, that's fine. If you sacrifice an experimental synthesizer, you kind of draw a card and get a 3/3. You're happy with that. You can actually curve them pretty well, right? You can go like synthesizer, turn 1 or something if you want to. Then turn 2 this, deal 2 damage to a target. Turn 3, sack your synthesizer. So, but before you play your land, sack your synthesizer. If you get a land, that's your 3rd land. I don't know. Altogether, I do like this. I think that in decks like Anvil has a chance. In some sort of Izzet or Jeskai Artifacts deck that we've yet to really see the true build of, it obviously has a chance. 2 mana for 2 damage to any target, even at sorcery speed, isn't bad, especially when it comes on an artifact. Maybe this will be the thing that makes Dragon Spark Reactor finally work, right? We'll see. But yeah, just having a thing that makes a 3/3 more or less every turn is pretty good too. So, I like this card, and I'm going to give it a 2.75. I think it's better than It probably should get more credit than it does. I haven't seen many people talking about it. Memory Vessel is just kind of bad. It's 5 mana, 3 and 2 red for an artifact. Tap it, exile it. Each player exiles top 7 of their library. Until your next turn, players may play cards they exiled this way, and they can't play cards from their hand. Activate only as a sorcery. So, Memory Jar for 5 mana, and you gotta play red, Jack. Just not very good, honestly. I mean, Memory Jar was 5, but we had a lot more ramp. We had like Tolarian Academy in the format back then. We do not have that, so I'm pretty sure it's safe to print this card. 2 at the most, and it, honestly, 1.75. Molten Duplication, 1 and a red for a sorcery. I've heard a lot of talk about this card. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature you control, except it's an artifact in addition to its other types. It gains haste until end of turn. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So like Splinter 20 stuff, I guess you can do with this. Card does come up a lot, but I'm not going to give it more than a 2.5, and even that, I honestly do not want to give it. But with the amount of talk I've seen and the amount of like scenarios I've seen people put forth with this card, you can just blow your opponent out. Like maybe. But, you know, I don't love the sorcery speed, first of all. But I do love the stretch. I do love the stretch of being able to play it on an artifact or something. But I don't want to give it that. I want to give it a 2 2/4 and even be kind of weird about that because something tells me this card's not as good as it looks. But in Commander, maybe, right? Territory Forge. 5 mana, 4 and a red for an artifact. When it ETBs, if you cast it, exile an artifact or a land. Territory Forge has all activated abilities of the exiled card. So I'm going to give this a 1 unless you can grab Nykthos or Gia's Cradle, at which point it's a 5. But you won't be doing that all the time, so I'll give it a 1. Ancient Cornucopia, 2 and a green for an artifact. Whenever you cast a spell that's 1 or more colors, you may gain 1 life for each of that spell's colors. Do this only once each turn, and then tap to add a mana of any color. So if you built your deck the way you probably want to, every single spell you cast after you play this will gain you at least 1 life, which is pretty good, but obviously Lightning Helix, 5 life. Faithful Mending now gains you 4 life and draws you 2, and you discard. Like, there's obviously stuff. Any New Capenna Charm, right? New Capenna Charms are all 3 mana. So not only do I get to, Jund charm you, and you have to sacrifice the guy with the highest power or whatever, but I also gain, 3 life off the fact that I cast a charm. Like, these are good. That's good, man. Celestis is still the better land. It draws cards, or the better rock. Rocks that draw cards are almost always going to be better, to my mind at least. But this is an awful lot of life gain. This could potentially be a buttload of life gain through the course of the game. Keep you alive. I like this card. And in Commander, it's great too, by the way. In Commander, there's plenty of things you're actually like triggering. You're getting life gain triggers when you gain the life. So it's like cast a spell, get a life gain trigger. That's ridiculous. That converts to pretty ridiculous crap being able to be done in Commander. But still, I'm going to give this like a 2.5 as well, because at the end of the day, it's just a rock, Bristle Bud Farmer. This is a buddy right here. 5 mana for a 5/5 plant druid. Trample. When it ETBs, get 2 food tokens, and when it attacks, you can sack a food. If you do, mill 3 cards and put a permanent card from among them into your hand. Nothing but upside on this guy. This is crazy how it's a 4 mana 5/5 tramps with tons of upside. ETB trigger, attacks trigger that gives you like cards in your hand. Like, come on, dude. This is a pretty nasty card, and I want to give it at least a 2.5, but I really am tempted to give it more than that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to stick with 2.5, and we'll see if it impresses us beyond that. Omen Path Journey. I hate this card. 4 mana for an enchantment. When it ETBs, search your library for up to 5 land cards that have different names, exile them, and shuffle. At the beginning of your end step, choose a card at random, exile with Omen Path Journey, put it on the battlefield tab. Not only does it say random, but your opponent can blow it up, and this basically just said exile 5 lands from your library. This card is bad, dude. And it's actually like somewhat pricey right now, if I'm not mistaken, but this card is god awful. I hate this card. I think it's probably the worst card in all like 330 cards that they showed us from this set, counting the big score. Maybe I'm super wrong. Yes, you can go get a Nykthos or a Cradle, or I do not care. I do not care at all. I hate this card with a passion. It will get blown up. It is just go search 5 lands and exile them. This card's bad, dude. 0.5. Lowest. Yeah, oops, exiled all my best lands. They're all my creature lands because of whoops. Because my opponent has any disenchant effect in the whole history of the game. I just think this card is terrible. 0.5, lowest score of the whole video. Sandstorm Salvager is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 1/1 human artificer. When it ETBs, you get a 3/3 golem. You can pay 2 and tap this guy to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature token you control. They gain trample till end of turn. Solid commander card. And could even be a solid standard card, right? It's 3 mana for 4 power worth of stats on 2 guys. Really, really relevant activated ability that could be relevant after it dies. If you have an Agatha Soul Cauldron, that's a pretty good Soul Cauldron activated to have some access to. So kind of like this guy. And he's kind of pricey too, or she's kind of pricey to reflect how decent she might be. But altogether, I'm not going to give her more than like a 2.5. And that, again, that's a higher score than I want to give her. But she's not getting like any attention. And even though her price is kind of high, I haven't heard a single person say this card's name. But it's not a bad card. Vault-Born Tyrant. I love this guy. 7 mana, 5 and 2 green for a 6/6 dino with trample. When it or another creature with power 4 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 3 life, you draw a card. When Tyrant dies, if it's not a token, create a token that's a copy of it, except it's an artifact in addition to its other types. So, here's the deal. This with push-pull. Okay, so I push-pull this and something else into play, something big. So that means that I gained 6 life and I drew 3 cards. Since it's push-pull, right, this will have to be sacrificed at the end of the turn. That's totally cool because I get a 6/6 token and I also draw another card and gain another 3 life. That's off push-pull. It's pretty good. If I Zayatora, let's say I have a Zayatora, okay? I'm pretty sure that's an OTK. If I push-pull a Zayatora and this out of my yard, that's easily an OTK. I'm almost sure. But in any case, let's say I have Zayatora and I sacrifice this to the Zayatora. I gained 4 when this came into play, or I gained 3 when this came into play and drew a card. I may have gained life and drew cards when the Zayatora came into play. But if I fling this with the Zayatora, I deal 6 to a target, I get 3 treasure tokens, I draw a card, and I gain 3 life, and I get another 6/6 token. And those are just 2 lines. That's the Zayatora line and the push-pull line. But there are multiple other lines, obviously, with this card. Smuggler's Surprise, the 6 mana mode that allows you to just throw 2 creatures onto the table. So Vault-Born Tyrant, Titan of Industry. What all am I doing there? Am I gaining up to, oh my God, 11 life off that line and drawing 2 cards if I throw a Titan of Industry into play? I could also throw Titan into play and this, and Titan gives me the 4/4. So if that happens, I draw 3 and gain 9. This card is ridiculous. Vein Ripper. Vein Ripper. Just start naming like 6-drop creatures. This card is unbelievable. What set is this? This is the big score section of Outlaws at Thunder Junction. It is standard legal. These cards are standard legal. Which is why we're covering them right now. This is very good. This card is very good, and I'm going to give it a 3. I'm going to easily, this gets a 3, if not a 3.25. But I think this card is bonkers. I think this card is super, super dumb, dude. Loot the key to everything. Teamer colors for a 1/2 legendary beast noble with ward 1. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top X cards of your library. X is the number of card types among other non-land permanents you control. Play those cards this turn if you want to. So if you have an artifact creature out, you're looking at 2. If you have another enchantment or an enchantment creature and like 1 artifact token, you're looking at 3 cards. So this might not be so bad considering the ward, but I still kind of hate it. I don't think it's anywhere near as good as a lot of people seem to think it is. It was into Quan's or Power Dragon's like overrated cards that we looked at. And I totally agree. I think for Commander, this is probably fun. We'll probably see a lot of love in play in that format till the end of time, but in Standard, I'm really just not seeing it. Your deck has to be low enough curve too, to where even if you do like draw 3 cards off of this, you can like play all the cards you want to play in that turn. So this could represent a ton of card advantage, and I could just be wrong, but I'm just going to give it a 2 off the rip. But I should give it a 2.5 just because Commander playability, but I'm sticking with 2 and making this more of a standard rating. I don't love this card. Pest Control, on the other hand, is Orzhov colors for sorcery. Destroy all non-land permanents, mana value 1 or less, cycling 2. Card's amazing. Card's really good. Just blows up all the tokens in the world. And, why can't I remember any of the names of cards right now? I've said all the names. Voldaren Epicure, Novice Inspector, or whatever it's called, right? There's a bunch of 1-drops. Warden of the Inner Sky. Lots and lots of 1-drops that you could blow up with this. Evolve Sleeper even. Like, there's so many. That would work. That would be really good. To blow up with this. But there's also tons of, like, 1 mana permanents for that matter. We talked about this with, Hidetsugu Consumes All. It was our theory that Hidetsugu Consumes All was incredible in a format. And we actually did really well. I think we won like 5 out of 6 games with the Hidetsugu Jun deck that we played or whatever it was. This basically says what Hidetsugu says on its first chapter, but you can cycle it away. And that might be fan-freaking-tastic, especially in other formats, not just standard. So I have to give this like a solid 2.75. I think it's a great mini sweeper, mostly just because it cycles. Lost Jite, a single mana for a legendary equipment. Whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage, put a charge counter on Jit. Remove a lost counter from Lost Jite to choose one. Either untap a land, target creature can't block this turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on equipped creature. This has equip for just 1. So to play it and equip it is only 2 mana. Old Jite was 4 total mana to play and equip, which would be just too slow for nowadays. That said, this only gets 1 charge counter instead of 2. It cannot remove creatures. The old Jite could remove creatures. But I don't know. Just kind of recapping again real quick. The things this does that old Jite did do. The big one is the fact that you're removing charge counters from Jite and not the creature. So this doesn't have to be equipped to anything in order for you to get value out of it. If it was ever equipped to anything and got any charge counters, well, then suddenly, it can just be sitting there by itself, equipped to nothing, and just untap lands for you, which is really good. Also, if you get in for combat damage one time with the thing that has a Lost Jite on it, it becomes much easier to get in for further combat damage because you have this second ability, a creature can't block this turn, which is much more annoying than you think. Your biggest creature can't block this turn is a problem some of the time. So, I don't know. I like this. There's a giant spread of opinion on this card. Is it terrible? Is it great? I don't think it's either, to be honest. So, I'm going to give it a 2.25. But if I'm not careful, this could be a 3 pretty easily. We got some people saying this is one of the best cards in the set. Some of those people are pro Magic players. So, this could be a 3.5, and I'm just like way too wrong on it. But the decks I think want it the most are decks like, blue-green cookies, what is it called? Teething Wormlet, like tough cookie, Zoetic Glyph deck. Like, I think they could use this card, but I'm not sure how many other decks can. Lotus Ring up next, 3 mana for an equipment with equips for 3, and it has indestructible. Equipped creature gets +3/+3, has vigilance, and taps, sack this creature, add 3 mana of any one color. There are infinites with this and Commander and stuff, but ultimately I think the card's just kind of bad. I think the card just is kind of bad, and I'm sorry about that. The raised foil showcase version of this is currently the most expensive card in the set at like $400. There is no way it's going to hold that price. But it does say Lotus. It does say Lotus in the name, so people have to freak out, Altogether, though, 1.75. I just don't. Outside of like random, narrow, infinite combos with it, the card's not very good. Nexus of Becoming, that's an effect. This is 6 mana for an artifact. At the beginning of combat on your turn, draw a card. Then you may exile an artifact or creature from your hand. If you do, create a token that's a copy of the exiled card, except it's a 3/3 golem in addition to its other types. So this does kind of tax resources a little bit from your hand. It wants you to have stuff in your hand. But at the same time, it creates those resources. It draws a card every turn, which is really good. Drawing an extra card every turn is fantastic. Is it worth 6? Probably not. But, you can exile an Atraxa from your hand and it's a 3/3. It's still an Atraxa. It's still really good. Tally the same. Yeah, it's a 3/3, but you still got that ridiculous ETB trigger. And as far as artifacts go, Portal to Phyrexia, yeah, it's a 3/3. It can be killed, but it still had that ATB trigger again. So there are a lot of cool things you can do with Nexus. You can even just throw down like a Chime Mill of the Inner Sun the same turn you get this, and then suddenly you're drawing a card every turn off of this, and you're discovering 5 every turn off the Chime Mill. So I don't know, dude. There's a lot of fun plays with Nexus, even in just standard. But when you get to Commander, this is obviously a busted artifact, so there's that to consider too. I'm going to give this card a 2.75, a little bit high for a 6-drop, but I do think once it comes into play, it just kind of starts taking over the game if your opponent's not prepared. Sword of Wealth and Power. 3 mana for an artifact. It's an equipment that equips for 2. The creature gets +2/+2 and has protection from instants and from sorceries, but can still be blocked. Whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You can choose new targets for the copy. So if your guy ever does get through while wearing this, things get nuts. I mean, the treasure token isn't that big of a deal, but it's something. That said, if you do have a spell to copy, things can get nasty, you know, double go for the throat or something. That seems good. But I guess another way of putting this, the way a pro would put it, is something cynical like, oh, but you also have to have spells in your hand to copy. Well, yeah, you do, but chances are you very likely do. But still, what if your hand is all creatures, or what if you're out of cards in your hand? Like, I get it, you know, that ability is not always going to be great. That said, what I don't like about this is that, yeah, it kind of has hexproof-ish, but it still dies to sweepers. Yes, it does. It does die to sweepers. Even if they're instants and sorceries, yes, the creature dies to sweep. Yes, it does. Because sweepers don't target. And also, your opponent can just chump block it forever. You know? So, I'm not huge on the sword here. I'm going to give it a 1.75. I think some people expect it to be one of the better cards in the set. Those people are wrong. Simple as. Torpor Orb is up next, a reprint. What do you give Torpor Orb? 2 mana for an artifact. Creatures entering the battlefield do not cause abilities to trigger. Let's give it a 2.75. Very narrow, but absolutely blows people out when it has to. Transmutation Font is 5 mana. Artifact. Tap. Create your choice of blood, clue, or food token. Pay 3. Tap. Sack 3 artifact tokens with different names. Search your library for an artifact. Put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. Activate only as a sorcery. Sweet commander card, bro. That's probably all it really is, though. 2.25. Fomori Vault, a land that taps for a colorless. You can pay 3, tap it, discard a card. Look at the top X cards of your library. X is the number of artifacts you control. Put one of those cards into your hand, the rest on the bottom of your library in a rando order. This card is very good. Yeah, you have to have artifacts, but again, even the control decks have like random maps, incubators, Mirex tokens, clue tokens. So even in like blue-white control, you can look at the top 4 of your library pretty easily, you know? I really like this card. I'm going to give it a 3, and I'm serious. One dead ass serious. 3 is the least I could give this. Again, yeah, you have to have artifacts in play. Much easier than you think it is. Tarnation Vista enters the battlefield tapped, and when it does, you choose a color. You can tap it for a mana of the chosen color, or you can pay 1 and tap it, and for each color among mono-colored permanents you control, add a mana of that color. I've seen a few people confused about this. If I have 5 mono-red cards in play, this does not tap for 5 mana. It's just not, it's not how it works. For each color among mono-colored permanents. So. And also, I've seen people confused. If I have a Simic permanent, if a color, you know, if I have a War Leader's Call in play, it doesn't count for anything. It counts for nothing. For each color among mono-colored permanents you control. So I have to have 5 single-colored permanents that are all different colors for this to produce 5 mana. That said, I actually think this starts producing extra mana, produces that 3rd mana that you need to get it mana positive. Really, it's to get it mana neutral, it's 2 colors, right? But to get it mana positive and actually producing extra mana, 3 colors of monocolored permanents. And I actually think that's kind of easy. Creature, enchantment, artifact, or like 2 enchantments and a creature, something like that. I think it's relatively easy to get a tapping for, you know, more than 1 mana. But I still don't think that it's great. I really have to give this card like a 2, you know, and that 2 is really establishing some ceiling, you know what I mean? Like, I really think it's a 1.75, but just in case it's a little better than I think, let's go ahead and give it a 2. Let's do that. Any land that taps for more mana than just 1 mana is almost always going to be good. So there's that. But even if it taps for like all the mana in the world, it's a lot of facilitation that had to take place to get it there. And it's not till late in the game that you're able to do it. It's a fragile situation too, because your opponent can just remove stuff that you have, and this produces less mana. So I don't know, guys. Especially not great. Like, let's say you spend all game getting this set up with enchantments and artifacts, and opponent just farewells or something, you're going to feel like a jerk. So I don't know. But lands that produce more than 1 of a color are always going to be good. So I have to rate it at least a 2. And it could be much better than that. But ladies and gentlemen, stop. Oh my God. Can you even see it? 3 hours, 59 minutes, 56 seconds, 84 mils. So that's, man, right under just 4 seconds under 4 hours for the speed run this time around. And I think big score is what really screwed us up. I think we might have been able to at least meet our personal best of about 3:30, if not for the big score stuff. But whew, yeah, lesson 4 is pretty good. It's not bad. Yeah, dumps Gatorade. This is a 4.5 hour stream, which I don't usually do. Oh my God, it's 1:30 in the morning. How are there still like 70 of you here? Thank you. What all happened since I've been Driscus? Thanks for the follow. Krolikai. God, Sorry, I've been reading for 4.5 hours. It gets hard. Krolakai, thanks for the follow. Imicha, thanks for the prime sub. Imicha with the follow too. Samu Franku followed. Super Turk 69 followed. The Optimator 45 months. You're rooting and tooting over there. Thanks for the prime sub. Red Squatch 5 months of prime subbage. Cold Soup 96 with the follow just now. You see it on your screen, everybody. Peepo Lich with the gifted subs. And now I think I'm caught up. Jeez Louise, macaroni and cheese. Thanks for sticking with us for all this time. Even if you're watching on YouTube, this is still like a 4-hour video, so thanks. Jeez, man. But thanks for all the love, guys. This is probably the hardest thing I put myself through every single season. Jackwise Gamgee, thanks for the tier 1 sub to Littlest Cabbage. That's awesome, and I appreciate it too. And all of this with a busted tooth. If you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, I don't have a tooth right here. Like in the front of my mouth. I busted my tooth before I came on stream. So all this with a busted tooth here and a broken tooth in the back of my mouth that contacts my tongue when I talk and cuts my tongue, so it makes talking harder. Doesn't matter. I can do 4 hours of talking for you. So make sure if you're not if you're not following or sub yet on Twitch, you do that if you're watching. If you're on YouTube, check out the Patreon. Just $1 a month to support the content. Top 50 coming up in the next couple of days, and then big old deck techs and stuff. So if you want to support, that $1 would mean a lot. And if everybody watching this YouTube video sent $1 a month, we'd be able to do crazy stuff. I'd be flying people out here to play Commander with me if we were able to pull that off. So you have no idea how much a buck helps. If you're not doing it yet, it would mean a lot to me. But I just really thank you that you're watching. You went through 4 hours of content without blinking. That's amazing. How many views did it take you to actually watch this? These people are on stream watching live, and they pulled it off. How did you do it? Anyway, I got to get out of here. I got to eat some food or something. I got to do something. I got to see my wife. I feel like I haven't seen her in weeks. But I love you guys very much. If you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch right now, I love you. Just thanks for being here for this long, watching this much of my content. I don't know how you do it. But I do appreciate it one way or the other. You can tell my voice is going out, so I'm going to get out of here. YouTube crowd, Twitch crowd, stick around for another 30 seconds, and I'll let you guys off the hook with the Twitch outro. But for now, YouTube fam, just do all the YouTube things. Like the video, put me in more stuff on the algorithm, whatever. Sub if you haven't done it yet. And I will catch you cats later. I'm Deb from The Place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love and be kind.